Harry Potter, a child prodigy in Wizardry Junior Level Year 1. The background. For 8-year-old Harry Potter, the last month of his life has been what some would refer to as a nightmare. For the young wizard, it has been all too real. Living in a remote area in a house supposedly protected by magical bonds and charms, Harry has felt safe as long as his parents were there with him. He has been told the story of his parents' work, James and Lily Potter's involvement in the war against evil. He knows his parents have fought the Dark Lord and his followers several times. 3 weeks ago, something went horribly wrong. The Dark Lord himself somehow broke through the wards and charms on their house and destroyed it. He killed Harry's parents and was attempting to kill Harry also. Harry's father, James, had been tipped off that something might happen. He transferred some of his magic to his son through a mixing of their blood. Harry was able to use his father's strength plus his own exceptionally high level of magic to successfully block the killing curse from the Dark Lord. In blocking the curse, he sent it back to Lord Voldemort, causing the evil wizard to be overpowered from the area. In doing so, the evil one lost most of his powers. His followers have now set out to continue his war and destroy Harry, now known as the boy who lived. Harry was rescued by his father's friend and his godfather, Sirius Black. The connection between the boy and his godfather has strengthened through the years. Sirius frequently visited and also stayed with the Potter family during the summers. Sirius, a professor of astronomy and head of house at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, has taken Harry to live with him at the castle in Scotland. The castle is in an area completely hidden from the outside world. No one except people with magical abilities or who have family with magical abilities know of its existence. Hogwarts and its surrounding grounds are protected from evil with the highest and oldest protection spells in existence. Sirius feels this would be the safest place to raise Harry. Sirius and Harry live in the castle during the school year. In the future, they will live at Sirius Manor home during the summer months. Harry's introduction to Hogwarts. For 8, almost 9-year-old Harry James Potter, his new home is a boy's dream come true. His new home is a magical castle with moving staircases, paintings that move and talk, many floors full of many exciting things to see and explore. There are even ghosts he can see and talk with roaming the castle. Harry would be ecstatic except for one thing. He does not have his parents with him any longer. It's been 5.5 months since their deaths. Although he still misses seeing them every day, he feels as if he has a new family now. Harry has his godfather, Sirius, as a parent. He also has many other adults who live and work in the castle to act as surrogate family. One of Harry's favorites is the headmaster of the school, Professor Albus Dumbledore, whom Harry thinks of as a grandfather. Professor Dumbledore looks a little like the pictures Harry has seen of the great wizard Merlin. They both have long white hair and long white beards, as well as the colorful wizard robes and pointed hat. Professor Dumbledore likes to have Harry come visit him in his office, where he tells wonderful stories and gives out all kinds of candy even before meals. He tells Harry stories about his father and godfather's adventures as students at Hogwarts. Harry, my boy, I remember one of the second-year pranks your father and Sirius pulled here at Hogwarts. Somewhere they managed to get their hands on an invisibility cloak. The cape makes the person or persons wearing it seem invisible to others, but the wearer will see through it. The boys took this cape and wore it to the Great Hall dining room. During my introductory and welcome speech, they snuck around some of the first-year students and disrobed them. You just wouldn't believe the screams. Those children said later they thought a ghost had gotten to them. The poor children were already nervous being first years and all. That stunt earned your dad and Sirius 2 weekends of confinement to their dorm room. Did that make them behave better, Grandpa? Harry asked, sitting at his feet. For a while, young Harry, for a while. Looking up at the wizened old face, Harry sees the twinkle in the bright blue eyes and laughs along with his grandpa. Harry, my boy, I think I have something here you should have, Professor Dumbledore says, waving his wand at a cabinet across the large room. To Harry's delight, a drawer in the cabinet opens, and what looks to Harry like a folded tablecloth floats over to them. He loves any display of magic. His parents rarely used magic in their home, preferring to do most things the Muggle or non-magical way. Here you go, young Harry. This is your father's invisibility cloak. Here, stand up and let's try it out. Okay. Now wrap it around your shoulders and look down, Grandpa tells him. Harry follows his directions and then looks down. He can't see anything between his head to the floor. My body's gone, he gasps. No, son. It's still there, but it's invisible. Now cover your head. Can you still see me? Yes, sir, I see you, Harry answers. Well, I sure can't see you. Walk over to my mirror and look at yourself. Looking in the mirror, Harry can't see anything. I don't see anything, Grandpa. This mirror doesn't work. You are invisible, Harry. No one can see things that are invisible. Now why don't you take your cloak and go find Sirius? You can surprise him with it. I'll see you later. Sure, Grandpa, and thanks so much for the cape. I love it. Back at Professor Black's quarters, Sirius is pacing back and forth wondering where his godson could be. It is 5:30 in the evening and their rule is to be home by 5 o'clock or tell each other where they would be. As Sirius has not received word from Harry or anyone else about his whereabouts, he is worried. The door to their quarters opens and closes, but Sirius doesn't see anyone enter. Suddenly, he feels a hand on his arm. He's just about to pull his wand and cast a revelation spell when he hears Harry say, "H.A. Ah, I scared you, didn't I? You didn't even know it was me, did you?" As he uncovers himself holding his cloak in his arm. Harry James, where have you been? You didn't send word and it's 30 minutes past 5. I was worried about you, Sirius asks, frowning down at the boy. Oh, come on. It's not that late, and besides, I was fine. I have this cloak and no one can see me when I wear it. Grandpa said it was Dad's and I could have it. Isn't that great? It's going to be such fun to sneak around with this on. Harry, Sirius scolds. You know our rules. You must always let the other person know where you are at all times. That's one of the safety rules. You must be home by 5 o'clock or send word of where you will be. That is part of our rule of being respectful. Did you forget to tell someone to tell me where you were? No, I didn't forget. I just didn't think it mattered. I just told you I had the cape. Nobody could get me with the cape. I was fine and having fun. You don't have to be so cross. Harry answers just a little defiantly. Sirius stares at his godson in surprise. He's never heard Harry speak so disrespectfully. The boy had just willfully broken the rules he had set down for his safety. Sirius thinks to himself, what would James do in this situation? Then he remembers from the summer before. Harry, come over here and sit with me on the couch. I want to talk with you, Sirius says, leading the boy to the couch. Do you remember last summer when you took your broom out without permission? Harry answers, yeah, I remember. I really wanted to go flying, but Mum said I had to wait until you or Daddy got home so one of you could go with me. I didn't want to wait, so I went up by myself. Why was it that your Mum and Daddy didn't want you flying by yourself? Sirius asks. Because it wasn't safe and something could happen to me, and they wouldn't be there to help or know where I was. Harry recited what he remembers being told. What happened when your Mum found you missing? Sirius continues. She flew, called Daddy and you, and he came home. He went up after me and brought me home. Yes. I remember his panic at finding you and your broom both missing. What happened when he brought you home? Sirius asks. Daddy really scolded me and told me I had put myself in danger by disobeying Mum. Then he took my broom away for 2 weeks and he spanked me. Harry says sorrowfully. Well, young man, you disobeyed me today. Just as when you went flying by yourself, I didn't know where you were and couldn't help you if you needed it. As I am now your guardian, it is my job to enforce the rules just like your daddy did that day. Harry, this is the first time you have deliberately disobeyed me and broken one of our rules. The rules we have are to protect you. I'm not going to spank you, but I am confining you to your room tonight and all day tomorrow. This cloak of yours is going to be kept until I feel you are responsible enough to have it back. No, you can't take my cloak. It's mine, not yours. Grandpa gave it to me. He said it was Dad's and I could have it. I want to keep it, Harry says loudly, angrily stomping his feet. Let's go, Harry, Sirius says, lifting the child into his arms. He carries the squirming, crying child into his bedroom and lays him on his bed. You just stay here until you can speak to me in a calm, polite voice. If you speak to me in that disrespectful tone of voice again, Harry James, I will turn you over my knee, he says, trying not to show the hurt he feels. He walks out of the boy's room and closes the door. James, I hope I'm doing the right thing here. I love him so and I hate to see him crying and upset like this. I'm doing what I think you would do. I wish you were still here and I was just the fun guy who got to spoil him. Sirius thinks as he goes to the sitting area to calm himself down. Then, feeling the need to talk with someone about the incident with Harry, he walks to the fireplace. Reaching up the ledge above the fireplace, he takes a handful of green powder, throws it in the fireplace and says, "Minerva McGonagall's quarters." He steps into the green flames and is whisked in seconds to the second-floor residence of the deputy headmistress. Minerva McGonagall is a woman around the age of 50, is a long-standing professor and most recently deputy headmistress at the school. Sirius, what a surprise. What are you doing here? Where's Harry? You should have brought him along. I haven't seen the sweetheart in 3 days. Professor McGonagall stops talking for just a minute at the look on Sirius' face. Whatever can be wrong? Is Harry sick? You look upset. I'm a little upset, true, but Harry isn't sick. I need to ask you something. With all of your years of dealing with children, I need your expertise. Harry came in late today without sending word of where he was. I panicked and really scolded him, and then I punished him. I see. Well, why don't you sit down here and tell me what happened? She says, motioning to a chair at a table and summoning a tray with tea with her wand. After hearing the story from Sirius, the professor says kindly, "Well, Sirius, I would say you handled this just perfectly. Harry knew he was disobeying but did it anyway. He seems to be testing his limits with you. He's checking to see how far he can go before you punish him. Reminding him of the rules you have and why they are important is good. Also, by reminding him of the punishment from his parents helps him remember he had rules with them also. Thank you, but I still feel so guilty for making him upset. Maybe I shouldn't have punished him so harshly." Sirius replies, "Sirius, what you did was not harsh. You confined him to his room, not beat him with a belt. Even if you had spanked him, I don't feel that wouldn't have been too harsh. You do know that we use corporal punishment here at Hogwarts occasionally. I myself have been known to use a ruler on a boy's disobedient bottom. In fact, I believe I used it on Harry's dad, James, once during his years here. Somehow you managed not to get that particular punishment." "I never did from you, that's true. I did get whacked twice by Professor Caldwell though. Both times it was for going to Hogsmeade under that blasted cape of James's when it wasn't a Hogsmeade school weekend. The second time he called my father and he came here. When he left, I couldn't sit without hurting. I never tried to sneak out of the castle again. I was too afraid of getting another whipping with my father's belt." "Yes, I remember your father. Orion did have a considerable temper. His howlers were memorable. His make the Weasley twins' mum sound like a pussycat in her howlers." Grinning, Sirius says, "Those two are quite a handful, all right. Luckily, I haven't been on the receiving end of one of their pranks yet. They seem to like me. I know they like Harry. They took to him right away when he moved in with me. They were so nice to him even though they are 3 years older. Remember, they do have a younger brother and sister. They are used to younger children. I believe their younger brother is the same age as Harry. You could try to get the 2 boys together and give Harry a playmate. He may just need someone to play with to keep him out of trouble. Thank you for all the advice. I will think about contacting the Weasleys. Right now I need to go back and check on my godson. Have a nice evening," Sirius says as he steps into the fireplace and flees back to his quarters for the night. After stepping out of the fireplace into his sitting room, he immediately goes to check on Harry. He pushes open the door of his godson's room to find Harry cuddled in bed with his favorite stuffed toy, a golden dragon. The dragon is one of the few things that weren't destroyed the night his parents' house was attacked. Sitting on the side of Harry's bed, Sirius softly strokes the little boy's hair. As usual, it's sticking up in the back. The fringe in front is pushed up, revealing the lightning bolt scar on the boy's forehead. That scar is from the battle Harry went through with the Dark Lord Voldemort. It is one thing that easily identifies Harry as being what the newspapers call the boy who lived. Harry, feeling his godfather's hand, opens his eyes to peer fuzzily up at the figure on his bed. Reaching out, he finds his glasses and puts them on.
Sirius.
He greets his godfather slightly subdued. Then, taking a big breath as if gathering up all his courage, he quickly says, "I'm sorry I was a bad boy. I won't be naughty anymore. Please don't be mad at me." Harry, pup, I'm not mad with you. I was worried about you, but I'm fine now that I know you are safe. You must always remember to follow our safety rules. I don't think asking you to check in with me or to tell me where you are going is too harsh of a rule when it comes to safety. You must remember to keep yourself from dangerous situations, Harry. Being alone without anyone knowing where you are could put you in danger. Not putting yourself or someone else in danger is also one of the rules, isn't it? Yes, sir, it's a major rule. I didn't think I was putting myself in danger. I'm sorry. Are you going to spank me? Harry asks. No, I'm not, pup. This time we'll let your grounding to your room be a reminder of what you need to do from now on. But Harry, the next time you put yourself or someone else in a harmful situation, I will spank you. If that's what you need to help you remember to keep yourself safe, then that's what I'll do. Even if I don't want to do it, I love you too much to let you get away with that kind of behavior. Yes, sir, I understand. I love you too, Harry says, wrapping his arms around Sirius. It's time for supper, pup. I'll go fix us something and bring you a tray when it's ready. Sirius, please can't I come to the table and eat? I'll come straight back to my room afterwards. Harry pleads. No, when you are grounded to your room, that means staying here until you are allowed to come out. You will be allowed out by supper tomorrow night, but not tonight, pup. Sirius says, fighting not to smile when Harry flops backwards on the disgust. He knows that for a young boy, being confined to his room is a difficult punishment. 3 weeks later, Headmaster Dumbledore has called a meeting with the faculty of Hogwarts. All of the professors are meeting in the Great Hall dining room for a meal and to discuss the latest plans for the coming school term. We have spoken with the board of directors, and it has been decided to lower the age of admittance to Hogwarts from 11 to 9-year-olds. A special examination will be given to those who wish to attend early. We will only be accepting the top 90 children in the 9 to 10-year-old group. Since we have always accepted those children beginning at age 11, we will not have examinations past the age of 10. Those children whose magical core meets or exceeds the standard we have set for the examination will be our newest students. We have already secured 4 more dormitories for these students. We will call them the lower form for the 9 to 12-year-olds and the upper form for the 13 to 17-year-olds. Professor Dumbledore announces. Minerva McGonagall continues the announcements. As Professor Dumbledore said, we will have 4 new houses for the lower form. We have decided to call them Junior Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. We will refer to them as lions, dragons, ravens, and snakes, which are, with the exception of Slytherin, different symbols than those used for the upper form houses. The rules and disciplinary procedures will remain the same for all houses. We do have new heads of house for the newer dorms. These will be Professor Sirius Black, Junior Gryffindor Lions, Professor Leah Julian for the Junior Ravenclaw Ravens, Professor Catherine Talbot for the Hufflepuff Dragons. Our newest professor for Defense of the Dark Arts, Remus Lupin, will take the head of house position for the Junior Slytherin Snakes. Now let our lunch begin, and we will continue discussion of the new term following lunch. With that said, she taps the table with her wand twice and dishes and platters of food appear all along the table. Just as most of the adults are finishing the meal, they see the doors to the entrance hall open, but no one enters. There is the sound of wind swirling above their heads, and the sound of whispering can be heard. Severus Snape, Potions Master, grabs his wand and demands, "Show yourself," just as a volley of water balloons hit the professor's table. Despite the sound of splashing water, Sirius identifies the giggling he hears as coming from his godson Harry. Although he can't see the boy, he can feel the connection they share and knows the child is there in the room. He's using the cloak to keep himself invisible, Sirius thinks. Accio, Harry, and broom, he commands, waving his wand as he steps out onto the main floor away from the professor's table. Immediately, a young boy and his broom are standing before him. Placing his hand on the boy's shoulder, he turns him to face the astonished and wet table of professors. Bending down, he says firmly into Harry's ear, "Apologize for your behavior and do it right now." "I am sorry for getting everyone wet, professors. It was not a nice prank and I apologize," Harry says, trying hard not to grin at the soaked professors staring down at him. Professor Snape barks out, "Black, this child of yours needs a firm hand. He's out of control. Young man, I am ashamed of you. You know better than to fly inside the building. Your behavior today is disrespectful and quite dangerous. What if you had been hexed or fallen from the broom? I'm very disappointed in you, Harry. Professor McGonagall scolds the boy. Hearing his adopted grandmother scold him so severely makes Harry's eyes fill with tears as he drops his head. I'm sorry, I didn't think about that. I was just having some fun with Peeves. Peeves, Professor McGonagall calls sternly. Show yourself. A small ghost appears in the air. He's wearing a checkered vest with a derby hat on his head. You called, ma'am? The ghost asks politely. Did you help young Harry here with the balloons? Yes, I did. The ghost answers in a sing-song manner. Lovely prank it was too. Did you all enjoy your bath? Peeves asks, drifting away, giggling madly. Back on the floor, Harry can't help but giggle along with the ghost. This is not a laughing matter, young man. You are in big trouble. Come with me, Sirius says, taking the boy's hand and apparating back to their quarters. Sit on the couch, Harry. Sirius sits beside the boy, looking directly into his eyes. Harry, didn't we talk about keeping yourself out of danger? Haven't I told you not to use the broom without permission and to only fly with an adult? Yes, sir. Did you hear what Professor McGonagall told you? She was correct when she said flying inside a building is dangerous. Also, flying with the cloak, which by the way you are not allowed to use, Harry drops his head at this, is also dangerous. One or more of the professors could have sent hexes or even spells at you when no one could see you. Did you even think about that when you pulled this stunt? Sirius's voice is getting louder and even more stern than when he began this talk. No, sir. I didn't think about that, Harry says, beginning to cry, not liking the sternness he is hearing in his godfather's voice. Putting yourself or someone else in danger is one of our biggest rules. You broke that rule today, Harry James. If you remember, I told you what would happen the next time you put yourself in danger. Did I not? Seeing Harry nod his head and wipe tears from his face, Sirius asks, what did I tell you the punishment would be if you put yourself or someone else in danger? You said you'd spank me. Please don't. I'm sorry and I won't do it again, Harry says with a pleading look. Well, Harry, when I tell you I'm going to do something, I always mean it. With that said, he pulls the boy over his knee and proceeds to spank him with his hand. After 8 hard spanks, he stands Harry back up. Looking into the boy's eyes again, he says, I love you very much, Harry James Potter. I will do whatever I think is necessary to keep you safe. Please don't ever put yourself in danger like this again. I don't want to have to spank you the way I just did. You know that, right? The boy collapses into his godfather's arms, hugging tightly. I know, Sirius, and I'm so sorry. I love you too, even though you did spank me, Harry says through his tears. After holding each other quietly for several more minutes, Harry asks, still sniffling, Sirius? Can I take the test you all were talking about? I want to be a student here. I already know a lot about magic, so I bet I could ace that exam. Would you let me, please? Yes, pup. I have already written your name on the list for examinations. I was planning to talk with you about it tonight after we had our faculty meeting. I needed to know a little more information before we talked, Sirius tells him. After I find out all of the information, we'll talk about what to expect on the exam, all right? Yes, sir. I can't wait to see what house the Sorting Hat puts me into. I want to be a Gryffindor just like you and my dad. Then, remembering his godfather and father's friend he recently met, he asks, was Professor Lupin in Gryffindor too? Yes, Harry, we were all together and best friends. We called ourselves the Marauders. I'll tell you stories about our adventures after we have our tea. Are you hungry enough to eat some pumpkin tarts today? I have some from the Hogwarts kitchen elves. At Harry's sleepy nod, he says, maybe a nap for you first before we have that tea. Lifting the boy, he realizes again how small for his age Harry appears. For a child nearly 9, he looks more the size of a child of 7. He carries him over to his bedroom and tucks him in with Dragon for a short nap. Leaning down, he gives the boy a kiss on the top of his head. Sleep well, pup, no nightmares. Quietly, he leaves the room, leaving the door slightly cracked to hear Harry if he needs him. After nearly an hour of sitting, reading in his favorite overstuffed lounger, Sirius hears a muffled crash from Harry's room. That plus a smell of smoke has him leaping to his feet and rushing to investigate. Pushing open the door that is now closed, he blinks in surprise at the scene before him. Harry is kneeling at the foot of his bed with his back to the door. He has his comforter off the bed and seems to be trying to mop up something on the floor. There's a strong smell of something burning in the air. Stepping further into the room, Sirius questions, "Harry?" Seeing the look of concern on the boy's face as he turns his head towards him, Sirius says quietly, "What's going on, pup?" as his eyes lower to the floor in front of his godson. Upon seeing the smoking hole in the comforter, he leans down and grabs Harry around his waist. As he lifts the child away from the smoking comforter, he draws his wand to extinguish what he believes is a small fire. "And oh, don't hurt him. He didn't mean to. Please, it was an accident," Harry says, tugging on Sirius' wand arm while still in the crook of Sirius's other arm. "What do you mean, he didn't mean to, Harry? Who are you talking about?" Sirius asks, lowering the boy to the floor but keeping a firm grasp on his arm to keep him from getting too close to the fire. At the same time, he uses his wand to spell a stream of water onto the still smoking comforter. Turning back to the boy, he asks, "Harry, did you do this? Did you start this fire?" Shaking his head, Harry answers, "No, sir, I didn't do it." Then, taking a long look up at his godfather, he says quietly, "Dragon did it. He set the blanket on fire. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop him." "Dragon?" Sirius asked, a bit puzzled. Then he remembers the toy dragon. "Pup, dragon is just a toy. Now you need to tell me what really happened here. I promise you I'm not mad and I'm not going to be mad. I just want to know the truth. What really happened, Harry?" "I'll show you, but you have to be really quiet. He scares easily," Harry says as he walks over to the wet comforter and lifts it. To Sirius' surprise, there is a 1.5-foot tall live golden dragon sitting under the comforter. Puffs of smoke are coming out of its nose. "This is Dragon. He breathed on the comforter and it started to get on fire. I was trying to knock the fire out on the floor, but Dragon crawled under the blanket and kept blowing. I'm sorry the blanket got burned. Are you sure you're not mad? You're not going to spank me again, are you?" When Sirius stays quiet and continues to just look at the little dragon, Harry continues, "My other daddy told me one time that if he ever caught me playing around with fire, he would use Mum's bedroom slipper on my bare bottom. Sirius, please don't use a slipper. I honestly didn't mean to. It just happened," Harry says, beginning to sniffle. Sirius, hearing the sound, turns to look at the child. When he sees the tear-filled eyes and trembling lower lip, he reaches out his long arm and pulls the boy up against him. Then, standing, he carries the child over to the bed and sits down with him on his lap. "Shoo, pup. It's all right. No one is mad at you. I promise. I didn't mean to worry you by not answering your questions. It's just that I was surprised to see a live dragon in your bedroom. It's not every day that someone walks into a room and sees a real dragon, you know," he says teasingly. "Yeah, I know. It kind of surprised me too." "Pup, where did the dragon come from? Do you know?" Sirius asks, still holding the boy on his lap. Remembering Harry's words from a few minutes earlier, "I didn't mean to," he has an idea of what might have happened. "I was playing with Dragon when I woke up from my nap. I was talking to him and telling him about me maybe getting to go to school here. I said some words and he turned real. I didn't mean to do it. It just happened." "Harry, can you remember what words you used?" Sirius asks. "It's something Mummy used to say when she wanted her fake flowers to be pretty. I wanted Dragon to look nicer. He was looking scruffy. I said, 'Dragon, you need to be Virus.' Then there was this popping noise and he turned real and a little bigger," Harry explains. Sirius chuckles softly to himself. He remembers Harry's mom, Lily, having trouble with getting her flowers to live. She would buy and plant them just to have them die the next day. He can very well imagine her using the spell Virus, meaning real, to make fake flowers real. "Pup, do you have your daddy's wand in here with you?" Sirius asks, thinking the wand was tucked away in his own bedroom the last he knew. He had shown it to Harry, but their agreement was to keep it put away until Harry was old enough to use a wand. "No, Sirius. I think it's still in that drawer in your room. I haven't seen it. Is it lost?" Harry asks. "Are you sure you don't have it and didn't use it to turn Dragon real?" "I don't have it, and all I said was Virus, and he came alive just like Mum's flowers used to do. Was it bad to say that?" "No, pup, it wasn't bad. You used wandless magic. Did you know that there aren't many children who can do that? Those that can are much older than you."
I'm impressed.
We'll have to go tell your grandpa about this. I think he'll be surprised too. What do you say about going to visit after we have our tea? What about Dragon? Are we going to take him too? Harry asks. That might be a good idea. We'll take him along just to see Grandpa's reaction. He'll probably pop his hat when we tell him this is your stuffed toy. He's the one who gave you Dragon when you were just a baby. Did you know that? Sirius asks. Anna, can we get that tea now?
I'm hungry.
Do we still have pumpkin tarts like you said? As far as I know, unless of course Dragon here has snuck out and burned them up. Sirius says as he scoops up a giggling armful of boy and takes him into the kitchen area for tea. Harry Potter Child Prodigy ch2. Sirius and Harry walk through the corridor with Sirius carrying a small metal cage. Inside the cage is the small dragon Harry brought to life. When they reach the statue guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office, Sirius gives the password for the week, lemon gumdrops, and the statue moves aside. Entering the archway, they see a set of spiral stairs. Hold on to my arm, Harry, Sirius says, beginning the climb. As they climb, the staircase begins to rotate until they are at another archway. This one leads directly into the headmaster's office. Sirius, Harry, so nice to see you both. What brings you to see an old wizard on such a beautiful day? I thought you'd be out flying, young Harry. Dumbledore says, smiling at the boy. I would like to be, sir. I can't go flying though because I lost my broom. Sirius won't let me have it back. Harry complains, hoping his grandpa will get it back for him. Sirius says, Harry, that's enough complaining. When the headmaster turns to him, Sirius can see the questioning look on the older man's face. It's part of his punishment for the water balloon incident in the Great Hall. He's lost his broom time for 2 weeks. Sirius explains. I see. Well, Harry, what brings you to visit today? Sirius, and I brought something to show you, sir. Harry says, pointing to the cage. As he points, Sirius removes the cover he has placed over the cage. Professor Dumbledore walks over to look inside the cage. Merlin, is that dragon you have there? He says, astonished at seeing a live dragon. Yes, sir. It is a real dragon. Sirius answers, winking at Harry. You see, sir, we have a rather unusual situation here. Sirius goes on to relate the story of how Dragon the toy became a real dragon. Harry, my boy, you have extraordinary power for one so young. Some wizards never master wandless spells, and you have them mastered at the age of 8. Dumbledore says, sharing a look with Sirius. Sirius nods in understanding of the unspoken words. Later, pulling Sirius aside, Dumbledore says softly so Harry can't overhear. It's time to start his training. I'll speak to Professor Lupin and see if he will give Harry a few pointers on control. It seems we have a child prodigy on our hands, Sirius. I'm anxious for the school term to begin so he will have lessons to focus the magic on. He seems very ahead of his age in terms of the magical abilities. Yes, he does to me also. All children have periods of accidental magic, but this was not accidental. He knew he was reciting a spell but was unsure of what the spell actually did. I think this concerns me more than the fact that he can already cast spells. Sirius explains. Yes, that could definitely cause him and others some problems. Have you spoken to him about it? I think you should set down some limits for him as to casting spells. Although from his comments earlier I can see he doesn't take well to limits. Perhaps other measures are needed. Headmaster, I not only took the broom away but I spanked him also. He hasn't complained about the broom until we came up here. I think he was testing to see if you would overrule my decision. When you didn't, he looked hurt. I have a question for you. What do you plan to do with this dragon? I have a friend in Romania whose son works with dragons. I'll just contact him to send someone to take the dragon there. It can be kept with the other dragons away from most people. We certainly can't have a live dragon here at Hogwarts. Just imagine the mayhem it could cause with the children. Dumbledore replies. With the new students arriving this week to be examined, I'll put in the fire call this afternoon. You just leave the dragon with me. I'll take care of it. When is Harry's exam scheduled? It's tomorrow after lunch in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Remus is supervising the exams. Harry is very excited and has already told me he will be sorted into Junior Gryffindor. Sirius tells him. Just like his 2 dads were. Have you told him you have applied to adopt him? It must feel good to know he's going to carry your name. No, sir. I wanted to wait until it was official and then tell him the news. Adding Black as a last name doesn't mean anything. Harry's been my child since he came to live with me. It makes no difference to me what his surname is. Sirius replies, sounding determined. Grandpa. Both men look over to the child standing beside the bird. Fox doesn't look like he feels well. Maybe he needs a pep-up potion put in his water. Harry exclaims. Smiling, the headmaster explains, it's close to his burning day, Harry. The next time you come you'll see a very young fox. He will be starting his cycle over. These birds burn themselves up but are reborn from the ashes. After lunch the next day, Sirius accompanies Harry to Remus's classroom for his first ever magic exam. Upon entering the corridor, they see several sets of young children with their parents. Many of the parents are busy giving last-minute instructions to their children. Harry is drawn to a young boy wearing faded jeans and a t-shirt that is a size too big. He's standing beside a rather plump red-haired woman wearing a purple cape and hat. Now, Ronnie, there's no need to be nervous, just go in there and do whatever they tell you. Yes, Mum, but I'm not nervous. That's as far as he gets before the woman starts scolding. Not nervous. You should be. You're taking a wizarding exam for you to qualify for Hogwarts' new junior level classes. You go in there and show them what a Weasley can do, or you and I will a chat with the spoon at home. You hear me? Yes, Mum, everybody else hears you too. Please, Mum, don't yell. The boy whispers. Don't you tell me. The woman starts just as Harry walks up. Holding out his hand to the red-haired boy, he says, Hi, my name is Harry. What's yours? I'm Ron. Nice to meet you, Harry. Did your mum say your last name is Weasley? Harry asks. At Ron's nod, Harry asks, Do you know twins named Fred and George Weasley? Yeah, they're my older brothers. How did you know them? Ron asks. I met them here at Hogwarts last school term. At Ron's puzzled look, he adds, I live here with Sirius. He teaches astronomy here. You live here? Even during the summers? You must get to do anything you want to with your dad being one of the teachers. Ron says, grinning at him. I don't know about that. I can't do all that much really. Harry says, somewhat subdued. Ron turns to his mother saying, Mum, this is Harry. He's the boy the twins were talking about that lives here in the castle with his dad, and he's only 9. I'm not 9 yet. My birthday is next week. Harry explains. Harry, you say, would your last name be Potter? Mrs. Weasley asks. Before Harry can answer, he hears Sirius calling for him. Sorry, got to go, that's Sirius, and I wasn't supposed to wander off while he was inside the room. Harry, I thought you were going to wait for me right here. Where did you go? Sirius scolds him quietly. I met a new boy, Sirius. He's Fred and George's brother. He's nice. Harry says, looking up at his godfather to see if he was mad at him. When he sees no sign of it, he relaxes. Harry Potter, the name is being called by a young woman dressed in a yellow cape covered with pictures of black cats. Several of the cats are wearing pointed hats. As he watches, 2 of the cats on her cape stand up, stretch and walk over to lie down next to a third cat. Harry! Sirius has to call him to snap him out of his temporary trance. It's time to go in, he says, motioning to the door where the young woman wearing the cat cape is waiting. Entering the room, Harry relaxes when he sees his adopted grandma, Professor McGonagall. Hello, Harry. Come stand here on the round circle. Now just relax and hold your arms out to each side. Professor Julian will be conducting the exam. Harry watches as the young woman retrieves a wand from a desk and waves it over his head. A circle of light appears and winds itself down his body once and then again. On the second pass around his body, the light changes color from a light yellow to a deep green color. Harry hears several gasps around the room. He wonders what's happening. All of a sudden, one of the cats on Professor Julian's cape leaps off the cape, growing normal-sized in midair. Harry calls quietly, "Here, kitty, kitty." As he holds out his arms, the cat lands in Harry's arms and he hugs it close. Harry, did you cast? That is, did you say anything to get the cat off the cape? Professor McGonagall asks, thinking Harry has cast a magic spell. No, I didn't say anything. It just came to me. Harry answers, all smiles and hugging his new friend. Well, I think we can definitely add Harry Potter to the list of students for the new junior level, Professor McGonagall announces. The adults in the room all nod in agreement as they continue to stare at the young boy. Very well. Let's invite your godfather in and tell him the news. Professor Gillian walks back to the door and says, Professor Black, step in a minute please. Sirius comes into the room feeling uneasy seeing so many of the other professors in the room staring at Harry. Is there a problem here? He whispers to Professor McGonagall. Sirius, Harry has been accepted as one of our new junior students for the next term. His level was in the green category. Sirius is very surprised to hear his child's magic level is so high. He knows the darker levels show strong magic. The levels begin at deep yellow, orange, green, blue, and at extreme wizard level purple. Only a few wizards or witches ever reach the purple level. Sirius knows only one, Headmaster Dumbledore. The legendary wizard Merlin was also a purple level wizard. Harry, please leave the cat here and take a seat outside with the other children. Sirius will be out in just a few minutes. Professor Julian says. Please may I take the cat too? It likes me and I need to keep hold of it so it won't run off. Harry says with just a little stubbornness in his voice. Sirius recognizes that sound in his young charge's voice. He stoops down eye level with the boy. Harry, you were given instructions to do something. I want you to do as Professor Julian told you. When Harry opens his mouth to protest, Sirius says sternly, no. No argument. Go wait out in the hall. Sirius is very tempted to add a smack to the boy's backside, but refrains since the room is filled with other adults. Sighing, Harry places the cat on the floor and turns to walk out. The cat suddenly flies through the air to land on Harry's shoulder just before he opens the door. Smiling brightly, Harry turns around to look at his godfather. See Sirius, she likes me. I'm calling her Inky, Harry says. Take the cat and wait outside, Harry, Professor McGonagall tells him firmly. After the door closes behind Harry, she turns to Sirius. The cat you just saw was once on Professor Julian's cape. Harry did something, I'm not sure what, and the cat came to life. That little incident just now with him at the door was similar to what happened earlier. It's as if he summoned the cat. Motioning for Sirius to follow her to a small room off the side of the classroom, she says, Sirius, you know I love Harry like a grandson, but this needs to be stopped. He can't keep using magic anytime he wants something. This is almost like defiance. He wants it, so he gets it no matter what anyone says. For his future education's sake, we need to stop this, and also the arguing back needs to stop. When he's in a classroom, he'll have to follow the rules just like anyone else. I'm afraid we've all been pampering him too much. I've been working on the arguing back, but this getting whatever he wants is new. I haven't seen him display this behavior before. Sirius replies quietly. Well, perhaps it's just the stress or excitement that caused him to lose control today. You keep a watch on him and let me know if it happens again. Together we'll figure out how to handle this. Well, I need to see to the rest of the examinations, so I'll let you get back to Harry, she says, walking back to the regular classroom. Sirius walks out to the hall to find Harry surrounded by a group of young children. I'm calling her Inky. She was on a cape and I just wished she could get off, and she did. She jumped in my arms, so now she's mine. Harry is explaining to his listeners. One young boy with light blonde hair says, you can't just wish something alive. You have to conjure it. You must know a spell to do that. His voice scoffing at the idea of what Harry's telling him. Now Draco, you mustn't be rude to the poor confused child. Not everyone has the same magical ability you do. The woman standing beside him says. As Sirius walks up, he says, Hello Narcissa. How are you today? Would this be your child? Sirius, I'm surprised to see you here. The woman says scathingly. Draco, I want you to meet a cousin of mine. This is Sirius Black. Sirius, this is my son Draconis Lucius Malfoy. We are here for the junior examinations today. Lucius couldn't get away from his work at the Ministry of Magic, so I brought Draco. He's going to be in the junior level this term. Hello Draco, I'm Professor Black. I teach astronomy, so you may have a class with me. This is my godson, Harry, he says, motioning to Harry sitting on the chair, still talking to his admirers. Before he can call Harry to him, the door opens and they hear Draco Malfoy. Draco enters the room for his examination. There are two other children being examined at the same time. He sees a young girl with brown hair and a red-headed boy. The magic circle around the girl has just turned from light yellow to a dark orange, indicating strong levels of magic. Excellent, Professor Julian says as she announces, Hermione Granger will be in our junior level. Beaming, the girl leaves the room. Looking across at the young redhead, Professor Julian sees the magic circle go from light yellow to a dark yellow, then back to light yellow before finally settling on a very light orange color. Well then, let's add Ronald Weasley to the list also, she says. Draco stands ready for his examination to begin. He sees the circle of light spin around his body several times before it turns orange. Very well, add Draco Malfoy also, Professor Julian announces. Just before Draco leaves the room, he sees another child's ring of light circle 3 times and fade out. I'm sorry, dear, but you're not ready for junior level yet. Please take this paper to your parents, Professor McGonagall says to the young boy. Seeing the child's tears start, Draco sneers at him as he walks past. Draco Malfoy! He jumps at the sound of his name. You were dismissed several minutes ago. I suggest you return to the corridor immediately, Professor McGonagall says sternly. Opening the door a few minutes later, Professor Julian announces, all students who have been accepted to junior level today, please bring your parents and enter the classroom. 10 children eagerly walk into the room, followed by their parents. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Wizardry and Witchcraft. I am the headmaster, Professor Dumbledore. This is Deputy Headmistress, Professor McGonagall. She will be providing you with a list of necessary items for your child to have as they enter Hogwarts. She will also be showing you the dorms and discussing the school policies. Please feel free to ask any questions you may have at that time. We all wish your child much success as they begin their magical training and education. Beside Harry, a young bushy-haired girl breathes. That's Extreme High Wizard Albus Dumbledore. I've read all about him in Hogwarts, A History of Magic. Harry whispers to her. He's very nice and likes children. Don't be afraid of him. At the startled look on the girl's face, he says, I'm Harry. I live here with my godfather, so I know the professors.
Y Harry.
I'm Hermione Granger. It's a pleasure to meet you. Is this your godfather? She asks as Sirius walks up. Yes, Sirius, this is my new friend Hermione. Hello, Hermione. Welcome to Hogwarts School. I'm Professor Black. If you have astronomy, you will be one of my students, Sirius says, smiling at the cute young girl. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor Black, sir. I love studying the stars, so I hope I'll have astronomy this term. Hermione answers, politely sounding much older than 9. Taken aback by the maturity in the child, Sirius just stands there looking at her for a second, then he says, Harry, it's time to go. We'll be seeing you later, Hermione. Bye, Hermione. I can't wait for school to start, Harry says, walking away with Sirius. Hermione returns to stand beside her parents. Mom, she whispers, I've just met Harry Potter. You know, the boy who fought the Dark One and lived? He's going to go to school here. Yes, dear. Her mother answers, having no idea who the child is talking about, as is often the case with her magical daughter. Not being magically inclined, her parents have difficulty understanding this new world their daughter is in. Back in their living quarters, Sirius congratulates Harry on his acceptance to Hogwarts. I'm proud of you, Harry. I always knew you would be a student here just like your father, mother, and I were. I just never knew you would be one quite so early. We'll have to take a trip to Diagon Alley to get you set up for school. Would you like to go for your birthday dinner at the same time, or would you like to have a quiet birthday dinner here? I want to go out somewhere. We eat here all the time. Let's go someplace special, Harry says, holding Inky. That's what we'll do then. Day after tomorrow is a good day to go. We'll plan on that, Sirius tells him. I can't wait to go to Splurge Ice Cream Parlor. I want to get a 5-scoop sundae with cherries and whipped cream, Harry says. Before Sirius can answer him, there's a popping sound and a 5-scoop sundae appears on the table beside Harry. It is loaded with whipped cream and cherries. Wow, look at that. It's just what I wanted, Harry says, reaching for the spoon sticking out of the ice cream.
Harry, no.
You can't eat that at this time. You haven't eaten supper yet, and besides that you don't need that much ice cream right now. Sirius says, taking out his wand. He waves his wand over the ice cream and it vanishes just as easily as it appeared. But Sirius, I wanted that. You're not being fair. Came to me. It was mine, Harry says, growing angry. Harry, you can't have things every time you want them. You are to stop using your magic to get things you want, especially when you know you are not to have them at that time. Sirius says sternly. If you want something, you will ask permission first, and then when I give my permission, you may get what you want. You will not conjure any more things just because you want them. That's my final word, Harry, he says when he sees the boy about to argue. Harry knows that to argue after his godfather says it's his final word would be asking for trouble, but he can't seem to stop himself. You are not being fair. I didn't cast any spells because I don't know any. When it comes to me, then it belongs to me, and you can't take it away from me, Harry says rebelliously as the ice cream sundae pops back up on the table. Harry quickly grabs the spoon and digs into the ice cream. He gets 2 mouthfuls of ice cream before he feels himself lifted off the floor. Sirius has picked him up and is taking him into the living room area. Sitting down on the couch, Sirius stands the boy in front of him and asks sternly, "What did I just say about using magic to get what you want, Harry James?" "Not to." At Sirius' prompting look, he says, "To ask you for permission first. I just told you that you could not have that ice cream. You went right ahead and used your magic to get it anyway. You did the same thing in the exam room. You were told to leave the cat, but you conjured it to come to your shoulder. That is deliberately disobeying, Harry James. You are not to disobey what adults tell you to do. If you will remember that you will not be in the trouble you find yourself right now," Sirius says as he picks the child up and carries him to his room. "Harry, from now on, when you use your magic to get something you are not allowed to have or have not received permission for, you will be punished. What you just did was not accidental. You are grounded to your room for the rest of tonight and until lunchtime tomorrow. While you are in here, you need to think about why what you did was wrong. I will bring your supper in later." Trying not to soften at the teary-eyed look from Harry, he closes the bedroom door. Later, when Sirius brings in Harry's supper, he says, "Harry, you must learn to control your impulses, to stop doing whatever it is your mind tells you to do. You can control your magic, you just have to tell yourself not to do it." Harry says, "Yes, sir. I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. I didn't mean it." "Thank you, Harry, for apologizing to me. I hope you will try really hard to control your magic. I love you very much and I do not want to punish you. I will, though, if you don't control both your talking back and your use of magic. Understand?" 2 days later, they are shopping in Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley is an area of London which has shops catering to witches and wizards. Sirius is enjoying introducing Harry to the shopkeepers. "Mr. Ollivander?" Sirius says, "I would like to introduce my godson Harry. We're here today to purchase his very first wand. He's been accepted into the junior level at Hogwarts." A tall, thin older man comes around his store's front counter to greet Harry. "Hello, young man. So you are entering Hogwarts. You look very small to be 11 already. My 11-year-olds look younger to me each year." Sirius has to hide his smile before he says, "Mr. Ollivander, Hogwarts is accepting 9 and 10-year-old children beginning next month. This is what we call our junior level. Harry is just turning 9 this week." "I see. Well, let's just take a look at my wand collection. I'm sure we can find a perfect match," the older man says, shuffling behind the front counter. After peering at his odd assortment of rectangular boxes, he pulls out 3 boxes. "Here you are, young man. Let's try this one," he says, holding the box out for Harry to take the wand. Looking over at Sirius for permission to touch it, Harry sees him nod. "Go ahead and try it, Harry. That's what we're here for, to select a wand," Sirius reassures the boy. Harry lifts the wand out of the box and looks at Sirius. "Wave the wand, Harry. Let's see what happens." Harry waves the wand enthusiastically and 16 boxes of wands fly off the shelves to zoom around the shop. Having to duck out of the way, Sirius takes the wand from Harry. "I think we'll try another kind, Mr. Ollivander," he says, handing the wand back to the shopkeeper. After several more attempts to find a wand and several more near catastrophes, Mr. Ollivander says, "Yes, well, let's see now. I think I know just the one. It's way up in the top. I'll just get it." He climbs the rolling ladder to a high shelf. Reaching out, he plucks a long silver case off the shelf. Carefully climbing down, he opens the case and presents the wand to Harry. Hesitant to touch it after so many failed attempts at finding a wand, Harry keeps his hands in his pockets. "Go ahead, pup. It's all right. None of this is your fault. This happens when wizards select a new wand. Just try this one. It's very handsome." Sirius coaxes him into touching the wand. Harry reaches out and carefully picks up the lightweight wand that is a white sand color with brown rings at the top. Holding the wand, he feels a tingling sensation work its way up the wand and down his arm to his feet. He doesn't realize it, but his hair is standing straight up. Looking up at his godfather, he says, "I feel different when I hold this one." "That's good, young man. We all should feel different when we find our wand." "Do you feel the magic in this wand?" Mr. Ollivander asks. "I don't know, sir. I tingle all over and I feel kind of funny." "Would that be the magic?" Harry asks. "That's it exactly, young man. Congratulations. You have found your first wand. This wand is very special as it has a phoenix feather in its core. There has only been one other wand ever made with the feather of a phoenix. This wand has now accepted you as its owner. No one but you will be able to use it without your permission," Mr. Ollivander says happily. Leaving the store, they head over towards the bookstore to purchase the textbooks Harry will be needing. After walking for several minutes, Harry suddenly stops, looking worried. Sirius, having walked on without realizing the boy wasn't with him, turns and walks back to Harry when he notices he's walking alone. "What's wrong, pup? Are your feet giving out on us already?" he teases. Motioning for his godfather to lean down so he can hear, Harry whispers in his ear, "Right now? Can't you wait until we get to the bookstore? It's just 2 blocks from here." At Harry's frantic shake of his head, he says, "Come on. There's one right in this store." Pushing open the door of what seems to be a shop that sells charms and necklaces, he says to Harry, "Go on, it's right through that door. I'll wait here." Not wanting to wait any longer, Harry rushes into the small loo and closes the door. Through the door, he can hear Sirius laughing at his mad dash to the loo. "Well, that tingling feeling I had in the wand shop was not just magic," Harry thinks as he washes his hands. Later that evening, after finishing all of the school shopping, Sirius takes Harry to a special restaurant. "Go ahead, pup. Order anything you think you'd like to try. We're celebrating 3 things tonight. We're celebrating your birthday, being accepted to junior level at Hogwarts, and then one more that's a surprise." After having eaten all he can hold of the many dishes he and Sirius ordered, Harry asks, "Sirius, can you tell me about the surprise now?" "Well, don't you want dessert first?" "I'm full right now. Can we please wait until later for dessert?" Harry asks. "I'd really like to know what the other thing is that we are celebrating." "All right then, I have something to show you. This paper arrived by owl from the Ministry of Magic just this morning," Sirius says, passing the paper across the table to Harry. Harry takes them and begins to read aloud. "This is to certify," he says, sounding out the word, "that Sirius Orion Black is hereby granted the adoption of Harry James Potter on this date, July 20th, 1990. From this date forward, the above-named individuals are recognized as being father and son forevermore." Sirius waits to see what Harry's reaction will be. The child seems lost in thought. Worried he's done the wrong thing, Sirius says, "Harry, is there something wrong?" "No. I was just wondering what I should call you now. I mean, I can't call you Sirius anymore because that's not respectful to call your parent by their name. What should I call you?" Harry asks, biting his lip. "Well, pup, whatever you want to call me is fine. You can still call me Sirius if you like." Shaking his head, Harry says, "I called my first dad Daddy, but that's a baby name. I'm 9. I can't go around saying Daddy now. Would it be okay to call you Dad? Do you think my first dad would mind if I did?" Harry asks, still biting his lip. Holding out his arms, Sirius says, "Come around here to me." When Harry is snuggled into his arms, he says, "I know your first dad would be happy for us. He is the one who named me your godfather. He wanted me to raise you as my own if something ever happened to him and your mum. I truly think he would understand and like it if you call me Dad. He will always be your daddy and I'm not taking his place. I'm just picking up where he left off. Does this make sense to you? Yes, sir, I understand. I think they both would be happy for us. Harry says, turning to give his new dad a hug. Sirius hugs him back tightly. Harry pulls out of his arms and says, "Hey Dad, what do you say about going over to the Splurge ice cream parlor and sharing a sundae?" Harry grins up at Sirius's face when he uses the word dad. "Sounds like a fine plan to me, son. Let's pay and get out of here," Sirius says, grinning back at the boy. Harry Potter ch3. August. Finally, the day 9-year-old Harry Potter had been waiting for arrived. The first day of school at Hogwarts for the junior-level students. Today was the day his new friends Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger would be arriving. They would all be sorted into their houses. Grandpa Dumbledore even said they would have a special dinner just for the junior-level students. The faculty had decided to open the school for the 9- and 10-year-old students a month ahead of the rest of the student body. It was decided the younger students needed an early start to get them acquainted with the rules, daily routines, and living in dormitories. The original plan for junior-level students was to accept 90 students. The turnout for the examinations was so large the headmaster added 10 more to the acceptance list. Anyone with a magical level of yellow or higher was admitted. After the 100 students were found, anyone else was placed on the list for future admittance. There were already 30 names on the waiting list. The junior-level students were brought to the school by their parents. After the beginning of the term, they would be taken to and from school on the magical train, the Hogwarts Express. "Dad, what time did Mrs. Weasley say Ron would be here?" Ever since meeting each other in the July magical examinations, Harry and Ron often played at each other's houses or in Harry's case castle. Harry and his dad, Sirius Black, lived at Hogwarts during the summer this year. "Pup, I've answered that question 6 times since breakfast. Just relax a little. You're going to be too tired to enjoy tonight if you don't," Sirius tells him. "But Dad, it's a special day. I'm too excited to try to relax," Harry says, scooping his cat Inky off the floor and sending her flying around the living room. "Harry, let the cat down," Sirius says sternly as he frowns at the boy. "You know you're not to use your magic like this. Inky isn't made to fly. She's a cat, not an owl." "But Dad, she likes it," Harry protests, whining, as he watches his pet sail around the room. "Harry James, 1, 2, 3. Sirius begins to count, holding up his fingers as he does so. Harry quickly uses his magic to set the cat on the carpet. Looking at his cat, he thinks, "Inky, land on the floor." He knows if his dad has to count and ever gets to 5, he's in trouble. His dad doesn't approve of Harry's use of magic to get or do things without permission. In Harry's opinion, it's a totally unfair rule. After all, what's the point of having magical ability if you can't use it to get and do things when you want to? Harry pouts to himself. Sometimes he feels his dad is too strict when it comes to using magic. That evening, the children accepted to the new junior level of Hogwarts are lined up by twos in the Great Hall dining room. The faculty are seated at the head table to watch the sorting process. Professor McGonagall, deputy headmistress, gives the students their instructions. "In a few minutes, we will begin the sorting into your houses. Your houses will become like your family while you are in school. Your head of house will act as your advisor and parent, including discipline if needed. Your fellow housemates will be your brothers and sisters. It is advisable to try your best to get along with each other as you will be living and attending classes together. Your head of house will discuss rules and consequences later. Now, when I call your name, I want you to sit here on this stool. Our school sorting hat will announce which house you will be placed in." She turns to the hat resting on the stool. "Sir Sorting Hat, it is with great honor that I present to you the very first class of junior level. These young witches and wizards have been specially selected to attend 2 years early." With this speech, Ron leans over to Harry and whispers, "Is she mental? She's talking to a hat." Harry has to stifle his giggles at this. "Ron, hush, before you get me in trouble with Dad. He's already giving me the evil eye." He whispers back as Sirius gives him his "behave yourself" look. Having exceptionally good hearing, Professor McGonagall also gives the boys a warning look. Both settle down quickly. After going through several students on the list, she calls Granger Hermione. Hermione sits down on the stool and the hat is placed on her head. Bright future this one. I see much intelligence. Some fear too. Hermione whispers, no fear. Always good to have a little fear, my dear. Brave too, I see. Let's go with Gryffindor. The hat finally shouts out. Beaming, Hermione hops down and goes over to the table with the red and gold banner printed with a letter G and having a picture of a lion. After many more students, Harry hears the name Draco Malfoy. He remembers this boy as the son of his dad's cousin. Having met briefly, Harry wasn't impressed and didn't especially like the bragging or putting on airs of this boy. Malfoy, yes, I remember your father. Like him you are HMM, but I see a bit of your mum there too. Nonetheless, it has to be Slytherin. The hat calls out. Harry is relieved he won't have to share quarters with this boy. In just a little while, Harry hears his own name called. With a glance over at his dad, he walks to the stool and sits down. Potter, Harry. Yes, we have waited a long time to meet you, we have. Knew your dad, James, and mum, Lily too. Both strong they were. I see them in you, I do. A bit on the mischievous/reckless side too, HMM. Not liking rules too much, I see. Brave, strong, bright, lots of possibilities. Really only one choice though, Gryffindor. Before getting off the stool, Harry whispers, thank you, Sir Sorting Hat. I wanted to go to Gryffindor. You are welcome, young Potter. The hat replies. At Weasley, Ron the Hat mutters, another Weasley? Too easy. It's always going to be Gryffindor. After the sorting was finished, each table has between 20 and 30 students. The headmaster stands, claps his hands, and says, another year is here. Welcome to all our newest students. Let the feast begin. Instantly, the 4 tables are loaded with meats, casseroles, vegetables, breads, gravy, and potatoes. Beside each child's plate is a large goblet filled with pumpkin juice. The goblets are magically refilled until the child is finished eating. After the meal, the plates vanish and clean plates appear along with a variety of fruits and desserts. The children are allowed to eat as much as they want on this special night. All other nights, the limit is 1 dessert per child. After 1 dessert, the plate disappears and no other dessert allows itself to be taken from the serving platters. The dessert helpings are large, so the children really don't mind this rule. At the end of the feast, the heads of houses line the children up and walk them to their new dormitories. Sirius, being the head for Gryffindor Juniors, welcomes them to their new home. As Professor McGonagall said earlier, I am Professor Black. I am your head of house. As such, I am like your parent while you are here at school. My job is to listen to you if you need someone to talk to about any problems you may have. I want you to come to me and tell me if you need help. Your professors will also let me know if you are having problems. It is also true that I will hand out punishment when necessary. You may be aware that here at Hogwarts we use a number of different discipline procedures. These include detention, having to meet in someone's classroom for a time period to do tasks assigned by that professor. You may be assigned extra written work such as essays or having to write lines. For any who don't know, lines are what we call writing a sentence many times. Loss of house points. House points can be awarded for good behavior and performance in class or deducted for the opposite. At the end of each term, the house with the most points will receive a trip to Splurge Ice Cream Parlor in Diagon Alley for an all-you-can-eat party. Let's discuss the rules we expect you to follow. All of the rules are posted here on the wall of the common room. You need to read and remember them. To be sure you are aware of the rules, I will go over them now. 1. All students will be in the dorm by 6:30 every evening. If you have a reason to be out of the dorm, you must have a signed pass from a faculty member with you. Anyone out after curfew without the signed pass receives detention. 2. There will be no fighting allowed. This includes using hands, fists, or magic. Casting spells or hexes on other students is forbidden. No dueling with wands unless closely supervised by a professor. 3. Be respectful to your instructors. Be on time with books and any other materials you need for each class. You must take your books with you each day, as you will not have time to return to the dorm to get them. 4. All homework must be completed and turned in to your professors on time. Each professor will discuss this in their class. Missed homework may be made up during detention. 5. Lights out and in bed by 9 o'clock every school night. On Friday and Saturday you may stay up until 10 o'clock. You are here to learn and improve your magical education. Your parents will be kept informed as to your schoolwork and behavior. Here at Hogwarts, all of the heads of houses, with your parents' permission, are allowed to use corporal punishment if they feel it is necessary. As to the punishment I mentioned earlier, if you receive 10 or more detentions in a month, you will report to me for a serious discussion on behavior. Also, anytime a staff member brings you to me for discipline, expect the same. If you have any questions about what I am referring to, ask my son, Harry. He will be glad to enlighten you as to his dad's ability to hand out punishments. As far as Harry is concerned, he will be following all of the same rules and punishments I just listed. As my son, he also has to answer to me for misbehavior as well as to the other professors. You might think about that before you decide he will get special treatment. It is 6:30 now, so everyone is expected to remain here in the dorm until morning. In this cabinet you will find books, drawing supplies, and games you may use. You are expected to be dressed and ready for classes when you arrive at breakfast. I will be here tomorrow morning at 7:30 to escort you to breakfast. Bring all of your school books, quills, wands, parchment, and notebooks in your school bags to breakfast tomorrow. You will be given class schedules then. Does anyone have any questions for me? Sir, how do we call you if we need to talk to you? A girl asks. You can come by my classroom or office, which you will see tomorrow, or send a message by someone else and we'll set up a time to talk. Is there something wrong now? What's your name, sweetheart? Lavender Brown, sir. Hello, Lavender. What a lovely name. Do you have something you'd like to talk to me about now? Sirius asks, smiling. No, sir. I just wondered in case I ever do. All right then. Have a good evening, everyone. I'll be back at 9 to say good night. Harry, I need to speak with you for a minute. Come with me, please, Sirius says. Following his dad out to the corridor, Harry wonders what he might have done wrong. His dad sounds so stern. Harry, I wanted to congratulate you on being selected for Gryffindor. You make me so proud. I just know your mom and daddy are also proud tonight. I really do love you, Harry James Potter, Sirius says, pulling the boy into his arms for a hug. Now continue to make me proud and behave your awful self unless you want a serious discussion yourself. Now scoot, he says, sending the grinning boy back inside with a very light smack to his bottom. Back inside, Ron whispers to him, Are you in trouble, mate? No. He just was telling me congratulations for me being sorted into Gryffindor, Harry whispers back. Hey, Harry, a boy asks. Yes. What did Professor Black mean by a serious discussion? It seems like all of his talks are serious so far. That's his way of saying he's going to give you a spanking. His first name is Sirius, like the dog star, so he calls a spanking a serious discussion sometimes. Before you ask me, yes, his spankings do hurt, Harry says. So it is true. He will spank us if we get in trouble? Another boy asks. Yes, that's what he just said. Weren't you listening? Harry answers. But don't worry, we won't get spanked every time we get in trouble. At least you won't, I might be. If you break the detention rule or get taken to him by another professor or staff member is when he said he would be giving out a spanking. He sounds really strict, but he will listen if you need to talk about something. Come on, Ron. Let's go find our room and unpack our things. I'm ready to be out of sight for a while. Harry leans over to whisper to Ron. They both head up the staircase to the boys' side of the dorm. Each side has 4 bedrooms with 4 beds, desks, 2 dressers, 2 wardrobes, and a bathroom in each room. Each room also has a window overlooking the castle grounds below. Looking out the window, Ron sees the forest in the distance. Harry, tomorrow let's go exploring after classes. I want to see what's in that forest over there, or maybe what's in the lake. Ron, you know, from listening to your brothers and from tonight's speech by Professor Dumbledore, he secretly congratulates himself for not saying Grandpa. That's the Forbidden Forest. The key word here is forbidden, as in not allowed. We can use that cape you have and no one will ever know. Come on, be a pal. Let's have some real fun, Ron says. I'll think about it, Ron. That's not a yes, Harry says, seeing Ron's grin. I said I'd think about it. If we got caught, I'd get in a heap of trouble with my dad. You would be in trouble too. I know, but man, it's worth the risk. Why is it a forbidden area unless they're hiding something from us in there? Ron, just hush, will you? Harry says, grinning. I might go with you to the lake, but I just don't know about the forest. Ron picks up his pillow and flings it at Harry. Ah, you missed me, Harry says, flinging his own pillow. The pillow fight is on. 20 minutes later, the boys lay sprawled out on their beds. Hey, Harry, Ron calls. Yeah. Who is that professor with the long, greasy black hair? Do you suppose he ever washes it? That's Professor Snape, Ron. He teaches potions, and let me tell you, he doesn't like kids. He's the one who caught me 2 weeks ago, when I went up to the 3rd floor to look around. You know that we can't go up there, right? Yeah, I know. I wonder why, though. So what did he do to you? Did he wallop you? Ron asks. He grabbed me by my arm and pulled me down the stairs to Dad's classroom. I told the man I could walk and I would do as he said, but he still pulled me down the stairs. He hurt my arm with his iron grip. I had been helping Dad get the room set up but took a break. I decided to go exploring while Dad was busy and I got caught. Professor Snape told Dad he caught his loathsome brat nosing around in the forbidden 3rd floor. What did your dad say to that? He just thanked him for bringing me to his classroom. After Professor Snape left, Dad took me into his office and spanked me. I only got 5 licks with his hand, but they really stung. He had already warned me not to leave the 2nd floor, but I did anyway. He had also told me to stay away from the left side of the 3rd floor as it was a forbidden area. I went anyway and he spanked me for disobeying him. He said all of the 3rd floor was off limits because it was dangerous and I'd better not ever go up there again. I wonder what's up there. I don't know, but I'm not going to go find out. I don't want your dad upset with me this soon. That Professor Snape must be the professor the twins always call the greasy git. I've heard them say he's really mean in the classes. He expects everyone to do things perfectly. I don't think I'll like potions much, Ron says, shaking his head. Well, maybe we won't have to do potions often. Maybe we'll get good classes like astronomy or transfiguration, Harry says, grinning over at Ron. You know the astronomy professor is not a greasy git, Ron. We will have a good time with Dad's class. Maybe I can even get him to only give homework once every 2 weeks. Harry, your dad won't go for that. He's a teacher. Teachers live to give tests and homework and make us kids miserable. That's their job, I guess. The next morning at 7:20, Harry, Ron, and the rest of the junior Gryffindors meet in their common room awaiting Professor Black to lead them to breakfast. Hey Harry, look, our uniforms have the Gryffindor lion patch on them now. When I put mine out last night, it didn't have any patch. How do you suppose the patches got there? Ron asked. Hermione answers before Harry. Really? Just think about it. It is magic, of course. As soon as we are sorted, the patches for your house appear on your uniforms. Now everyone knows what house we're in just by looking. Well, at least the patches give us a little color. I don't like to wear all black. And what's with these shoes? Why couldn't we just wear our trainers instead of these clunky old lace-ups? Harry complained. Sirius, hearing the complaint as he enters the common room, says, the clunky old lace-ups will keep your feet warm in the drafty corridors. I do say you will find them useful in keeping your feet from hurting from all the walking you will be doing going to and from classes and the dormitory, Harry. Now if you all are ready, follow me and I'll show you the way to the Great Hall for breakfast, Sirius says with a smile. After breakfast, the students are given their daily schedules for the term. The students have breakfast from 7:30-8:30 daily. The first class period is from 8:45 to 9:45. Second period class is from 10:20 to 11:45. Lunch is in the Great Hall dining room from 12 to 12:30, and the third period class is 12:45 to 2:45. The students are given free time to visit the library or with friends until 5:30. Dinner is served until 6 o'clock, when all junior-level students are expected to go to their dorms for the evening. What classes did you get, Harry? Ron asks at breakfast. Harry hands over his schedule to his friend. Great, we get the same classes, Ron says excitedly. We have transfiguration, beginner's astronomy, and oh no, beginning potions for the last block. It's the longest too. At least we only have that 3 days this week. The other days are listed as mathematics and language. Harry replies, next week we have herbology, and charms with the mathematics and language classes. We have those together too. Really, boys? We all have the same classes. What did you expect? We'll be split up between the other houses in the classes though. I hear we have potions with Slytherins. Hermione speaks up. The idea is for all of us to get to know people from other houses by having class together. Ron leans over and asks Harry quietly, "Who's the know-it-all?" "Oh, that's right, you haven't met yet. Ron, this is Hermione Granger, and Hermione, this is my friend Ron Weasley." Hermione holds out her hand. "Pleasure to meet you, Ron. Aren't you excited to come and learn so many fascinating new things? I just can't wait until we get to classes today. I've already read the first chapters in all of my textbooks, and this year is going to be so fabulous." Ron, not being the studious type, just gapes at her. When he looks over at Harry, he sees Harry just shrug at him. After their first day of classes, Ron collapses on his bed. "Man, Harry, these teachers are tough. First day and they've already assigned homework. I guess we can't go exploring today." "You're right, we can't. We have to get this homework finished." "I know." Ron says, "Let's get Hermione know-it-all and split it up. If each of us does one assignment, then the rest of us can rewrite it for our own homework. That way we won't have to do so much." "Ron, that's cheating. You can go ahead if you want to do that, but I'm not. My dad would go bonkers if he found out I copied someone else's work. Let me warn you, if you do decide to go ahead with this plan, be prepared to receive one of his serious discussions. You are in his house and he will treat you just the same as he would me, especially when he has permission from your own parents." "I think I'll get busy on homework, Harry. I have many assignments, you know," Ron answers. "I thought that might change your mind." Harry snickers quietly. For weeks later, during their potions class, Professor Snape is monitoring his students as they go about preparing the potion listed on the chalkboards. Walking among the students, he stops at Harry and Ron's table. "Potter, Weasley, this potion should be on step 5 by now. I can see you're still cutting. When do you expect to be ready to join the class? You've been in my classroom for 3 whole weeks and I have yet to see a suitable potion. Potter, you still should know how to follow directions even with your hero status and all. I expect better. You both just received a score of dreadful for the potion." With those words, the professor waves his wand and the boy's potion vanishes. Harry, having heard himself put down by the man once too often, mutters, "Greasy-haired, hateful old bat." Unfortunately for Harry, the bat has excellent hearing. 20 points from Gryffindor for disrespect and 10 for not following directions. "You will remain behind after class, Mr. Potter." After the end of the period and everyone has left, Harry says, "Professor Snape, I'm truly sorry for what I said earlier. Mr. Potter, you need to be taught a lesson in respect and obedience. I thought I would have problems with you and I was right. I'm not putting up with a spoiled, pampered little boy. Let's go," Snape says, pointing to the door. "Are you escorting me to the dorm, sir?" Harry asks hopefully. "No, Mr. Potter. Keep quiet and come with me." When they reach Professor Black's office, Harry steps behind the long-robed professor. When his dad opens the office door, Snape says, "I have one of your precious Gryffindors here who needs a lesson in respect and obedience. I will not tolerate this behavior." As he says this, he reaches behind him, grabs Harry by the robes and hauls him out in front of him. "Harry," Sirius says, sounding surprised. "Then just what is it that he has done, Professor? Please come in and let's talk." "You too, Harry. This child of yours does not pay attention during class, fails to follow the written or oral directions, and now has the gall to be disrespectful to my face. Go ahead, ask him what he called me today in class." Sirius looks at his son. "Well, Harry?" "Greasy-haired, hatful old bat," Harry whispers all in one breath. "Harry, you are going to speak out where I can hear you, and do it now," Sirius tells him firmly. "I called him a greasy-haired, hateful old bat. I'm sorry, Professor Snape. I didn't mean it, sir," Harry says, biting his lip to keep from crying in front of Snape. As his professor, what punishment do you plan to give Harry, Professor Snape? Sirius asks, ignoring the shocked look on Harry's face. "I think 1 detention with me plus the 30 points I already took from your house will be sufficient on my part. He can begin detention tonight after dinner." "That will be fine. I will make sure he attends. Thank you for bringing him to me, Sirius replies. As the door closes behind Professor Snape, Sirius turns to Harry. We will talk about this at home. Get your school bag and let's go. Dad? Can't I explain? Harry begs. I just said we will talk about this at home. Now let's go. Harry follows him down the stairs to their first-floor living quarters. Upon entering, Sirius says, "Go sit on the couch. We have some talking to do." Harry obeys without saying a word. Just by looking at his dad's face, he knows he is in big trouble. Coming over and sitting beside the boy, Sirius says, "Explain to me, Harry, why you would behave in such a disrespectful way. We have been over the school and home rules many times, so you know that this behavior will not be tolerated. You know how to be respectful. Now what do you have to say?" Sniffling, Harry says, "He's been picking on me and Ron ever since we started classes. He is forever telling us we didn't do this or that or put in too much or not enough. Nothing we ever do is right. Today we were a little behind in the potion because Malfoy stole our worms and then our roots after we cut them up. We had to get more and start over. Professor Snape got mad and banished our potion, saying we had a dreadful. If it weren't for that Malfoy, we could have done it." Harry, I know Professor Snape is very demanding and strict. He has to be strict because of the fact that potion making can be dangerous if students don't follow the directions exactly. He doesn't want to have students or himself injured by toxic fumes or exploding cauldrons. I believe he has explained this to his classes. Am I right? Yes, sir, he did. But it's that Malfoy's fault. If he hadn't stolen from us, we wouldn't have been in trouble. Harry replies loudly and angrily. The glass doors of the kitchen cabinets start vibrating. Two of the glasses sitting on a table in the kitchen suddenly explode. Harry, get control. Deep breaths. Count out loud. Pull it back. Don't lose control of your magic. Calm yourself down, you know how to do that. After a few minutes pass without further vibrations or explosions, Sirius says, "Good job. I knew you could get control of it. You did well this time, Harry." Sirius praises, recalling a time in the past when Harry's emotions caused him to lose control. That time, every glass object in the house was obliterated in seconds. Now about what happened in the classroom, you were saying this is all Malfoy's fault. You and Draco Malfoy have already had some run-ins with each other, if I remember correctly. But Harry, did Malfoy make you call Professor Snape a greasy-haired, hateful old bat? Sirius asks, leaning down to look Harry in the eyes. No, sir. Harry whispers into his shirt front. Look at me, Harry, Sirius commands, waiting for Harry to look at him. When you call someone names, it is disrespectful. Isn't that true? Yes, sir. I already apologized to him. You heard me. He's also punished me by giving detention and taking points. I shouldn't be punished more, Harry says hopefully, knowing where his dad's questions are leading. I'm aware that Professor Snape has assigned punishments. Those are school punishments for breaking the school rules. However, we also have the rule here at home of respect and obedience. I also told you if you were brought to me for misbehavior, you would be punished. I am not going to spank you this time, but if you are ever disrespectful to an adult this way again, I will. You are grounded here to our quarters until the weekend, and your broom is on the ground for a week. A whole week? That's a long time, Dad, Harry says, fighting tears with the stern tone his dad is using. Yes, I'm sure it seems that way. You must curb your tongue, son. I know it's hard at your age. Come sit with me. As Harry cuddles in his arms, Sirius says, You know, pup, you have to ignore people who do things to irritate you the way Draco did. From what you told me, he was trying to start something with you. It worked too, didn't it? He caused you to fall behind and then be scolded by the professor. I know he's been giving you trouble, but it's best if you just ignore him. If Draco is anything like his mom, he'll finally give up if he doesn't get attention for his actions. Yes, sir, I'll try, Harry says, still sniffling a little because his pride is smarting from his dad's scolding. Now, from what I've been hearing, all the rest of your classes are going well. Let's talk about this weekend. I was thinking we could take a trip into Hogsmeade on Saturday. I could use some time away from school for a while. What do you think? I want to go, but could Ron come too? It would be fun for him to get to go too. Yes, I'm sure it would, but I can't take him. Only third-year students are allowed to go off school grounds and then only on certain weekends. I can take you because you are my child. We'll have to look into this to see what we can do. The rules for this need to be adapted now that we have the junior level students as well. After all, it's a long time until you reach third year level. I'll talk to the headmaster and see if we can't arrange something for you junior levels. Thanks, Dad. I know the other kids want to get to go out sometimes too. It's going to be hard to have to stay here all the time. Harry says, giving Sirius a hug. You're welcome, pup. Right now it's time for dinner, so I'll walk you there. Then after dinner, I'll walk you down to your detention. Dad, why did you let him give me detention? I don't want to have to go back in that room with him. I imagine not. You broke school rules, so you receive the same punishment as any other student, Harry. You will do whatever he tells you to do and do it respectfully. If you don't, you'll find yourself in more trouble. Understand? Yes, sir. I understand, but I still don't like it. At dinner that night, Ron asks, "What did old Bat do to you, mate? You never did come back to the common room, so I wondered if he cut you up for his potions. I have detention with him starting right after dinner tonight. He also took me to my dad again." What a greasy old git to tattle like that. Was your dad real sore at you? Ron, let me put it like this. You will be sleeping without me until Monday. Dad confined me to quarters. I'm grounded from flying for a week too, Harry says with a rueful look at his friend. Remind me from now on when I start to lose it that some people have the hearing of bats. Sirius looks down at Harry as they walk to the dungeon for Harry's detention with Snape. Upon seeing the boy's downcast and almost fearful look, he says, "Son, you need to cheer up. This isn't going to last that long. Just an hour and it'll all be over with. All you have to do is be polite and listen to whatever Professor Snape asks you to do. You can do that, can't you?" "Yes, sir, it's just that he's scary. He's always mean and hateful in class. I don't like him at all. I don't want to be alone with him. Can you stay with me?" the 9-year-old asks, sending a pleading look up at his dad as they neared the corridor leading to the dungeon. "No, Harry. This is your punishment for being disrespectful, and you have to serve it alone. Professor Snape won't do anything to hurt you. He'll only have you do some kind of dirty work or maybe copy down some sentences. As I said, it will all be over in an hour. Now go on to his classroom and I'll see you back at home later." Oh, and Harry. Already walking down the corridor, Harry stops and turns back to look at his father. "Sir, be sure you are respectful tonight. I don't want any reports of you causing trouble of any kind. Understand me?" Sirius asks, his voice having a sternness to it that wasn't there before. "Yes, sir, I understand," he says, turning to continue his path to the potions professor's classroom. Trembling slightly, he reaches out and timidly knocks on the door. Not hearing anything, he pushes the door open. The classroom is dark and empty. Harry is just about to turn around and go home when he hears someone come up behind him. Turning his head, he sees the long black robes he knows so well from his classes. Looking up, he sees the stern face of Professor Snape. "Planning to run out on your detention, were we? You are way too much like your imbecile of a father. No sense whatsoever, or courage either for that matter. Go on. Inside with you. Unlike you, I have things to do besides supervise a spoiled child during detention." Once inside the classroom, Harry waits nervously for his punishment. "All right, Mr. Potter, you will be cutting up these toads tonight. I want the eyes, the legs, and the body in separate buckets. There are 50 toads here. When you have completed your assignment to my satisfaction, you may leave. The tongs, knife, and gloves are there on the counter. You may begin." Leaning over to look at the bucket full of preserved toads, Harry sighs softly. "Why did it have to be toads? I can't cut up toads. Toads are supposed to be free and happy in a pond, not stuck here in a dark, gloomy classroom waiting for someone to cut them in pieces," he thinks. Looking around for Professor Snape, he sees the professor has left the room. Hearing noises coming from the storeroom, Harry decides the professor is busy for a few moments. With a quick glance at the storeroom door, Harry grabs the bucket of toads and dumps it out on the floor. Then, closing his eyes and picturing live toads in his mind, he whispers, "Virus." Opening his eyes, he sees toads slowly coming to life. Within minutes, the entire bucket of 50 toads is alive and busily hopping around the classroom. When two hop into the storeroom, Harry begins to feel a bit nervous again. Maybe he won't notice them at all. he thinks, closing his eyes. What is the meaning of this? Why are there toads all over my classroom? What did you do? Harry hears his professor's angry voice right behind him. Opening his eyes and turning on the stool, he sees the furious look on Snape's face. Answer me. What did you do? I brought them back to life, sir. They want to be free in a pond not cut up for potion making. Harry whispers as his legs start to shake. Potter, you cost me money. These aren't just ordinary pond toads. These are toads from the rainforests. They have special uses in certain potions. I was right. You are an imbecile just as your annoying father was. Leave. I will be by later tonight to speak to your godfather about this. He ought to blister you. If you were my charge, I wouldn't hesitate to give you the paddling you deserve. Go on. Get out. Quickly, Harry pulls the classroom door open and runs out. Not wanting to go face his dad at this time, he heads up to the Ollery. The Ollery is one of his favorite quiet thinking spots in the castle. Somehow he finds it comforting to be around all the birds as they rest on the perches around the room or on the beams in the ceiling. The circular stone room with a straw-covered floor is a perfect place to come to be alone. No one much likes to be in the room for long because of the draftiness of the West Tower. Having dressed warmly for a detention in the dungeon, Harry doesn't mind the cold. Sitting beside his favorite owl, a great horned owl, he begins to tell her about his latest problem. You see, girl, I couldn't just let those toads suffer. I had to do something to help them out. That old Snape doesn't understand anything. Toads are supposed to be free, and so I set them free. You understand that, don't you, girl? He smiles as she nips his finger. I knew you'd understand. Now what do I do about Dad? He's not going to be happy with me at all. I just hope he'll not be too mad about this. I tried to be respectful, but old Snape is so mean. I couldn't help what I did. I love toads, you see? He better not ask me to cut up any more toads, or I might find how to make him a toad. Harry giggles to himself at his last statement. Ch6. Relaxing in his favorite overstuffed lounger, Sirius has just taken a sip of the tea he brewed when there's a loud knocking at the door. With much regret, Sirius answers the door. Snape? What are you doing here? Is Harry with you? I thought you were overseeing his detention tonight. I walked him there, so where is he? I was. Your young troublemaker has been at it again. He deliberately ruined a whole bucketful of toads. I bought these toads directly from the rainforests. I assigned him to separate the parts into buckets, but instead he performs a spell to reinstate them to life. I've just spent an hour chasing down 50 toads. That child must be taken in hand. Black. He can't be allowed to do magic just when he feels the need. It caused me to lose money and very much needed potions ingredients. Where is Harry? I left him with you. Where is my child Snape? If you've hurt him, you will deal with me. Sirius informs him with a deadly tone to his voice. The child ran out on me. I have no idea where he went if he didn't come here. I expected he would run to you for comfort and coddling. You need to step up and discipline that child before he becomes even more of a menace than he already is. My child is not a menace. He's a 9-year-old little boy who lost his parents and has been struggling to adapt to a whole new lifestyle. You need to remember that when you are with him. He's been having trouble with control of his magic, but he is learning. Think back to when you were 9. Could you honestly control everything at that age? I know I couldn't. Thinking Harry might have gone to his dorm, Sirius checks there first. He finds Ron Weasley playing wizard's chess in the common room. Ron, have you seen Harry? He hasn't come back from detention and Professor Snape says he left some time ago. Has he been in here at all? No, sir. I haven't seen him since supper tonight. He said he had to go do a detention with SNAR Professor Snape and then he was going to stay with you tonight. Do you want me to help look for him? No, thank you, son. I think you should stay here and work on your homework so the hateful astronomy professor will not be angry at you tomorrow. Sirius says, grinning at the redness showing up on the boy's face. Sirius decided to check the Ollery next, knowing it is one of Harry's favorite getaway spots. Reaching the Ollery, Sirius pushes open the double doors and walks quietly into the circular room. The room is darker than usual because the moon is not shining through the windows. These windows are spelled to open when an owl taps on them. This allows the owls to come and go with their messages at all times of the day or night. Casting a Lumos spell to help him see, Sirius walks over to where his son's favorite owl, a big great horned owl, roosts. Sure enough, there's Harry curled up next to her post sound asleep. Bending down, Sirius can see the traces of tears on the boy's face. Gently, he shakes the child's shoulder. Harry? Come on, pup, wake up for me. We need to get you home in bed. Come on now, wake up. Waking up slowly, Harry sees his dad stoop down next to him. The memory of the night's events comes back quickly. Oh, Dad, Snape was so horrible to me. I couldn't help what I did. I couldn't. Please don't be mad at me. Lifting the boy into his arms, Sirius gives him a gentle pat on the back. It's okay, son. We'll talk about it later. Right now, let's just go home and warm up. You need a warm bath and maybe some tea, and then if you feel like talking, I'll listen. Ok. Harry snuggles into the comfort of his new father's arms and drops his head on his dad's shoulder, fighting the sleep threatening to come back. He feels so safe when he's being held like this. It wouldn't do to let his friends see him being carried like a baby, but for now Harry decides to risk it just this one time. After a warm bath and having put on his favorite pajamas, Harry joins Sirius in the kitchen for some warm tea and biscuits. Would you like to tell me what went on tonight, Harry? Sirius asks softly after a few moments. Sipping his tea, Harry looks up to study his dad's expression. He doesn't sense any sternness in the man sitting across the table from him. Sighing softly at having to even talk about the mean thing Snape said, he begins to tell his dad. Professor Snape started calling me names right away. He was talking about my other daddy really meanly, calling him an imbecile and saying I was just like him. I'm not sure what that word means, but it must not be nice because of the way he said it. Then he wanted me to cut up toads for him. You know how much I like toads. Mommy always used to take me to the pond and I'd play with the toads in the water. They would hop on my head and shoulders. I used to sit in the water in the summer and let them hop on my legs and even my head. Mummy would laugh and call me Harry Toady. Toads are not supposed to be cut up for potions, so I made them free. I know I wasn't supposed to do magic, but I couldn't let them suffer like they were. Harry stops and looks up at his dad's face to see how he might react to this tale. He sees a hint of anger this time when he looks carefully. Dad, are you mad at me? Are you going to punish me for messing up the potion's ingredients? I did magic without permission too, but I couldn't help it really. I was mad and it just happened kind of by accident. No, Boop. I'm not angry with you and I'm not going to punish you for this. I know this was what we call accidental magic. Your emotions caused your magic to work without you trying. I'm angry with Professor Snape though. I plan to have a talk with him about his treatment of you. However, that doesn't mean you are off the hook, Harry. You destroyed valuable ingredients needed for potions. You will have to apologize to Professor Snape and accept whatever punishment he decides to assign. This time I will see to it he doesn't cause you to become angry. He said if I was his charge he would paddle me. He can't do that, can he? Harry asks fearfully. No, he cannot. He's not your parent or your head of house, so he has no authority to spank you unless I give permission. He does not have my permission, Harry. You don't need to worry about that. I'm going to have a talk with him and see if he will be more understanding of your emotions. Son, you still have to obey what he tells you, however. He's an adult and your professor. Sirius assures him quickly. Yes, sir. I try to obey him, but he makes me really upset sometimes when he's being mean to me or other kids. He's so mean to Neville sometimes. He makes him cry. Ok, Peupe. It's late and it's time for you to head on up to bed. I'll come up and check on you in a few minutes. I have one thing I need to do first. You get all those beautiful teeth clean and that face I love so much too, and then you may read for a while before lights out. Off with you now, young scamp, Sirius says, shooing the protesting boy out of the kitchen. As Harry climbs the stairs to his room, he hears Sirius throw flue powder into the fireplace and say, Snape's quarters, seconds before the green flames appeared. I hope he's gone to whip Professor Snape. He's way too mean to be a teacher. He doesn't even like kids. Harry thinks while he brushes his teeth. Black, what do I owe the pleasure of seeing you this time of night? I know I didn't invite you for tea. Look, Severus, we need to talk about Harry. I know you despise me and Harry's real father. I'm sorry for what we did to you as kids. Those pranks and the other things we did to you were wrong. I apologize and would take them back if I could. Severus, we're not kids anymore. You and I are now colleagues as we work together. Sirius states, waiting for a response. Not getting one, he continues. I would like you to know that I'm now Harry's legal father. The adoption is now final. Whether or not you want to accept that is your business. However, as Harry's father, I'm going to make sure he is treated fairly. It's time to put away the grudge you have against James. I'm concerned about your treatment of Harry. I'm here to ask you to cut him some slack. He's terrified to be in the same room as you. He's just a child and he's not James. I know you see James when you look at Harry, but take time to get to know LLC. He's more like his mom in a lot of ways. For example, he has a tenderness for all creatures. He has fond memories of his mom taking him to a pond to play and playing with the toads while there. That memory is what sparked tonight's unfortunate event. I'll pay you for the cost of the loss of ingredients. I've also told Harry that you would be assigning a different punishment for him. He said you threatened to whip him. If you ever lay a hand on my son, without my permission, you will regret it. I apologize for that threat. My temper got away from me. I won't be using physical punishment on the boy unless you give permission. He's my student, not my charge, as he's a Gryffindor, not Slytherin. Thank you for the apology. If you will treat Harry as you do your own godson, Draco Malfoy, you would see a different side of Harry. He doesn't do anything well when he's under pressure or feels tension. As I said, we're working on the use of underage magic. I'll talk to him again and explain why what he did was wrong. He deserves more than a talking to for this. He destroyed someone's property and performed magic illegally. So as his father, you should be teaching him there are consequences for breaking the law. If Draco ever did something like this, I would give him a spanking he would remember. Look, Severus, Harry's not malicious. He didn't do this deliberately. This was a case of a child wishing for something, and being a young wizard, he was able to make his wish come true. Was that wrong? Yes, in the way that it wasn't his property. The wish itself? No, that wasn't wrong. How can I punish him for wanting to save creatures? I just can't do that. If you want to, then go ahead. Assign another detention or two, but this time find something for him to do that does not involve creatures. Have him write lines or a short essay or even clean something, but please don't force him to cut up some creature he feels a connection with. Let me know what you decide to do and I'll see that Harry complies. Good night, Severus. Please think on all I've said and let's call a halt to the animosity. We are adults, not children. Sirius steps back through the fireplace into his own quarters. Walking upstairs, he quietly pushes Harry's bedroom door open to check on him. He sees the boy fast asleep on top of the covers with a book clutched in his hands. Walking over to the bed, Sirius sees it's Harry's family photo album. Looking at the boy, he sees traces of tears on his face again. Gently, he takes the album and lays it on Harry's desk. Just as gently, he pulls the blanket over the sleeping child. Softly, so as not to wake him, he whispers, "I'm sorry, little one, but I just can't bring your mom and dad back to you. There is not a spell powerful enough to bring people back to life. If I could, even just for one day, I would. It's not as easy with people as it is with toads." Leaning over the bed, he brushes a quick kiss over Harry's forehead. "Sleep well, son. You are a special boy and I love you so much." Harry, lying on the couch of the Gryffindor common room, looks up as Ron enters through the portrait hole. Seeing an angry look on his friend's face, he asks, "What is it, Ron? Did someone swipe your chocolate frogs?" "No, and it's not funny, Harry. Professor Snape just caught me in the corridor after curfew again, and now I'm going to have detention with him for 2 nights straight starting tomorrow night." "Ugh, that's bad, all right. Why were you out after curfew anyway? You said the last time you were not going to break curfew anymore. What made you decide to go out tonight? Didn't you know Snape is on duty on Thursday nights? He just lives to give out detention and punishment lines." Shaking his head sadly, Ron answers, "I forgot what day it was, and I was only going to the kitchen for a snack. I missed most of dinner because of having to clean up the mess from the herbology prank this afternoon. It took a long time to catch those darn plants to put back into their pots. I won't ever pull that prank again. Believe me, I've learned my lesson on that one." Grinning at his best mate, Harry says, "It was still a great prank, Ron. Having all the pots refuse to be planted in and seeing the little plants running around the nursery was funny. I'm sorry Professor Sprout punished you though. How did she know it was you who took them out of their pots?" "That stupid Malfoy went and told her. He and his slimy Slytherin friends were spying on me. He caused me all this trouble. This makes 10 detentions I've been given now. If my mum hears about this last set, I'll be in huge trouble at home. She said last time, if I got any more detentions before the end of the term, she would make me come home that next weekend. Why would that be so bad? I like your house and your family, Ron. It's a great house. Yeah, it's great except when you're in trouble. There's no privacy at all. If I get punished, they all hear it and know what happened to me. My mum will use her wooden spoon on me if she hears I got more detentions. That thing really smarts. My bum was sore for 2 days the last time she walloped me with it. Yeah, wallopings really hurt. I'll be glad when we get too old for that kind of punishment. Surely they'll stop when we get to be 10 or 11. We'll be almost teenagers then. You don't wallop teenagers. I don't know, Harry. My mum still wallops the twins and they're almost 12. She walloped Bill once when he was 14. He got caught in Knockturn Alley. My dad got him that time too. He hardly ever wallops us. He took him out to the shed and used a belt on him for going to Knockturn Alley. What's Knockturn Alley? Where is it and why is it bad to go there? Is it close by? If it is, we could go see it. Harry says, getting excited about a possible new adventure. Before Ron can answer, another familiar voice says, "You young man will not be going anywhere near Knockturn Alley if you value your bum. It's a place for dark magic with witches and wizards who work in the dark magic. It's very dangerous and not a place for young boys to even be thinking about going. Do you both understand me?" "Yes, Dad, I understand." "Yes, Professor Black." "Good to hear. Ron, I need to speak with you privately, please. Let's go up to your dorm room, shall we? Harry, you stay down here and I'll talk with you before I leave." Watching Sirius walk Ron up the stairs to their dorm room, Harry has a feeling he knows what Sirius wants to talk about. Hoping he's wrong, he tries to concentrate on his latest Quidditch weekly magazine. Entering the dorm room and closing the door, Sirius casts a silencing and locking charm on the room. No one may enter and not a sound can be heard outside the room. "Ron, your mum old me at the beginning of the term and gave me permission to treat you just as I would Harry if necessary. Also, as your head of house, I am responsible for taking care of you. If you are sick, need help with schoolwork, or have another problem, then I am here to help. I'm also in charge of discipline over school rules. Do you remember when we discussed the rules earlier in the term?" At Ron's nod, he continues, "One of the main school rules is showing respect for your professors and another is to obey the curfew. I understand you have had some trouble following those particular rules this week. You have been out after curfew 3 times just this week, and now I hear you have disrupted your herbology class. Disrupting the class is also showing disrespect for the professor. She was unable to have class today because of the stunt you pulled. Since this latest incident makes 6 times just this month of being in trouble, Ron, you have to make a choice here. As your head of house, I can deliver the punishment or we can go to my office and call your parents. If you choose to have me deliver the punishment, I want you to know it will be a spanking." Waiting a few minutes for the boy to think things over, Sirius then asks, "Which one do you choose?" Fighting back tears that are already threatening to spill, Ron says quietly, "I'd rather you handle my punishment, sir. My mum will blister me with her wooden spoon or my dad will use the hairbrush if you call them. Please, sir, I don't want to flu my parents." "Very well, but you know I still have to send them a report explaining why you received corporal punishment from a professor. They will still know what you did, Ron. Does this change your mind about your punishment?" "No, sir. They won't punish me again if you already have. At least I don't think they will." "All right then, let's get this punishment over with. Come stand beside me, son." Seeing the apprehensive look on the boy's face, Sirius quickly reassures him. "Ron, I'm not going to hurt you. This will sting for a while, but it won't last. You will be fine. I doubt my hand hurts as much as your mum's spoon." With that said, Sirius bends the boy over his lap and applies 10 swift swats to the boy's backside. Standing him back up, he pulls him into a hug, letting Ron cry it out. "Now then, was my spanking worse than your mum, Ron?" "No, sir, but it did hurt. You have a hard hand. I don't want one of those again." Chuckling softly, Sirius replies, "Well, son, you keep yourself out of trouble and you won't have to choose for me to spank you again. Remember, it was your choice for me to spank you. Now, it's time for you to be settling in for the night. I need to go talk to Harry for a bit, so he'll be late coming up to bed. Don't wait up for him. He may choose to stay in our quarters tonight. I'll see you in class tomorrow. Sleep well, Ron. Yes, sir. Good night, Professor. Back down in the common room, Sirius finds several other junior-level students as well as Harry. Harry, come with me, please. We need to talk privately. The rest of you head on up to your rooms. You have 30 minutes before lights out. Sirius leads Harry to their quarters. Sit on the couch, son, and let's discuss today's herbology class, Sirius says, watching Harry closely. With a frown and a sigh, Harry obeys, thinking this is exactly what I hoped he didn't want to talk about. Harry, what do you know about the stunt Ron pulled today? Sirius asks. He charmed the pots closed so no one could replant anything, and then the young plants ran around the room. The students were chasing them but couldn't keep hold when they caught one. The plants were very slippery. Harry, Ron is not as far along in his spell work as you are. Casting a spell to make live plants react that way is difficult. It's more of a 3rd or 4th year spell. Sirius, looking at Harry, asks, do you have something you'd like to tell me about today's incident in class? Looking down at the floor, Harry mutters a quiet no, sir. You are sure? There's not one thing you should tell me about today's events? Not even that it was you and not Ron who cast the spell on the plants? Refusing to tell me will only land you in worse trouble than you are already in. I strongly suggest you start talking, Harry James, before I lose my temper. At this, Harry breaks down in tears. Sniffling, he says, if I tell you you're going to spank me, you're already mad at me. You only call me Harry James when you're mad. All right, pup. I'll admit I am a bit mad, that's true. I give you my word that I won't spank you if you tell me the truth right now. I want all of the story, pup. Let's hear it. Sirius settles on the couch beside Harry, waiting for him to speak. Ron thought it would be a funny prank to charm the pots closed. He was going to undo the spell after a few minutes, but when he tried reverso, it wouldn't work. The kids were just standing around, so I thought it would be funny to have them chase the plants. I cast a spell to make the plants run on their roots, and everyone was chasing a plant. It was really funny. I stopped it after a few minutes. I didn't make the plants slippery, Dad. They just were. I'm sorry I caused trouble, Dad. Wiping the tears that refused to stop falling, Harry looks up to see Sirius' reaction to his tale. Frowning, Sirius says, well, Harry, pulling a prank in class like that disrupted Professor Sprout's class. That is disrespectful to her to disrupt her class. It is also against school rules and our own house rules to be disrespectful to other people. This is true, is it not? Swallowing the lump that came up in his throat, Harry answers, yes, sir. Ron was given a choice for his punishment. You are also going to get a choice of punishments. Your choices are a spanking with no dessert for 2 weeks, or being grounded from your broom and to your room here in our quarters for the next week. Dad, those are long punishments. I didn't do anything that was that bad. You said we were going to go to Hogsmeade this weekend. Harry complains. Yes, Harry, you did. Using unsupervised magic is against the house and school rules. Now enough with the whinging. You know you did wrong and deserve to be punished. Which punishment do you choose? I'd rather be grounded than get a spanking. I choose to give up my broom and stay here in my room after classes for a week. I guess that means we won't be going to Hogsmeade this weekend, Harry says sadly. No, we won't. When you choose to be grounded, that means you stay in your room. Unfortunately for you, Hogsmeade is not in your room. It will still be there when your grounding is finished. We'll go then. Harry, you know you will have to own up to what you did to Professor Sprout and accept her punishment also, right? Yes, sir. I'll go tell her tomorrow right before I come here after class. What if she gives me detention? How can I do detention if I'm supposed to be grounded to my room? Harry asks, hoping to get out of one or the other. You do the detention and then you are grounded to your room. Whatever punishment she gives you will accept and do without any complaints. I'd hate to have to give you a spanking on top of your being grounded to your room. I will though if you cause any more trouble in any class. Understood? I understand, and I won't cause any more trouble, Dad. I'm sure you won't. Now go get ready for bed. You'll have a long day tomorrow, son. After classes were finished for the day, Harry and Ron are in Professor Sprout's greenhouse. Professor, Harry calls. The short, blonde professor comes from the back of the greenhouse. Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, what brings you boys here at this time of day? I think you'd be off flying or some such fun. Not stuck here in a boring old greenhouse like this. Professor, we came to apologize for disrupting the class and being disrespectful to you by doing it. Professor Black told us we had to come apologize and accept whatever punishment you want to give us. Ron speaks up, glancing over at Harry. Did your head of house already punish you boys? Yes, ma'am, he did. Well then, I don't think I need to set down any more punishment. You apologized, and that's good enough. I am curious, though. Mr. Potter, why are you here apologizing when it was Mr. Weasley who pulled the stunt yesterday? I helped him. It was me who made the plants run, ma'am.
I'm terribly sorry.
I only wanted us to have some fun while Ron was trying to undo his spell for closing the pots. Well, the students seem to enjoy it, so no harm done, young man. You have quite the talent for one so young if you can cast those types of spells already. No wonder you are called a prodigy. It's a pleasure to see such talent up close. Now off with you boys. I have more repotting and pruning to get done. Running out of the greenhouse, Ron says, Harry, I think Professor Sprout is now my most favorite professor. She didn't even scold us, much less give out a punishment. She's awesome. Yes, she's great, all right. Ron, how are we going to explain to my dad, though? He's expecting us to have some type of punishment. Now that we don't, he may decide we need more from him. More from him? I already got a spanking and I have early bedtime for a whole week. Ron protests loudly. Well, I'm grounded to my room and restricted from flying for a week. I can't even come out to the living quarters. As soon as classes are over, I have to be in my room. I'm going to be bored out of my mind by the time the week is finished. I'd say out of the two of us, you chose the easier punishment. What was your other choice? Dad said he gave you choices, but he didn't say what they were. Harry replies, my choices were to have him call my parents, which would mean I'd be sent home to get my bum seriously whacked, or I could choose to let your dad spank me. I know how hard my mum and dad spank, so I chose to get a spanking from your dad. He spanks pretty hard, but even then I got off better than I would have if I'd had to go home. How about you? What was your other choice? No dessert for 2 weeks and a spanking. From what you said, Dad went easy on you. If he had spanked me, it would have been a bad one. He probably would have had me take my pants down. The last time I used magic without permission, he said he would spank my bare bottom if I did it again. That was the time I made the fireworks display in the dungeon. I didn't want to risk him remembering what he said, so I picked being grounded. Well, I really liked that fireworks display. It sure made the potions class a lot more fun. Snape was actually turning purple, he was so mad. I didn't think he ever found out who did that. How did your dad find out? Ron, think about it. Who in the class would be only too happy to rat me out to someone? That sneaky Slytherin Malfoy? He's always lurking around trying to catch us at something, isn't he? Do you really think he told your dad? No, I think he told Professor Snape and he told my dad. He is the one grown-up other than the janitor who lives to get me in trouble. Every time I have a little fun with my magic, he's just got to go report me to Dad. Because of him, I can't do any magic without permission. Harry complains as they enter the castle. Harry, what do you know about the stunt Ron pulled today? Sirius asks. He charmed the pots closed so no one could replant anything, and then the young plants ran around the room. The students were chasing them but couldn't keep hold when they caught one. The plants were very slippery. Harry, Ron is not as far along in his spell work as you are. Casting a spell to make live plants react that way is difficult. It's more of a 3rd or 4th year spell. Sirius, looking at Harry, asks, do you have something you'd like to tell me about today's incident in class? Looking down at the floor, Harry mutters a quiet no, sir. You are sure? There's not one thing you should tell me about today's events? Not even that it was you and not Ron who cast the spell on the plants? Refusing to tell me will only land you in worse trouble than you are already in. I strongly suggest you start talking Harry James before I lose my temper. At this, Harry breaks down in tears. Sniffling, he says, if I tell you you're going to spank me, you're already mad at me. You only call me Harry James when you're mad. All right, pup. I'll admit I am a bit mad, that's true. I give you my word that I won't spank you if you tell me the truth right now. I want all of the story, pup. Let's hear it. Sirius settles on the couch beside Harry, waiting for him to speak. Ron thought it would be a funny prank to charm the pots closed. He was going to undo the spell after a few minutes, but when he tried reverso it wouldn't work. The kids were just standing around, so I thought it would be funny to have them chase the plants. I cast a spell to make the plants run on their roots and everyone was chasing a plant. It was really funny. I stopped it after a few minutes. I didn't make the plants slippery, Dad. They just were. I'm sorry I caused trouble, Dad. Wiping the tears that refused to stop falling, Harry looks up to see Sirius' reaction to his tale. Frowning, Sirius says, "Well, Harry, pulling a prank in class like that disrupted Professor Sprout's class. That is disrespectful to her to disrupt her class. It is also against school rules and our own house rules to be disrespectful to other people. This is true, is it not?" Swallowing the lump that came up in his throat, Harry answers, "Yes, sir." Ron was given a choice for his punishment. You are also going to get a choice of punishments. Your choices are a spanking with no dessert for 2 weeks, or being grounded from your broom and to your room here in our quarters for the next week. Dad, those are long punishments. I didn't do anything that was that bad. You said we were going to go to Hogsmeade this weekend. Harry complains. Yes, Harry, you did. Using unsupervised magic is against the house and school rules. Now enough with the whinging. You know you did wrong and deserve to be punished. Which punishment do you choose? I'd rather be grounded than get a spanking. I choose to give up my broom and stay here in my room after classes for a week. I guess that means we won't be going to Hogsmeade this weekend, Harry says sadly. No, we won't. When you choose to be grounded, that means you stay in your room. Unfortunately for you, Hogsmeade is not in your room. It will still be there when your grounding is finished. We'll go then. Harry, you know you will have to own up to what you did to Professor Sprout and accept her punishment also, right? Yes, sir. I'll go tell her tomorrow right before I come here after class. What if she gives me detention? How can I do detention if I'm supposed to be grounded to my room? Harry asks, hoping to get out of one or the other. You do the detention and then you are grounded to your room. Whatever punishment she gives you will accept and do without any complaints. I'd hate to have to give you a spanking on top of your being grounded to your room. I will though if you cause any more trouble in any class. Understood? I understand and I won't cause any more trouble, Dad. I'm sure you won't. Now go get ready for bed. You'll have a long day tomorrow, son. After classes were finished for the day, Harry and Ron are in Professor Sprout's greenhouse. Professor, Harry calls. The short, blonde professor comes from the back of the greenhouse. Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, what brings you boys here at this time of day? I think you'd be off flying or some such fun. Not stuck here in a boring old greenhouse like this. Professor, we came to apologize for disrupting the class and being disrespectful to you by doing it. Professor Black told us we had to come apologize and accept whatever punishment you want to give us. Ron speaks up, glancing over at Harry. Did your head of house already punish you boys? Yes, ma'am, he did. Well then, I don't think I need to set down any more punishment. You apologized and that's good enough. I am curious though, Mr. Potter, why are you here apologizing when it was Mr. Weasley who pulled the stunt yesterday? I helped him. It was me who made the plants run, ma'am.
I'm terribly sorry.
I only wanted us to have some fun while Ron was trying to undo his spell for closing the pots. Well, the students seemed to enjoy it, so no harm done, young man. You have quite the talent for one so young if you can cast those types of spells already. No wonder you are called a prodigy. It's a pleasure to see such talent up close. Now off with you boys. I have more repotting and pruning to get done. Running out of the greenhouse, Ron says, Harry, I think Professor Sprout is now my most favorite professor. She didn't even scold us, much less give out a punishment. She's awesome. Yes, she's great, all right. Ron, how are we going to explain to my dad though? He's expecting us to have some type of punishment. Now that we don't, he may decide we need more from him. More from him? I already got a spanking and I have early bedtime for a whole week. Ron protests loudly. Well, I'm grounded to my room and restricted from flying for a week. I can't even come out to the living quarters. As soon as classes are over, I have to be in my room. I'm going to be bored out of my mind by the time the week is finished. I'd say out of the two of us, you chose the easier punishment. What was your other choice? Dad said he gave you choices, but he didn't say what they were. Harry replies, my choices were to have him call my parents, which would mean I'd be sent home to get my bum seriously whacked, or I could choose to let your dad spank me. I know how hard my mum and dad spank, so I chose to get a spanking from your dad. He spanks pretty hard, but even then I got off better than I would have if I'd had to go home. How about you? What was your other choice? No dessert for 2 weeks and a spanking. From what you said, Dad went easy on you. If he had spanked me, it would have been a bad one. He probably would have had me take my pants down. The last time I used magic without permission, he said he would spank my bare bottom if I did it again. That was the time I made the fireworks display in the dungeon. I didn't want to risk him remembering what he said, so I picked being grounded. Well, I really liked that fireworks display. It sure made the potions class a lot more fun. Snape was actually turning purple. He was so mad. I didn't think he ever found out who did that. How did your dad find out? Ron, think about it. Who in the class would be only too happy to rat me out to someone? That sneaky Slytherin Malfoy? He's always lurking around trying to catch us at something, isn't he? Do you really think he told your dad? No, I think he told Professor Snape and he told my dad. He is the one grown-up other than the janitor who lives to get me in trouble. Every time I have a little fun with my magic, he's just got to go report me to Dad. Because of him, I can't do any magic without permission. Harry complains as they enter the castle. Well, Harry, I'll just tell the twins and they'll see to it our dear professor is punished. Fred and George know all kinds of ways to make someone miserable without getting caught. This should be fun to see.
Ok, Ron.
Just make sure I'm not involved in any way. My dad would get seriously mental if he thought I was attempting revenge on Snape. I do like to have a working bum, you know? Harry tells Ron. Yeah, I don't want to be involved either. Your dad would go mental on me too. The next time he might take my pants down. Ron replies with a smirk. During the next week's potions class, the boys are busy attempting to make a soothing salve potion when it happens. The door to the lab bangs open and Peeves the poltergeist flies in. OH, kitties making potions. OH, Snevelis, what are we making today? Silly juice? Green-eyed frog tea? Do tell me, I just love potions so. He says as he flies around the professor's head, swooping now and then towards him. Get out of here. You're interrupting my class and distracting my students from their work. Snape snaps furiously. Work, you say? Children shouldn't be working, they should be having some fun. With that said, the ghost throws something into Neville Longbottom's cauldron. The hissing noise causes the children to scamper to the far side of the room. They've learned from experience what happens when potions start hissing. The resulting explosion causes pink goo to shoot out of the cauldron. Relax, kiddos, it's just yum gum. Go on, grab some and chew. It has a lovely taste and the bubbles will lift you off your feet, Peeves announces. He's right. This tastes great. Ron exclaims excitedly as he is the first to try the goo. Come on, Harry, try some. Within minutes, all the boys are blowing bubbles that have them floating up to the ceiling. They are all laughing hysterically at the girls down below. Boys, get yourselves down her at once. Snape roars. When the boys just continue laughing, he sends Hermione for the headmaster. Headmaster, the boys are under the influence of something that abominable Peeves threw in a potion. It made some kind of gum, I believe. I can't counteract the spell and get them down from there. Professor Snape explains. Boys, I want you all to listen and obey my voice. The headmaster says, speaking slowly and softly. Right now, I want you to put your hands up to your mouth. Now spit out the gum into your hand. As he sees the children obey his instructions, he waves his wand at them. All 10 of the boys sink slowly to the floor. With the boys back on the floor, the headmaster calmly says, Thank you, boys, for obeying so nicely. Now please put your gum into this wastebasket. He holds out a small wastebasket he has just transformed from a stirring stick. That is fine. Thank you again, boys, for that wonderful display of bubble blowing. Sir? Harry asks uncertainly. Yes, Harry. The headmaster looks at his adopted grandson with twinkling eyes. Are we going to be in trouble for this? Are you going to tell our parents? Harry asks, looking hopefully at his grandpa. Relax, boys. No one did anything wrong. That is, unless one of you helped Peeves with this prank. Did you? He asks, looking mostly at Harry. Harry shakes his head, quickly denying any wrongdoing. The other 9 boys all say, no, sir. Well, then there is no reason to worry about being in trouble. Professor, I will talk with Peeves and stress he not interrupt any classes again. Have a good day, everyone, the headmaster says as he walks out the classroom door. Later that afternoon, Harry and Ron along with Hermione and Neville are all down by the lake. Who do you think put Peeves up to that prank? Neville asks. I'm thinking it was my brothers. Only the twins could come up with something that great. Did you see the look on Snape's face when we all floated up to the ceiling? I thought he would start hexing us right then. He looked so furious. I just hope he never finds out who was behind this prank. He'll murder them. Ron answers with a shiver. Oh, come on, Ron. Don't be so melodramatic. Professor Snape wouldn't murder anyone. He's a respected adult potions master, not a murderer. You don't have to say things like that. Hermione scolds. I'm not being melodramatic or whatever it is you just said. Hermione know-it-all. I just call it like I see it. Who asked you anyway? If you don't like what I say, then go hang around the brainiasts and leave us alone. Huffing, Hermione says, the words are melodramatic and brainiacs, Ron. You really need work with vocabulary. Extremely tickled by Hermione's response, Harry can't help but giggle. Unfortunately, this just makes his best bud mad.
Smon Neville, am leaving.
I'll see you later, Harry, when SHE is not around anymore. SHE can't come into our room, so I'll see you there. Ron says as he stalks off towards the castle with Neville following. I'm sorry I insulted your friend, Harry. I can't help correct people's bad pronunciations any more than you can help being a prodigy. Hermione apologizes. It's all right. You were right though, he does need to improve his vocabulary. Don't tell him I said so though. I won't. Harry, will you do some magic for me? I really want to meet the giant squid everyone talks about. Can you call him out so I can? Hermione pleads. I'm not allowed to do any magic without my dad's permission, Hermione. If I do, I'll get in huge trouble. Please, Harry? No one will know. I won't tell you did anything. Please do it for me. Unable to resist the pleading tone and batting eyes, Harry turns to the lake. Oh, squid, he says clearly. In seconds, the giant squid is at the surface of the lake. Wingardium Leviosa, Harry says, waving his wand at the squid. In no time, the squid is floating above the water, flailing about. Get in the water, squid, Harry intones quietly. When nothing happens, he begins to feel panicky. Someone could look out a window or come outside and see this. He needs to do something and do it fast. Hermione, help me. I don't know a sinking spell. Quick, before I get caught. Untergehen now, Hermione enunciates clearly. The squid sinks into the water but keeps its head out. After a few moments of petting, it sinks slowly into the lake. That was fabulous. How did you know what to say, and what did you say? Harry asks. It's a German squid, so I told it to go down in German. I didn't know if it would do it though. You know what, Hermione? Ron's right, you really are a brainiac. I'm so thankful too, Harry replies, grinning at her. Yeah, well, this brainiac is hungry. I'll race you to the castle. On 2, 1, 2, go! She takes off running with Harry right behind her. Watching out the window, Remus Lupin smiles to himself. His best friend's son and godson is really special. It's good to know he is still a child at heart. Those two children make quite a pair. Imagine being able to levitate a 300-pound giant squid and then put it back into the water without harming it. Not only that, but to do it at the age of 9 was just hard to believe. He couldn't wait to tell Sirius about the latest accomplishment of young Harry. When we get to Hogsmeade, can we go to the Quidditch place first? Then I want to go to the new joke shop, that candy store, and then the ice cream shop. After that, can we go to? Sirius reaches down to the boy beside him, putting a hand on his shoulder. When Harry stops talking and looks up at him, he says, "Calm down, pup. You'll tire yourself out before you do any of those things if you don't. We'll do some of those things you asked about. We won't be stopping to eat ice cream today, though." We have to get back to the castle early tonight in time for supper. But Dad, you said we could eat in Hogsmeade when we came last time and we didn't. You promised me we would the next time we went. That's this time. I want to eat at the pewter cauldron. I want to get ice cream and a soda. Harry was shouting and stomping in circles by the time he finished his tirade. What you may be getting, young man, is a spanking if you don't watch your behavior. You know better than to yell and stomp. You do not shout at people. You're 9 years old now, but your behavior is more to someone for. Now do we need to go back to the castle for a behavior lesson, or can you calm yourself and behave as my 9-year-old knows how to do? Sirius asks, having taken Harry by the shoulders and squatted down to look him in the face. I can behave.
I'm sorry, Dad.
Harry says, swallowing back the lump in his throat. Blinking rapidly, he gets his tears under control. He wonders why he's feeling so tired and upset today. Maybe because he couldn't sleep last night and spent the night worrying over the incident by the lake. Harry, I'm sorry too. I know I promised we would eat at the pewter cauldron, but tonight I've asked Remus to eat with us. It's his birthday and I wanted to do something special for him. We will make a special trip next week to eat at the cauldron and get ice cream. I also have permission from Ron's parents and the headmaster to let Ron come along. I don't know if he'll want to. He's mad at me right now. We had a fuss yesterday. We'll probably be made up by next week though. Harry adds the last part quickly before his dad asks what their fuss was about. Dad, look at this cool mini Quidditch stadium. The Quidditch players really fly and bat the bludger back and forth. Oh, it even has a mini snitch and a player who is a seeker. I need this, Dad. Buy it for me. I have to have it now, Harry commands. Raising his eyebrows at the boy's commanding tone, Sirius says, watch yourself, Harry. You need to speak politely. About the toy, I think not, young man. You have more than enough toys already. We'll put it on the Christmas wish list though. Dad, that's months away. I want it now, not then. You need to listen to me and get it now, Harry shouts, stomping his feet. Several other shoppers turn and look at the child. Some just shake their heads, recognizing a tantrum in full swing. Sirius leans down, lifts Harry into his arms and walks with him out of the store. Walking briskly, he heads for the Leaning Lantern Hotel. Entering the building, still carrying Harry, he says to the man behind the desk, Sam, I need to use one of your rooms for a short time. I'll pay you for it for the day. Do you have one? Yes, Professor Black. Front room or back room? Back room, please. Just a moment. Okay, here's the key for room 102. I'll put it down as for the day only. Correct. That's correct, Sam. I won't be staying the night, Sirius says, walking towards room 102. Dad, what are we doing? Harry asks, deciding now would be a good time to speak up. He'd been a little shocked to be whisked out of the store so quickly. Unlocking the door while still holding Harry tightly, Sirius doesn't answer. He just pushes the door open and carries Harry inside. Once inside, he sets the boy on his feet and closes the door. Taking out his wand, he waves it once, saying something Harry doesn't recognize. Grasping Harry by the arm, he leads him to the bed and sits down. All right, Harry, we need to get something straight. You are not to demand anything. You are not a king or a prince who will order other people about. As I already explained to you earlier today, you are a 9-year-old boy who knows how to behave. I also told you not to shout at people. Do you remember me telling you this? Yes, sir. Harry, hearing the tone in his dad's voice and knowing from experience how this talk is going to end, hangs his head while biting his lip. Sirius reaches out and pulls the boy over his lap. After 10 swats to his backside and much sobbing on Harry's part, Sirius lets Harry stand up. Hugging him and running his hand through the child's hair, Sirius whispers to him, I love you, Harry James. If I didn't, I wouldn't care how you behave. You are my son and you are going to behave and show good manners. Yelling, stomping, and demanding things will not be tolerated. If I have to go over this lesson again, I will not be using my hand. Do you understand, son? I understand and I'll behave better, I promise I will. Dad, does everybody in the place know I got a spanking? They could hear me, couldn't they? Harry asks in shame as he wipes the tears from his face. No, son, they don't know. I cast a silencing charm when we came in. No one knows but the two of us. He quickly reassures the boy. Are we going back to the castle now? I guess I ruined my chance for any more exploring in town. It should be that way, but I think you've already been punished enough this time. We'll go back out to the joke shop, and then how about we pick up some ice cream to take back for tonight? Sirius answers, watching the smile light up Harry's face. As Sirius turns the key in, Sam says, "Thank you, Professor. It's good to see you again. Did you get the young one all sorted out? I have raised 4 of my own, so I recognized the look. Nothing like a good trip over a knee to settle a young one right down, I always say." Glancing over to where Harry is looking at a large aquarium, he replies, "I think you're right about that, Sam. I'm new to parenting, but that is one thing I've learned. Even if I dislike doing it. Good day to you, sir." That night after supper, Harry feels himself getting sleepy from listening to Sirius and Remus tell stories of their days as Hogwarts students. He felt himself nodding off several times but fought back to stay awake. Luckily, neither man has noticed him fighting off sleep. "Uncle Remus, why can't the junior students take your class? We seem to take most everything else the older kids take," Harry asks at a break in the conversation. "Yes, Harry, that's certainly true. You younger students are studying much the same curriculum as the older students. The defense against the dark arts, or dada as some call it, has some serious topics in it. The ministry feels the training is too intense for children younger than 11 or 12. Also, the subjects discussed are, shall we say, intense? They might upset younger students quite a bit. If I had a say in it, I wouldn't let anyone under 13 take the class." "Well, I think the ministry people are stupid arses myself. How would they know what upsets children? They're never here," Harry replies forcefully, forgetting his dad is sitting in the room. "Harry James, don't you ever let me hear you use that word again. Apologize now," Sirius scolds him sternly. "I am sorry for using an unacceptable word. It just slipped out, Dad. Let it slip out again and you'll feel your arse on fire, my boy." "Yes, sir," Harry says, ashamed at being scolded in front of Remus. Deciding to change the subject to something else, Remus says, "Harry, I am quite impressed with your magical abilities. You have such talent for someone so young. I'm quite sure there are not many children your age who can levitate 300-pound squids." Harry's reaction to these words surprises him. Instead of looking pleased with himself, he looks worried and, in a way, nervous. Seeing the boy take a quick sideways look at Sirius, Remus guesses the reason for the nervousness. "Ah, so your dad doesn't know about that incident, hmm?" He projects the thought at Harry and waits. "No, sir, he doesn't. I'm not supposed to be doing magic unsupervised and without permission. He's going to be mad," Harry projected back without really realizing they were communicating in their minds. "Well, Sirius, this is quite a boy you have here." He was honoring a lady's request to see the giant squid. He was capable of bringing it to the surface of the lake and levitating it slightly. "I witnessed all this from the window of the South Tower. You should be really proud. He's quite remarkable." "Tell me about this, Harry. When did this happen? Who was with you at the time?" Sirius asks. "Ron, Neville, Hermione, and I were down at the lake yesterday after classes. Hermione said she'd read about the squid but never seen him. She asked me to bring him up so she could meet him. Hermione loves all creatures. She'd love it if she knew you could turn into a dog." "We're not discussing me at this time. Go on with your story," Sirius tells him. Taking a breath and saying a little prayer for understanding, Harry says, "I cast a Wingardium Leviosa on the giant squid and brought him up out of the lake for Hermione to see. After a few minutes, we let him back down in the water. She really enjoyed petting him, Dad." Risking a glance at his father, he could see Sirius didn't look furious but didn't look pleased either. Feeling uneasy, Harry says, "Dad, there was no one else around. We knew what we were doing and no one got hurt. Even Squiggly, that's Hermione's name for him, didn't get hurt at all." Remus, listening intently, lets out a chuckle at Hermione's name for the squid. Harry smiles over at him. "Harry," Sirius says, getting the boy's attention, "what are our rules for using magic outside of a class?" Sighing softly, Harry answers, "I can only do magic with permission, and I have to have adult supervision." "Good. Now, why do we have those rules?" "Because at my age my magic is uncontrollable and it could fluctuate and cause someone to be hurt." "Yes, and the word is fluctuate. which means to change quickly without warning. Why did you break these rules, Harry? Sirius asks. I wanted to do something nice for Hermione. She's been homesick and doesn't have any friends but me, so I did it because she wanted me to. Did you remember the rules first? Yes, sir. I knew I wasn't supposed to do it, but I did it anyway. I'm sorry I disobeyed you, Dad. Should I go wait for you in my room now? Harry says tearfully. I think that would be best, son. I'll be there in a few minutes. Sirius responds with a sigh of his own. Sitting on his bed, Harry lets the tears fall. Why do I let myself be talked into things when I know better? Why can't I just say no like so many other people can do? Now Dad's going to spank me with that ruler. I just know it. Why couldn't Professor Lupin just keep quiet? It's his fault. I'm not going to be all nice to him for a long time. 2 spankings in one day. That's not a good thing. Oh, I hear Dad coming. The bedroom door opens and Sirius walks in. Harry immediately starts sobbing. Crossing the room, he sits beside Harry on the bed. Seeing the tears on the boy's face, he reaches out and pulls him into his lap for a hug. SHH, it's all right, pup. I'm not mad at you. Hush now, no one is mad at you. You're not in trouble, pup. Come on now, stop crying so we can talk about this. It takes several minutes of rocking back and forth and soothing sounds on Sirius's part to calm Harry enough where he isn't still sobbing. Are we all calmed down now? Can you listen to me for a few minutes, pup? Sirius asks gently. Feeling the nod, he continues, Harry, you did break the rule of no magic without permission, that's true. The other one, though, you did not. As Professor Lupin so nicely pointed out, he was supervising from the tower. So we can say that rule wasn't broken. I can see how you wanted to help Hermione and make her feel better, and that's a very nice thing. Pup, I'm very proud of how you always put the other people ahead of yourself. You do things for friends without thinking about yourself first. He clarifies that Harry rears back and gives him a questioning look. You're not going to spank me? You're not mad at me anymore? Harry asks quietly. No, I'm not going to spank you or even punish you. I was more disappointed than mad at you. I thought we had agreed you wouldn't ever do magic without an adult around. It's just too dangerous for you and other people. You are learning control quickly, and I'm proud of that. It's just that your inner magic is so strong for someone your age, it is very difficult to control, especially if you are excited, angry, or hurt. Does this make sense to you, pup? Do you understand why I must be so strict about this? Yeah. You love me and want to keep me safe. Harry answers, falling back into Sirius's arms for another hug. You are absolutely right on that. It would kill me to have something happen to you when I could have stopped it. Okay, let's go back out and show Remus I didn't destroy you. If we are really sweet to him, he might even let us get a few bites of the ice cream we brought back for him. It's going to be tough to get him to share it. He loves his ice cream almost as much as you do. Uncle Remus, thanks for helping get me out of trouble. I appreciate it. He would have spanked me tonight if you hadn't helped me out. I already got one spanking today, and I sure as heck didn't want one with a ruler on top of that. Harry whispers as Sirius goes to the kitchen for the ice cream and cake. You are quite welcome, Harry. I'm glad I could be of assistance. What did you do to earn a spanking earlier? Sirius seems like a dad who wouldn't spank much. He doesn't really, just when I really mess up bad. I was bad today in the Quidditch store. I kind of threw a temper tantrum when he wouldn't buy me something I wanted. He took me over to the hotel, rented a room, and spanked me. It hurt. Harry huffs when he sees Remus's eyes twinkling and his mouth trying not to smile. Yes, I imagine it did. Well, I guess you won't be pitching any more fits in stores, will you? No, sir, never again. I'll be good and use my manners from now on. Harry answers. The next week, Harry found himself looking at the miniature Quidditch players again. He and Ron were looking around the store while Sirius took care of some banking business. Man, oh man, Harry, this set is too cool for words. Did you ask Sirius to get you one? He probably would, you know. He seems to buy you whatever you ask for. You're so lucky to be adopted. Ron says, grinning broadly. What does Sirius adopting me have to do with anything? Harry asks, confused. Gosh, Harry, all adopted kids get loads of things. Their parents feel bad for them for not being able to be with their real parents, so they buy stuff. Look, the Seeker is about to get the snitch. Ah, he missed it. I wish we could be on the Quidditch team. Just think of how much fun that would be. Not getting an answer, Ron looks up from watching the little Quidditch players to find Harry missing. Harry? Where'd you go, mate? Harry? He calls. When Harry doesn't appear, he starts looking for him. Finally, he sees Sirius come in the shop's front door. Professor! Ron calls out to him. Ron, what is it? Sirius asks, seeing how upset the boy seems to be. It's Harry. I can't find him, and I've looked all over the store. He was right here with me until about 10 minutes ago. I was talking to him about Quidditch, and when he didn't answer, I looked up and he was just gone. Ron explains quickly. Walking over to the sales counter, Sirius asks the clerk, do you have an announcement set up here? My son has disappeared and I want to call for him. Please. After being shown how to work the system, Sirius picks up the microphone and flips the switch. Harry James. This is your dad. I want you to walk to the sales counter at the front of the store. Do it now, please. When no black-haired young boy with glasses comes forward, Ron begins to panic. Sir, something's wrong here. Harry's not hiding from us. He's not in here. If he was, he'd come when you called. He talks about how much you want to keep him safe and he wouldn't worry you by hiding. I think you're right, Ron. We'll start looking around Hogsmeade. He has to be around somewhere. Where do you think he would go? Somehow I think he went looking for you. Let's go to the bank and see if I'm right. If not, maybe he went to the new ice cream place. It's called Florentine's or something like that. There's one like it in Diagon Alley. The twins told me about it. Ron explains. As they walk towards the bank, they see Harry. He's just sitting on a bench in a little garden area across from the bank. Not wanting to embarrass him in front of Ron, Sirius decides to wait until they are in private to scold him. Ron has a different idea. Harry, where did you go? You scared the shoes off me. He quickly amends his wording as Sirius shoots him a stern look. Why'd you wander off like that? You left me talking to myself. People are going to think I'm a nutter if I look like I talk to myself. Is that how you want people to think of your best mate? Harry just continues to sit and stare at the ground. He doesn't respond to Ron at all. Not liking this attitude with his son's friend, Sirius speaks up, quietly scolding. All right, Harry, this is enough. I want an answer and I want it right now. What in Merlin's name were you thinking when you went off by yourself? I wanted to be alone, and why do you even care anyway? You're not my real dad. Just bugger off, will you? Harry says hatefully. Ron gasps in horror at Harry's complete rudeness. Harry! Harry James Potter Black. Sirius says, his voice deadly. Get up from that bench immediately. We will discuss this behavior back at the castle. We're done here. When Harry doesn't move, Sirius bends down, picks him up and begins to carry him. Put me down. I don't want to go with you. You're not my real dad. Let me alone. Harry yells, now kicking and struggling to be let down. Sirius delivers one whack to the boy's blue jean-covered backside. Simmer down, young man, before I take you over my knee right here. Sobbing now, Harry gives in and allows Sirius to carry him back to the castle. Once in their quarters, he puts Harry in his bedroom and asks Ron to sit in the kitchen. Coming back from Harry's room, Sirius asks, Ron, could you tell me what went on right before he disappeared? This is more than him just wandering off to be disobedient. There's something else going on, but I don't know what it is. Maybe you can help me figure it out. Yes, sir. We were looking at the mini Quidditch set. It's so cool. Anyways, I asked Harry if he had asked you to buy it. Then I said a bunch of stupid stuff about how he was adopted and could get a lot more stuff because of it. Then I went back to looking at the game and was talking about being on a Quidditch team, and I looked up and he was just gone. All right then, Ron. I think this will help me out. You go on back to the dorm now. I'll let you know how Harry is doing tomorrow. I'm sorry we didn't get to do much in Hogsmeade. We'll go back again. That's okay, Professor. I hope Harry'll be all right. I sure do like hanging around with him. He's really special. I don't mean the magic, I mean how he treats people. He's nice. He didn't mean any of those things he said to you about not being his dad. He loves you, you know? Thank you, Ron. I do know. You're a good friend for Harry to have. Good night, son.
Câu 12.
Walking back into his son's bedroom, Sirius finds Harry curled up in a corner of the room. Harry? Pup? What's gotten you so uptight? Was it what Ron was saying about being adopted? When Harry just continues to stare off in space and doesn't answer, Sirius continues. Being adopted is really a good thing, Harry. Someone chooses to be your family, and that is really something special. Is there anything you would like to say about how you are feeling? When he doesn't receive an answer, he says, well, whenever you want to talk, just come let me know. I'll listen and help you all I can. I love you very much, Harry James Potter Black. You were special to me when I met you as a tiny babe, and now you are even more special to me because you are my child. Checking on Harry 3 hours later, he finds him still in the corner, only this time he's sucking his thumb with a glazed expression in his eyes. Come on, pup. Let's get you bathed and ready for bed. I hope you'll feel like talking tomorrow. It's too quiet around here without all your chattering. Sirius teases, hoping to get a response. Harry doesn't respond or even attempt to do anything for himself. Sirius resorts to bathing him and dressing him as he did when Harry was a baby. Tucking Harry into bed, he finally hears Harry speak. It's quite soft and he doesn't quite catch it. I couldn't quite hear you, little one. What was it you said again? Where's Mummy and Daddy? When are they going to come get me? They said they'd come back soon. Harry whispers, beginning to cry. Oh, pup, Mummy and Daddy aren't here. I'm here though. I'll take care of you. All right? Sirius feels his throat tightening up and tears welling in his eyes. Just go to sleep, little one. We'll talk more in the morning. HHH. It's all right, you're all right. Settle down, son, and sleep, he says, laying the boy down and gently massaging his back. Eventually, he feels Harry relax, and soon he can tell the child is asleep. Feeling the need to talk to someone and to get some advice, Sirius calls Professor McGonagall. Min, there's something wrong with Harry. I need some advice. Could you step through, please? Harry's asleep, and I don't want to leave him alone right now. I'll be there in just a minute. I've just put the tea on. Let me take it off and I'll be there. Minerva McGonagall answers. A few minutes later, she is stepping through the fireplace into Sirius' living room. What's wrong with Harry? I noticed when I saw him at breakfast, he seemed unusually quiet. I would have thought he would be the opposite, what with getting to have Ron go to Hogsmeade with him, she says. He seems to have withdrawn. I left the boys at the Quidditch store to go over to the bank. When I returned, Harry had disappeared. Ron says they were just talking and he brought up the fact that Harry was lucky to be adopted. Harry just left the store and by the time I found him he was very withdrawn. He said something about me not being his real dad. Tonight he curled up in a corner sucking his thumb. He stopped sucking his thumb and was out of nappies at 18 months. Tonight he reverted back to needing sucking his thumb. I had to carry him into the bath and do it all for him. He was non-responsive the whole time. He didn't do or say one thing. Finally, right as I was tucking him in, he asked about his mom and dad. He wanted to know when they were coming back to get him. At Minerva's gasp, Sirius nods. I didn't know what to say to him. He seemed to really believe they were going to come get him. What did you tell him, Sirius? I basically just comforted him to get him to stop crying. I think I told him they weren't here, but I was and would take care of him. That sounds just right to me. I would have done the same. What do you suppose has triggered this setback? He's always seemed to handle the tragedy just fine. Even right after it happened, he didn't seem this upset. I know he wasn't acting so young then. He seems to be 3 or 4 right now. Sirius asks. Let's get Professor Snape's opinion on that. At Sirius' look, she says, didn't you know he is a qualified healer as well as potions master? No, I didn't know that. If you feel he can help, then let's call him in. I need all the advice I can get right now, Sirius answers. 30 minutes later, having told both Professor Snape and Minerva the events that led up to Harry's behavior, Sirius asks again, what do you suppose has triggered this? Well, it sounds as if he's reverting back to being younger to avoid dealing with some emotions he's not ready to face right now. This usually comes after a child has done something they perceive as wrong or have been told was wrong. It could also be caused by overextending their magical ability. Snape answers him. He did use his magic last week to lift the squid out of the lake. The irritability and tiredness he's been showing lately could be from that. I also disciplined him a week ago for misbehavior and at the time mentioned he wasn't acting his age. Could that have anything to do with the way he's acting? It's very possible. I'm thinking it could be what triggered this setback. You say he was asking for his parents? Snape replies. Then, seeing from the look on his face that Sirius is blaming himself, he clarifies what he said. The overextended use of magic is the trigger here, not your disciplining of him. I would never suggest imposing proper discipline is harmful. Children need discipline. As you know, I am a very firm believer in consequences for misbehavior. You say he was asking for his parents? Yes, just tonight for the first time since he came to live with me, he asked for them. He was asking when they were coming back. I really had no words to tell him. I just told him I would be here for him. We are coming close to the 1-year anniversary of the tragedy. It's actually in just a little more than a week, 2 days after Halloween. This slipped up on me. I really didn't know it was coming so soon. Sirius says. Mummy and oh, the 3 adults here from Harry's room. Sirius is across the room and beside Harry's bed before the other 2 have even registered what is happening. SHH, it's all right, pup. I have you now, little one. Calm down, you're here with me and we're safe. I promise you, nothing is going to hurt you, Sirius says as he holds Harry rocking back and forth on the bed. Patty? Why are you holding me so tight? What's going on? Where's Mummy? I need her. I had a bad dream, Harry asks. Looking up, Sirius sees the other 2 adults have followed him into the room. Hello again, Harry. It's nice to see you. How old are you now? Minerva asks quietly.
Aún tia minuts.
You were here last week for my birthday and you forgot how old I am, Harry asks. At her nod, he says, I'm 4 now. Mummy made me a cake and the Quidditch players looked like they were flying. 'Member Patty? You made them fly for real. Mummy got mad at you and you turned into Padfoot the dog. I remember, pup. That was a good birthday, Sirius answers. We can talk more in the morning, but right now it's time to go back to sleep. Do you need anything? A drink or to go to the loo? When Harry shakes his head no, Sirius gently slides him down to lie on his back as he pulls the covers up. Patty? Yes, little one? I want Dragon. I can't sleep without Dragon. Grandpa gave him to me and I need him now, Harry whines tiredly. I'll get him for you, just give me a minute to find him. Okay? Sirius says, stalling to give himself time to think. Knowing Harry had turned his stuffed toy into a real dragon earlier that year, Sirius decides to just conjure another, hoping it would look right to the child. Going into the next room, he quickly transforms a pillow from the sofa into a toy dragon. Walking back into the child's room, he hands the toy to Harry. Here you are. Here's Dragon. Now let's go to sleep and we'll talk tomorrow. Sleep well, little one. Have only good dreams, Sirius says, rubbing his hand over the boy's hair. Ch. 13. The next 5 days passed with little change in Harry's condition. Each day it was becoming more difficult to distract the little boy from asking about his parents. After 4 days of talking around the question, Sirius decided to try telling him the truth. Before doing that, he talked it over with Professor Snape. Severus, Harry is asking for his parents more and more each day. I want to tell him the truth, but I'm afraid he may regress even further. Do you think he's capable of handling this right now? Will it harm him further, do you think? I think you ought to tell him. It may be rough for you, but I think Harry subconsciously knows the truth. He is really 9 years old, not 4. Only one part of his brain is reacting to things on a 4-year-old level. It may actually help to talk it out. I also have the potion ready for him. This is used to help someone overcome memory loss. I don't know how it will affect him, but we can certainly try it. It just might help him regain his 9-year-old memory. I'd like to know what happens either way. Of course, I'll let you know the results as soon as I see any. Maybe I should just let the potion work and hold off telling him about his parents. Just do whatever feels best for you and Harry, Sirius. I can't tell you the answer to what to do, Severus answers. That night, Sirius mixed the potion into a glass of frothy strawberry-flavored milk and gave it to Harry right before putting him to bed. Here you are, Harry. This will help you feel good. It's strawberry milk like a milkshake, Sirius tells him, handing him the glass and watching as he drinks. Okay, good boy, pup. Now it's time to climb in bed for the night. It's sleeping time now. I not sleepy. Patty, I need to stay up and play. I not want to go to bed, Harry yells when Sirius insists he has to go to bed. Harry James, you know better than to shout at me like this. Lower your voice now. Sirius replies sternly. Not go to bed. Stayin' up. Not goin' to listen. Harry yells at him, covering his ears with his hands. Running around the room as Sirius tries to catch him, Harry is giggling at this new game. Can't catch me. I super high. Faster than Hogwarts twain. Choo choo. Harry shouts, zooming around just out of reach. Sirius reacts without thinking. As the child mistakenly moves closer, he's caught around his waist. You don't tell me you aren't going to do what I say. That is naughty, and naughty boys get spanked. He takes Harry by the arm and gives him a smack on the seat of his pajama pants. With the first swat, Harry uncovers his ears to put his hands behind him. Sirius moves his hands out of the way as he gives one more swat, saying, You will listen, young man, and you will do as I say. I am in charge here, not you. Now you get into that bed before I decide to give you a real spanking. His voice is soft but firm. Harry's reaction surprises him. Instead of a tantrum as he is expecting, Harry has turned and thrown himself into Sirius' arms. Pressing his head into Sirius' chest, Harry says, I'm sorry I was bad. I'll be a good boy now. Please don't spank me. I don't like it when you give out spankings. I'm so sorry I was so bad and worried you both. Please don't turn me over your knee. Sirius hugs him and lifts him up onto the bed. Handing him the stuffed dragon, he says, Well, Harry, I don't think children are supposed to like spankings. It is punishment, and punishment isn't supposed to be liked. If it is, then it really isn't a punishment. Sleep well, little one. I'll see you in the morning. Thinking back later that night, Sirius realizes what Harry had actually said. He was sorry he was bad and worried you both, and he didn't want to be turned over Sirius's knee. Since Sirius had not ever even smacked Harry before tonight after he regressed to being a 4-year-old, then the comment about being put over his knee was unusual. Sirius hoped this was a sign of Harry getting his memories back and becoming his natural age. The next morning, he was jolted awake by Harry calling him. In his sleepy state, he didn't even realize Harry had called him Dad. Dad, come quick. I need you, there's something wrong with me, Harry shouts. Sirius stumbles into the bathroom to find Harry staring down at himself. What is it, little one? Are you hurt? Did you have an accident? It's okay, we'll clean it up. Dad, I don't have accidents. I'm too big down there. I'm not supposed to be that big. Am I dying? What's wrong with me? Harry ends in a shout. Awake now, Sirius is suddenly aware that Harry is speaking in his regular 9-year-old voice and no longer sounds like a 4-year-old. Looking at where Harry is pointing, he has to chuckle just a little. It seems the potion worked but has a side effect. It's all right, son. It'll go down soon. It's just swollen a little. Are you able to use the toilet okay? Dad, quit talking to me like I'm a little baby. Asking me about having accidents and can I use the loo? I'm almost 10, you know. I'm not a little baby. I'm sorry about that, pup. I forgot how old you really are. Why, you're practically grown already. Sirius says, smiling at him. Come help me fix breakfast. We'll have your favorite French toast this morning. You get to dip the bread. How about some sausage, eggs, fried potatoes, and kippers to go with it? That sounds good, Dad. I'm really hungry this morning. I feel kind of funny, like I've been asleep a really long time too. What day is it? Is today Saturday? Today is Thursday, pup. No, don't panic. You don't have classes today, Sirius says as he sees Harry begin to get worried. We'll talk over breakfast about what's been going on. You don't have classes again until Monday. Just relax and enjoy yourself, Sirius says, putting his arm around the boy's shoulders and leading him to the kitchen. So I really acted like a 4-year-old? Nappies and everything? How embarrassing, Harry exclaims. Well, you never were in nappies, Harry. But yes, you did act like a 4-year-old. Minerva thought you were extremely cute. I was just worried you'd never grow up. You wouldn't want me to be 4 forever? I wonder why. If I remember right, being 4 is a whole lot easier than being 9. At 4, you can get away with more stuff. You don't have to do schoolwork or chores. Someone will read to you, and you can take naps whenever you want to. I think it would be great. Maybe I should ask Professor Snape for an de-aging potion to go back to being 4. Don't you dare, young man. I'll turn you over my knee and wallop you until you don't sit comfortably for a week if you even think about taking any kind of potion without my permission. I'm dead serious on this, Harry James. Sirius says, seeing Harry try to stifle the giggles. Yes, Dad. I sure do know how to push your buttons, don't I? I got you all hot and bothered by just mentioning and deeging potion. I wasn't really going to do that, you know? Oh, no. Dad. Don't. Please, Dad. I was joking. Dad. Sirius has flipped the giggling but now protesting boy over his lap bottom up. Raising his hand high, he delivers one hard smack to the boy's backside before lifting him up. You might have been joking, Harry, but I am not. This is too serious to fool around about. I mean it. You are not to take any kinds of potions unless I give permission. For your safety and the safety of your bum, you better remember what I tell you. Young man. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Dad. I won't joke about it anymore. Harry says sorrowfully. Sirius, pulling the child back into his arms and lowering his face into his hair, whispers, I love you so much, Harry. I just can't bear to think of you deliberately doing something to harm yourself. I overreacted and I'm sorry. This last week has just been a nightmare for me. You have no idea what I've been through. Again, I'm sorry for smacking you. I do mean what I said, however. At no time are you to ever fool around with potions. Yes, sir, I'll remember. I don't want to stand up for a week. Harry replies, grinning just a little at Sirius as he knows that's just his dad exaggerating again. I'm glad to have my saucy child back. I missed my 9-year-old, saucy remarks and all. Sirius tells him, grinning back. I'm sure Ron and Hermione will be happy to hear you are back to your old self too. Why don't you go write them while I clean up from breakfast? We'll have a house elf deliver it. Thanks, Dad, Harry says, heading to his room. Sirius sends a message himself. His message to Severus is short but to the point. Severus, potion successful. My child is back to his normal everyday behavior. One small side effect caused minor panic. His male part became 2 sizes bigger than normal. In 1 hour, it has decreased to regular size. Thank you for all of your support and help. Sirius. 30 minutes later, he received a reply. Glad to hear the good news. Laughed hilariously at the minor panic issue. We'll take that into consideration for the next time I brew such a potion. Perhaps I can bottle the potion to sell to Muggle men. Could make me rich. S. Sirius had to smile at this response. Thinking seems old Snape has a sense of humor after all. Not that I am able to tell anyone though. It would be nice to see some of that humor loosen him a bit with the children. He's too uptight and strict with them. After his traumatic week, Harry settled back into classes very well. The first reporting period was coming up and all the teachers had tests or assignments for the children. Ron is complaining about this as he and Harry hurry to Charms. Harry, how can you be so cheerful about this? We slave over these essays and projects only to have some teachers who I won't name rate them poor. I haven't had many rated below acceptable, Ron. If I did, my dad would punish me. I'd better not get anything less than acceptable on my grade report either. Dad said if I did he would see to it. I spent the winter break studying that course with a sore bum. He said from the beginning of school to come to him if I needed any extra help with schoolwork. I've done well in my classes except potions. I only get acceptables on some of my assignments there. Dad doesn't know it, but before I got sick I made 2 dreadfuls on the potions we had to brew. Professor Snape didn't tell him and I sure didn't. Yeah, I know what you mean. I didn't tell my parents about my low grade in literature. I imagine you haven't mentioned the Muggle class grades to your dad, have you? No, I'm too worried about the grade in potions right now. That's the one I plan to bring up as fast as possible. Then maybe I can get the Muggle classes up next. Well, what if those 2 dreadfuls make your grade come way down? Ron asks. I'll just have to do really well on the next few potions and essays to make sure that doesn't happen. I plan to get Hermione to help me work on them. We're going to meet tonight in the astronomy tower so we can rework a potion. Do you want to come too? Yeah, I do, but where are you getting the things to make the potion? Where do you think? From Professor Snape. You're stealing them? Harry, have you gone mental? Your dad might blister your arse with a paddle if he finds out. I know mine would if I ever stole something. You're the one who's gone mental, Ron. Of course, I'm not stealing them. Do you really think I would? I would probably get a paddling if I ever did. I've never been paddled, but I hear it's awful. Professor Snape is helping me with the potion. He's giving me the instructions and all the items needed to brew it. The only reason we can't use the potions lab is because he has detentions in there tonight. All right, Harry. The last step is to add the bat wings one at a time and stir between each wing counterclockwise for 2 minutes. Ron, you time him and tell when the minutes are up. This part is tricky. If we stir too long, it will explode. We sure don't want that to happen. Hermione tells the boys. Okay, we can add in the last wing now. The potion looks just perfect, Harry. It says here in the book that it should be a light green color, and that is where we are right now. Go ahead and put that last wing in. Don't forget to stir clockwise this time. It says here to finish by stirring clockwise for 3 minutes. It looks great, mate, Ron says approvingly. Let's bottle up some so we can get rid of this mess. It's beginning to smell. Grinning at Ron's screwed-up face, Harry ladles some of the potion into 3 vials with labels reading H. Potter, H. Granger, and R. Weasley. All finished, Ron. You can uncover your nose now. Let's banish this mess before someone smells it and comes in, Harry says. Harry, you know we can't do magic outside of classes, Hermione says quickly as Harry raises his wand. Hearing this, Harry puts the wand away. Well then, what are we going to do? We can't just leave it here. I'll get in trouble with Dad if I have made a mess of his astronomy lab. You might too, as you helped me brew this. I'd also have to explain why I needed to rework a potion. Then I will be in big trouble. Then, checking his watch, Harry says, if we don't get back to the common room in the next 15 minutes, we're all going to be in big trouble. We'll be out after curfew. What about getting Professor Lupin to help us? He will, don't you think? Hermione asks. Yeah, I think he will. I might still be in trouble if we get him. He might go to my dad when he finds out why I'm in here making a potion. He will ask, I know he will. I don't know what else to do. Go get him, Hermione, and hurry. Running out the door, she runs smack into the person she was going to get. Whoa there, young lady. Where's the fire? All right, what's going on in here? What are you 3 up to? Why are you making a potion here in this lab? We have a potions lab down in the dungeon, you know. Remus asks sternly as he sees the cauldron and leftover ingredients all on the floor. Professor Snape gave me permission to brew this potion and the material needed to do it. We had to come here because he was using his lab for detention tonight. We need someone to banish this for us. We can't do it because we are not allowed to use magic outside of classes. Would you please do it for us, sir? Harry rushes with his explanation as he checks his watch again. Seeing the boy look at his watch makes Remus notice the time himself. It is 10 minutes to 6 o'clock. Knowing the younger children's curfew is 6 o'clock, he says, Children, hurry now to the dorm. I'll clean this up for you this time. Harry, we will talk about this tomorrow. I want you to come to my office after classes are over. All right? Yes, sir, I'll be there. Harry calls, rushing to catch up with his friends who are already near the stairs. As the 3 friends run for the dorm, they make the mistake of going by Mr. Filch's janitorial station. You 3 stop right now. You have no business running through these halls. Children today have no respect for the rules. Besides that, you are now out after curfew. I'll just report you to your head of house, so come along, Filch says gleefully. Sir, please. We still have 5 minutes to make it to the dorm. Please, sir, won't you let us go this one time? I will never allow my friends or myself to run in your hallway again. Please, sir, Harry practically begs. So you think you can get away with breaking rules just because you are Harry Potter and your dad works here? No, young man, it doesn't work that way with me. Now come along and we'll just have a chat with your dad. After all, he is your head of house too. So you see, Professor Black, I caught these 3 out after curfew running through the halls. When I scolded them for breaking rules, your son tried to bribe me into letting them get by with it. As you know, I pride myself on seeing to it the students follow the rules. I make no exceptions either. Yes, Mr. Filch, I'm well aware of your expectations concerning the students. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I will handle it from here. You are needed back at your station, Sirius says. Then turning to the 3 children all staring at the floor, he says, Come with me, children. They exchange glances of worry after he turns to walk back into his office. Once inside, he motions for them to sit on the couch as he takes the chair across from it. Harry can't help but remember other times when he was in this same place on the couch being questioned and sometimes punished afterwards. He searches his mind for an explanation that will keep them from punishment. Dad, I have an explanation as to why we missed curfew. Harry speaks first. Hermione looks at him out of the corner of her eye as if to question his decision to speak up. We were up in the astronomy tower and we ran into Professor Lupin. He was talking with us and we just lost track of time. When he saw we were about to be late for the dorm, he told us to hurry to the dorm so we wouldn't be out after curfew. We still had time to make it back, but Mr. Filch stopped us. I tried to get him to let us go by promising we wouldn't run in his hall ever again. It didn't work. Hermione nods approvingly at Harry's explanation and Ron relaxes slightly. Harry looks at his dad to see how he takes this explanation. Well, it sounds as if you have had an adventure tonight. I won't ask what you were doing up in the astronomy tower, but I just hope it wasn't to pull some kind of prank up there. Mr. Filch lives to get students into trouble. He always has. He got me and James in trouble when we were kids. I'm not going to punish you for it. Just do me a favor and try to stay away from him if you can. It's time you were in the dorm, so let me walk you there. Reaching the common room entrance, Sirius says, "Go on in, Hermione and Ron. I'll see you in class tomorrow afternoon. Harry is going to be staying with me in our quarters tonight. He'll be seeing you at breakfast." As his friends disappear through the newly opened entrance, Harry turns to look at Sirius. Motioning for him to follow, Sirius walks off towards their quarters. Wondering why his dad has required him to come home tonight, Harry can't help but feel anxious. Unless he's done something he shouldn't, he usually isn't required to spend the night with his dad. He may choose to spend the night occasionally, but he isn't required to do so. 15. Feeling apprehensive about being brought to their living quarters instead of being allowed to stay in his dorm, Harry follows his dad inside. "Harry, I brought you here because I want to talk to you in private. It could have waited, but I'd rather get this over with tonight," Sirius says, sitting down and motioning for Harry to join him. "Son, did you know most teachers do not stay at the castle during school breaks?" Harry's nod, he goes on. "Well, with winter break coming up soon, I thought we should talk about what we are going to do. I have a house in the countryside of England and I thought we could go there for Christmas and the rest of the break. It has plenty of open space for flying and the house is big enough for your friends to come spend a couple of nights if you would like them to. Would you like to go there?" "I want to go wherever you go, Dad. It doesn't matter where it is. I just want to stay with you forever and always. I'm your kid now, so I do what you want. Mummy and Daddy would want me to stay with you, right?" "Yes, pup, you are my kid. I didn't mean to make you think I would go off without you. I just wanted to know what you thought of Christmas in the country at Black Manor. We could rent rooms somewhere if you'd rather stay in Scotland. I'm sure we could find a village to stay in. Now, which do you want to do? It's our first Christmas together and I want to make it extra special. I want to go to your manor house. I've never seen it and it sounds fun. Will we have a Christmas tree?" Harry asks. "Christmas can't be Christmas without the trimmings. We'll find a big tree, cut it and decorate it all for us. We'll fix up the house with as many decorations as you want. I believe my mum still has boxes of decorations up in the attic somewhere. We'll look at them and if we want new ones we'll just go out and get them. How does that sound?" "Sounds brilliant to me. Oh, I wish these next 2 weeks were over and we could go tomorrow. We could skip out on all these exams too." "Keep wishing, son. You have to take these exams coming up and make sure to receive grades of acceptable, so I don't have to do all the decorating by myself. It won't be nearly as much fun for me if you have to be studying while I'm decorating." "Dad, you wouldn't do that, would you?" "Probably not. It's too much work for just me. I would wait until you finished all of your studying during the day and we decorate at night. That sure wouldn't be fun to have to study all day during your vacation from school." Sirius teases, shaking his head sadly. "Dad, you know I'm ahead in most all my classes." Grandpa says, "I'm a child prodigy and smarter than most kids my age. I wouldn't have been able to come here to the program if I wasn't smart." Harry brags. "Yes, son, I know you are smart. That is why I will not permit you to slack off and come up with anything less than an acceptable on your courses." "Harry, I don't want to hear of you bragging the way you just did about being a prodigy and smarter than other kids ever again. You are Harry James Potter Black, and that's all people need to know. Now there's one more thing we need to discuss tonight before bed. Why didn't you tell me you were having trouble in potions? I received a late grade slip today saying you had been scored poor on 2 of your essays. Is there some reason you did not do well on them? Sirius pins Harry with a stern look as he attempts to squirm from the seat. Oh boy, if he's this upset by me getting poor, what's he going to be like when he hears about the dreadfuls? Maybe I should just tell him now and take whatever he gives out for punishment. Harry thinks as he listens to Sirius. Dad, I just wasn't feeling well back then. It was 2 weeks ago and I felt strange those days. I couldn't think about what I was writing. All right, Harry, Professor Snape has agreed to let you rewrite those 2 essays by next week. You are to remain here except for classes and meals while you work on them. For not following the rule of letting me know you have problems with a class, you are grounded for the week. That includes the weekend also. I want to read the essays when you are finished. Is there anything else you need to tell me about any of your schoolwork? Are there any other low marks I should know about? Losing the courage he had to speak up, Harry replies, No, sir. There's not anything else. Well then, it's time for you to get some sleep. I'll have the house elves deliver your clothes for the week back here to your room. You are also grounded from your broom until those essays are finished. But Dad, Ron and I were going to practice some new flying moves. Harry whines. I couldn't help get a bad mark when I was sick, he argues. Schoolwork comes first before anything else, Harry.
No arguing. No whinging.
That's the way it is. If you had obeyed me and come to me when you first knew you had received a mark of poor, you wouldn't have been punished. I won't have you slacking off in your schoolwork or hiding things from me, Harry. Yes, sir. Good night, Dad, Harry says with a sigh as he goes to his bedroom. Grounded. How was he going to do the second potion assignment if he wasn't allowed to leave their quarters except for classes and meals? He had to make up that assignment of Professor Snape's or he would continue to get the dreadful. Even though he wants me to, I just can't tell Dad about this. He'll get too upset. There's got to be a way of fixing this. Harry thinks as he flops back on his pillows. The next morning at breakfast, he explained the problem to Hermione. I have to make up that potion or I'll not be making acceptable on my final term grade. I told you I would get in big trouble if I made less than acceptable. Now I'm grounded for a week and final exams are next week. What can I do? Well, Harry, you could just tell your dad and get his permission to make up the assignment. Hermione answers. He'd wallop me for sure if I did. He asked me last night if there were any problems in any of my classes when he was scolding me for making poor on my essays. I didn't tell him about the potions. I lied and said everything was fine. At Hermione's scolding look he adds, I chickened out. I just knew he would wallop me if I said I had scored 2 dreadfuls as well as the 2 pours in potions. He might have even taken out that awful ruler. Well, what about talking to Professor Snape about it? Maybe he could help figure out something. He helped you when you were sick, so maybe he would help again. Why don't you talk to him after class today? You can be a little late to herbology and Professor Sprout wouldn't mind. I could cover for you. All right, I guess that's the best idea yet. Thanks, Hermione. I just hope he will help me. Come on, we've got to get going or we'll be late for astronomy. That's all I need is to be in more trouble with Dad. Good morning, class. Today we're going to be looking at the planet Mars. Mars was named for the Roman god of agriculture and war. Many people believe this planet is the most similar to our own. Who knows what the nickname is for this planet? Harry? The red planet, sir. Yes, it's called the red planet because it is mostly made up of red sand or dirt. Who else knows a fact about Mars? Yes, Hermione? Sirius smiles at the little girl frantically bouncing in her seat, waving her whole arm. Did you have something to share about Mars? Yes, sir. Mars has 2 moons whereas Earth only has 1. The 2 moons are named Deimos and Phobos. They were once asteroids between Jupiter and Mars. Thank you, Hermione. You are absolutely correct. The gravity of Jupiter forced the 2 moons closer to Mars where they are now. Sirius adds, does anyone else have something to tell about Mars? Ron. Sirius is surprised to see the boy volunteering to answer. He usually has to pry answers from that young man. Mars is the name of a great candy bar. Professor, did you know the headmaster likes to eat Mars bars? He told me one time it was one of his favorite candies. Thank you for that fascinating information, Ron. Sirius teases the boy. Anyone else have some facts or something relevant to say about Mars the planet? He asks, giving Ron a wink. Draco? Sirius calls, seeing the blond boy with his hand raised. There are Martians living there. They are little green men and fly around in flying saucers. They're only 3 feet tall. The class giggles at that. Draco, Sirius says warningly. I don't think that's a proven fact, and it isn't relevant either. The Martians must be related to house elves. House elves are too ugly looking to even be from this planet. They must be from Mars. They're so ugly looking and not too bright either. Draco adds in a haughty tone, completely ignoring the warning to behave. The children gasp at this statement. Everyone knows Professor Black forbids talk that puts others down in some way. Mr. Malfoy, that last comment is uncalled for. You will hold your tongue about house elves. We are discussing Mars, not something completely irrelevant to the subject. Let us have no more disruptions from you. Young man. Sirius reprimands the boy sternly. Draco smirks at that and responds, everyone knows the house elves are aliens too. That's why they are so stupid. Who'd want to work for someone as a servant? Stupid, I say. Sirius walks down the row to the young man's desk and takes him firmly by the arm. Lifting him off his seat, he escorts him to the corridor outside the room. After a brief but very stern lecture from Sirius, Draco reappears, keeping his eyes downcast as he retakes his seat, rubbing his arm where Sirius had gripped him. After class, Harry hears him tell his friends. He said he was reporting me to my godfather for this one. I have disrupted his class 2 times before now. I'm in for it this time for sure. Uncle Severus said if he got one more bad behavior report this term, he would paddle my backside with a hairbrush. Harry can't help but grin at Hermione and Ron as they walk to the next class. I wish I could have heard Dad tear into Draco. That's one time I would have enjoyed hearing him give a sound scolding, especially since I wouldn't be the one he was scolding. Good for Dad. It's about time someone took Draco in hand, he thinks. I bet your dad can blister your ears when he wants to. I sense that in him. I'm glad he's never had to scold me for any reason. I'm gonna keep it that way too. Those dark eyes shoot fire when he gets mad. I don't want to be the one getting that look. Hermione says quietly. No, you don't believe me. He's really mad when he looks like that. I usually wind up getting a hard spanking. Luckily, I haven't seen that look very often. It's a shame he can't be the one to spank Draco. I'd love to be able to see that. If professors were allowed to spank students, you would be getting in trouble with Professor Snape quite often. You probably would have been spanked several times with all the detentions he's given you. So be thankful they aren't allowed to spank unless they are given head of house privileges. Even then, they have to have permission from our parents. Though most parents honor that request, I haven't heard of many spankings being given by your dad. No, he spanked Ron once though. I think he got Fred and George one time, but he won't tell about it and they won't either. I happened to be going by his office right as the door opened and the twins came out. They were both red-faced and rubbing their bums, so I guess they had been spanked. Unlike me, they don't make noise during a spanking. I can't keep quiet when he's setting my bum on fire. Maybe he only spanks me that way and not the others. He probably cast a silencing charm, Harry. He wouldn't want students to hear and embarrass someone, Hermione tells him. During their potions class that afternoon, Harry is partnered with Ron to create a soothing solution. The boys are on their 5th of 8 steps in the instructions. All right, Ron, now we add in these fig leaves. It says finely chopped leaves. I hope ours are chopped well enough. I think you did a fine job myself, Harry whispers, grinning at his friend. I chopped until my hand was asleep, so I did the best I could, Ron whispers back as he adds the leaves to the potion. Step 5, stir counterclockwise 3 minutes or until brew is blue. Hey, that rhymes, doesn't it? Brew blue. Should have been step 2, Harry says, being silly again. Mr. Potter, this is no time to be joking around. Potion making is very serious and needs to be carefully monitored. I strongly suggest cutting the jokes and watching your cauldron as it is now turning black, Professor Snape commands sternly as he stands beside the boys. Oh no, what did we do wrong? I followed the steps. Ron just looks at Harry and doesn't answer. To have the potion turn that color means you added something too soon. What have you added? Professor Snape asks. We were on step 6, sir. We've added the vials you set out, plus the finely chopped fig leaves. Fig leaves? My stars, boys. That doesn't say fig leaves. You are misreading the directions. Show me the directions. When the boys hand him their book, he sees the problem. Boys, if you had been paying any attention today, you would know what page to be reading. I clearly said page 102. It's also written on the board. You are following page 92. Both of you just received a score of dreadful. You have also earned yourselves detention with me from 6 to 8 tonight, so do not be late. Please, Professor, I'm sorry. It's my fault, but please can't I write a punishment essay instead of detention? Please, sir, Harry asks. He then motions for the stern man to lean down so he can whisper to him. Surprised at the request to bend down, Snape does so curiously. Please, Professor. I'm grounded, and if I tell my dad I got detention, he'll spank me. Please, sir? Can't we let it go with an essay? Harry whispers pleadingly. Straightening up, the professor says, Detention tonight, Mr. Potter. You will be brewing this potion again, so be prepared. Any more problems in class today, and you will have detention for 2 nights. He sweeps his robes to the side as he walks away. Harry? I'm sorry. I opened the book without checking the board. I just knew he said page 92. I'll have to get Madame Pomfrey to check my ears. Ron whispers sadly. The next 20 minutes went by painfully slowly for Harry. He spent the time trying to come up with a way to solve his dilemma. If he told his dad about the detention, he would be in trouble, but if he didn't and missed the detention, he'd be in even bigger trouble. On top of that, he now had another low grade in potions. 3 dreadfuls and 2 poors didn't come out to be anywhere near a final grade of acceptable. Granted, there were some other grades that were good, but these last few were what worried him. Even in primary school, which he started at the age of 4, he'd never brought home less than excellent on any grade report. Most of his grades were always outstandings. This was the first time in his school career he had ever had a problem with a subject. Harry was busy thinking of all of this when he heard, Class dismissed, Mr. Potter. Mr. Weasley, do not forget the detention tonight at 6 o'clock. Yes, sir. The boys say as they gather their books and materials together. Walking out into the corridor, Harry sees Draco Malfoy hanging back from his friends. I guess now we're both in trouble tonight. Serves you right for not being smart enough to listen and look at the board. Draco sneers. Go away, Draco. I'm not in the mood to listen to you prattle on. Just leave me alone. Harry exclaims quietly. So Daddy's little baby is going to get a spanking, isn't he? I just wonder what he would say if he knew about the 2 dreadfuls you already made. Maybe I should just run up and tell him. You're no prodigy, are you? Draco taunts. Gasping in outrage, Harry says, You keep quiet. Make me. Fine. Harry quickly points at his enemy and whispers Leviosa. Silencio. 2 seconds later, Draco finds himself floating up on the high ceiling of the corridor. Glaring down at Harry as he stares up at him, Draco manages to find his wand and reverse the spell. Landing back on the floor, he launches himself at Harry, fists raised. The 2 boys are tussling, punching each other furiously. Both are grunting in anger as they pound each other. Rolling now, they roll into something that looks like a pair of legs. What is going on out here? What do you 2 imbeciles think you are doing? What is the purpose of trying to pound each other into oblivion? Get up. Jumping to their feet, they see a furious Professor Snape. Neither boy has a chance to try to answer as he reaches out to grasp each boy by the back of their neck. Come with me, he says as he escorts them down the hall to his quarters. Opening the door, he pulls them both inside. Draco, corner, now, he commands fiercely. Uncle Severus, he attacked me first. He made me float on the ceiling. I had to get back at him for it, don't you see? Draco tries to explain his way out of his known upcoming punishment. What I see, Draco, is 2 young boys in a lot of trouble for fighting and using magic without permission. Now go to that corner. If you know what's good for you, then you will refrain from any more of this uncalled for whinging. Harry, sit on the sofa and stay put, he says as he walks over to the fireplace. Taking a handful of flu powder, he tosses it in the fireplace, saying Sirius Black's quarters. Sitting on the couch, Harry sees his dad's head appear in the fireplace. What do you need, Severus? Is something wrong with Harry? He asks, seeing the boy hunched over crying on the sofa. There's been some problems this afternoon, Sirius. First off, Harry is to serve detention with me tonight for not listening and paying attention to his work today. Secondly, I just caught Harry and Draco having a knockdown fight in the corridor outside my classroom. They were attempting to pound each other into the stonework. Apparently, they have also been casting spells without permission. I wanted to inform you of this. Now I will handle Draco's punishment. He has the punishment coming for disrupting your class also. I received that notice not more than 10 minutes ago. In fact, that is how I happened to come upon them fighting. I was looking for Draco. What do you wish me to do with Harry? I have no problem handing out his punishment also. I will take care of that myself. Please send him along now. He will be at your lab by the time you want him tonight. Thank you for informing me of his behavior. It shouldn't happen again, but if it does, let me know. His head disappears. All right, Harry. I'm sure you were listening to that, so come along. I'll send you to your dad now. Severus calls over to the now sobbing child. Standing up, Harry walks as slowly as possible to where Professor Snape is standing. Brushing the tears from his face, he steps into the fireplace, dreading going home. Severus tosses a handful of powder in beside him and says, Sirius Black's quarters. Within seconds, Harry is engulfed in green flames and standing in his own fireplace. Come here, Harry. Let's talk about what went on today. Sirius says, seeing the boy just standing in the fireplace with tears running down his face. He crosses over and sits on the sofa, holding his arms out to the child. Rushing across the room, Harry falls into his dad's embrace, sobbing loudly.
I'm sorry, Dad.
I'm so sorry. I lost my temper and it just happened. He manages to get out between sobs and gasps for breath. Sirius strokes his hair, murmuring soothing sounds for a few minutes until Harry can calm down enough to talk. Okay, now, let's sit up and tell me about what happened today. You know, we always talk about problems, so let's hear it. Ron and I were partners today. We thought Professor Snape said to do page 92 when he actually said 102. We were following the wrong directions and using the ingredients for the potion we were supposed to be doing. It turned black, and before Professor Snape banished it, it was smoking. He scolded us and gave us detention tonight at 6. We have to redo the potion to bring up our grades. Harry stops there, realizing he'd now have to say what his grade was. That might lead to other questions he did not want to answer. Unfortunately, his dad just had to ask. So what grade did he give you? Dreadful, Harry whispers into his own chest. I see. Now what about this fight? What made you lose control like that? You know better than to let someone provoke you into losing your temper. Tell me about the spell being cast. What was that all about? Draco was teasing me about my grade. He said some nasty things about me. He threatened me too. I just had enough, so I told him to be quiet. He wouldn't hush, so I put him on the ceiling with Leviosa and I used Silencio to make him hush. He was able to reverse them and landed back on the floor. He punched me, and then we were both rolling and hitting each other until Professor Snape stopped us. Well, Harry, no matter whether or not he provoked you, using magic outside of class or without permission is forbidden. So is fighting. You know this. What did he say to threaten you? Sirius asks. Not getting an answer, he says sternly, Harry, I expect an answer. He threatened to tell you on me for having made some low grades. Harry answers, recognizing the warning in Sirius' voice. Since I already knew about the 2 pours you received, what else could make you fly off like that? Are there other grades I don't know about? Sirius asks, looking intently into Harry's eyes. Seeing the answer to his question, he says, What are they and what subject? Biting his lip nervously, Harry answers, Potions. Then, seeing the stern look on his father's face, he whispers, 2 dreadfuls. You are telling me you have received 3 more scores of dreadful this term? I remember you had one from early in the term, but you made that potion again. Sirius asks. At Harry's quick nod, he says, Harry, didn't I just ask you last night if there were any more problems in your schoolwork I should know about? We were discussing the grades of poor on your essays, were we not? Yes, sir, you did, and we were. Harry whispers, beginning to cry again. And what did you answer me? I said there weren't any more problems. Harry says, wishing he could just flew out of there. So you lied to me, didn't you? Sirius asks, his voice very quiet. Yes, sir, I did. I'm sorry. I just didn't want you angry at me for my grades. Harry answers. I'm not angry. I'm disappointed, Harry. I thought we were open with each other and did not hide things in this family. I trusted you to come to me with any problems and we would work them out together. You didn't do that, and now you find yourself in a lot of trouble because of it. Go to your room. Knowing this was coming, Harry slides off the sofa and walks slowly to his room. Lying down on the bed with his face smashed into his pillow, he lets the tears come. Hearing his dad say he was disappointed is worse than knowing he is in for a spanking. A little while later, hearing his bedroom door open, he rolls over and sits on the side of the bed. Sirius has taken one of the two chairs and moved it out away from the small table to sit in. Looking sadly at Harry, he says, I love you very much, Harry, and that is why I discipline you. I want to make sure you learn from the mistakes and bad decisions you make, so you will try not to repeat them. You have made quite a few bad decisions, son. The use of magic without permission, using it against another person, and the lying are serious issues. Lying, hiding something, or fighting is never the answer to solving a problem. Talking about it with someone will help, not the way you went about it. But I think you already know this, don't you? Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Dad.
I'll behave better. I promise. Harry answers, pleading with his eyes. He has a good idea of what is happening next. I'm sorry for what I have to do here, but it must be done. Come here, Harry. He now says sternly. After he has finished, Sirius lifts Harry off his lap and hugs him tight. I don't like to spank you, Harry, but you gave me no choice this time. Lying and fighting, as well as the other misbehavior, called for severe consequences. You have an hour before dinner time. Stay here and rest. I'll come get you for dinner. He gently wipes the tears from Harry's face as he tucks him into bed. Lying on his stomach in bed, Harry thinks about his awful day. The only good thing about today is Draco probably got his bottom warmed too. Merlin, that ruler stings something fierce. I hate that thing. I need to get rid of it so he won't be able to use it again. Walking into the potions lab for his detention later that night, Harry is surprised to see Draco there as well as Ron. What's he doing here, do you know? He whispers to Ron as he sits beside him at a table. Don't know. He was already here scrubbing cauldrons when I came in. Of course he didn't speak to me. I'm unworthy of being spoken to by a Malfoy, you know. They are far too superior to speak to us peons down below them. You ought to be glad he doesn't speak. That way he can't cause you to get your backside lit on fire. Harry whispers back. At Ron's raised eyebrows look, he says, with the ruler. For fighting, lying about my grades, hiding the grades, and for putting Malfoy on the ceiling during our fight. Ron didn't have to ask. Harry knew him well enough to know what he would have asked. You put him on the ceiling? Ron asks in awe. Yes, but he got himself off in just a couple of minutes. Man, I wish I could have been there to see that. I'd love to see Rat face up on the ceiling. I bet it was funny. Ron whispers back. It was until my dad got hold of my backside with his ruler. Then it wasn't funny anymore. I'm seriously thinking of getting rid of that thing. It hurts. Harry answers just as Professor Snape enters the lab. All right, boys. Time to prepare the potions you need to rework. If you do this correctly, it will bring up your grades. I believe you both have some dreadfuls to bring up. This will be your only chance to raise your grades, so follow instructions this time. The assignments are written here on this board. You have 2 hours to finish both potions. I want them completed with 2 labeled vials of samples on my desk by 8 o'clock. Any questions? Yes, sir. May we have a break during the 2 hours, sir? Ron asks, blushing. Yes, Mr. Weasley. I will allow the 3 of you to take a 5-minute break if needed. Any more than that, and you will not have time to finish your assigned potions. Do you understand? Yes, sir, we won't mess around. We'll finish the assignments, Professor. Harry assures him. See to it that you do, Mr. Potter. Professor Snape snaps as he leaves the boys to their work. He doesn't feel the need to oversee this detention, knowing the boys will either finish the potion correctly or fail the course. It's up to them now. As to Draco, he feels that afternoon's lesson with the hairbrush is enough to keep him in line. 1 hour later, Ron is beginning to regret the 3 full glasses of pumpkin juice he drank at dinner. After several minutes he says, "Harry, mate, I'm sorry, but I've just got to go. Can you handle it alone for a couple minutes?" "You think?" Ron asks. "Go, Ron. I'll be fine," Harry tells his friend. Shaking his head at Ron's silliness, Harry reads the next step on the board. Add 3 small vials of lance wing flies. That's strange, all I see is flies in pewter dishes. Well, I guess if Professor put them out, that's what he wants us to use. Taking 3 of the dishes, he tosses them into the cauldron, stirring the mix. Harry doesn't notice Draco smirking happily in the corner of the room where he is scrubbing out cauldrons. Stupid git. He should have realized I changed the directions. Putting in 3 dishes instead of 3 vials is sure to cause the potion to be ruined. If he's such a prodigy as everyone says, you'd think he would know that was wrong. I can't wait to see what his reaction is when the potion doesn't work out the way it should. Draco smirks to himself. 2 hours later, the boys have bottled their potions into the vials and labeled each with the name of the potion. They wait anxiously for Professor Snape to come to dismiss them. "Draco, I noticed you were squirming a lot over there. Did you get a spanking tonight too? My dad used his ruler and walloped me really good. I'm also grounded until winter break. I'm sorry I cast the spell on you and punched you," Harry tells him. Surprised at the apology and noticing how sincere Harry sounds, Draco answers honestly. "Yeah, I got it with the hairbrush. Uncle Severus walloped me good too. I got 10 with the brush on my bare backside. I hate that brush. When I was 7, I took it and hid it. Uncle Sev found it though and walloped me so hard I couldn't sit down for the rest of that day. I was staying with him while my parents were away. I haven't tried to get rid of it since." Ron and Harry can't resist giggling at the look of disgust on Draco's face when he says the brush was found. Being a kid sucks royally sometimes, doesn't it? I hate getting spanked or grounded. It seems like they would remember being a kid and go easier on us. Both of my dads pulled all kinds of pranks here when they were in school, but if I do it I get in trouble, Harry says. Ron speaks up then. "My mom says she does remember. So that's why she punishes us even harder. She doesn't use a brush very often. Most times it's that awful wooden spoon that's 2 times bigger than a normal one. Man, that thing can light you on fire in a hurry." Later that evening, while checking the potions the boys bottled, Severus is surprised to find one 2 times too strong. Looking at it, he immediately figures out the reason. The potion is dark purple, almost black, and the only thing that could make the potion this color would be adding too many ingredients. Reaching over, he flips up the chalkboard to reveal the side with the directions for the first potion. There on step 4 it reads, "Add 3 vials of lance wing flies." Looking at the boys' station where they mixed the potion, he sees pewter dishes instead of vials. One of the pewter dishes still has a few flies stuck to it. Usually the students are required to clean up after themselves and put away their materials. This time he asked them to leave it so he would be able to check for mistakes. There's only one way this could happen. Someone deliberately changed the vials to dishes to sabotage the potion. There's no way Harry or Ron would do that to themselves, so that leaves Draco. That young man is in for another round with my hairbrush. 3 weeks later at Black Manor, Harry is busy decorating the 6-foot Christmas tree he and his dad put up in the living room. Harry hears his dad call from the kitchen. "Harry, come in here please." Frowning slightly at the stern tone of his dad's voice, Harry obeys reluctantly. "Sir?" he asks as he enters the kitchen. He feels the need to be more formal than he usually would due to the sound in his dad's voice. "Harry, your term report just came. I think we have some talking to do. Have a seat, please." Sirius motions to the chair. Swallowing nervously, Harry does as he bids him to do. "Would you like to hear your grades before we talk?" "Yes, sir," Harry says, frantically trying to recall which subjects he could have done this badly in. He knew his potions grade was below standard, but he couldn't figure out which other class could have gone so wrong. Something definitely was wrong the way his dad was acting. "Oh, I wish I'd had time to find and hide that ruler," he thinks as he waits for the bad news. Sirius begins to read astronomy, outstanding. Charms, outstanding. Herbology, outstanding. Potions, acceptable. Transfiguration, outstanding. Mathematics, poor. English literature, acceptable. S&D deportment, behavior, acceptable. Your professors have included comments for each class including your behavior in them. Son, I am extremely proud of you for doing so well in most of your classes. For scores of outstanding and you are only in your first term is amazing. I know you are very capable of doing well in all of your classwork. That is why I would like to know why you received a grade of poor in your mathematics class. There are also some reports of you misbehaving in class. I see several comments about answering back to teachers and arguing with classmates. You know better than that. I expect a much better report of your behavior in the midterm report or you will wind up over my knee. Fidgeting on the chair, Harry answers without looking at his dad. Yes, Dad, I'll behave. What happened to make your grade low in mathematics? I have trouble doing some of the work in math class. I try, Dad, I really do, but I don't understand some of it. The teacher tried to help me, but I just got more mixed up. Beginning to cry, Harry says, I'm sorry I did bad in math. Please don't spank me. I'll do better, I promise. Harry, calm down. I am not going to punish you. However, you and I will spend 2 hours every day studying your mathematics coursework. I will work with you and quiz you on your assignments. I'm sure that we can help you figure out the problems. You are a smart boy, so it won't take long. Yes, sir, Harry says dejectedly. Cheer up, pup. We have shopping to do. Don't forget the Weasley family is coming tomorrow night for a Christmas party. If you like, you can ask Hermione to come too. She's gone with her parents to France, Dad. She won't be back until after Boxing Day. Well, you'll get to see her after Christmas then. We'll just set up a day to be Hermione Day. Now, what do you think you'd like to look for to give Ron? I just need to know which shops we should plan to go to. I don't know, Dad. I need some help thinking. You've told me how much he likes Quidditch and dragons. How about some books? Ron doesn't like to sit still to read the way I do. He likes moving. Well, let's go to the toy store and look. Get your coat, it's cold out there today. At the shops, Harry finds just what he wants. Dad, come here. Look, he calls across the store. Harry, you know better than to yell across a store like that. Calm yourself or we'll leave, Sirius says as he reaches him. Sorry, but look at what I found. It's just what Ron would love to have. Can I get this, please? Yes, son, we'll get it. Now, what did you want to get for Hermione? She's the one who will love books. She's not a dragon type, though. I need something mysterious or about magic history. That's what she likes. Not a typical subject for most 9-year-olds. That little girl is quite the unique one. All right, let's go over to the bookstore next. After much looking and much discussion, Harry finally finds the book he thinks would be perfect for Hermione. Dad, look at this. Here's a book all about the history of Hogwarts. I think she would like this one. I found one for me too. Can I get it, please? It's all about baby dragons. Harry, you really don't need to be getting things for yourself. You have Christmas gifts coming in just a few more days. Why don't we wait until after Christmas? If you still want it, then we'll come back and get it. Please, Dad, can't I just get it now? If I wait, it might be gone. They only have the one copy. Please. Not this time, Harry. Put it back and let's go to the houseware store. I need to look for tablecloths. Maybe some kind of decorations for the tables too. We could just get some by magic. Why do we have to go buy some? Harry asks after taking the book back to the shelf. It's more fun to go look and pick out some than just have one appear. Dad, when can we start the lights of the tree? Can't we do it now, please? I want to see it all lit up. Pup, we just finished putting the decorations on. Don't you think we should admire them before we light up the tree and can't see them? Sirius asks.
No, small dad.
I'm dying here. I've just got to see the fairies light the tree. Please. Well then I guess we'd better let them turn on. I sure don't want you to die, pup, Sirius teases. With a wave of his wand, the drapes in the room close. The lights dim and the tree begins to glow. As they watch, the tree glows brighter. Each fairy is dressed in a different colored iridescent skirt, and as their body glows, the light shines through. The tree glows with red, yellow, green, gold and silver lights that are now twinkling. OHH Dad, it's gorgeous. We never had fairies on the tree at Mummy and Daddy's. Mummy had little lights on a cord that she wrapped the tree with. I think these are so much brighter and prettier too. I wish Mummy was here to see this. Harry suddenly feels tears in his eyes. Trying not to let the tears start, he sniffs once and wipes his eyes.
Seat me up, Hob.
Sirius says from his place in the large overstuffed chair. Harry climbs up into his lap and relaxes as he feels his dad's arms go around him. I know you miss your mum and daddy, pup. I miss them too. I think about them often, and you know what helps me? At Harry's shake of his head, he says, I talk to them. I tell them all about how you are getting so big and smart. They would be so proud to see you in your school robes and see you doing magic. Dad? Would they be mad if I didn't think of them all the time? Sometimes I don't. I miss them, but I'm having fun here with you, and I just don't think about them. Is that bad? Squeezing the boy against his chest for a minute, Sirius has to take several breaths before he can answer.
No, son.
That is definitely not bad. You are doing what they would want you to do. Be a happy little boy who goes on with his life. I'm having fun with you too, son. I'm positive your mum and daddy would be thrilled to know you are growing up happy. Now, let's go get us some cocoa and come back here to read together before bedtime. Tomorrow we'll go into town and buy the rest of our decorations for the party. We need something special for the tables. The next night Harry found himself surrounded by children with red hair. The oldest Weasley brother, Bill, felt he was too old at 16 to stay around the children, so he stayed with his parents. Then came Charlie, who at 14 was a favorite of Harry's. Percy was next at 13, and following him were Fred and George, who were 11. Ron was the same age as Harry, and then they had a little sister, Ginny, who was 7. Harry liked all of Ron's family except maybe for Percy, who was a bit of a telltale. Upstairs with just Ron now, Harry is showing him around the house. What's in that room with the dark black door? I don't know. Dad said it was off limits and I wasn't to ever open that door. He meant it too. I haven't even touched the door. I don't want to get in trouble. Harry, aren't you curious? It could have all kinds of great stuff in there. Where's that adventure-loving boy who's my best friend? Remember last summer when we went in all those forbidden places in the castle? Yeah, and I remember the spanking I got when we got caught in one too. I'm not going in there, Ron. I don't want a spanking here at Christmas time. Besides, it could be just old furniture or something. Let's go back down. I think it's time to eat dinner. There the two of you are. We were beginning to think you'd gotten lost up there. Harry, I need your help in the kitchen for a minute, please, Sirius says as they come downstairs. In the kitchen, Sirius tells Harry, we have dinner guests. I expect you to be on your very best behavior tonight. You are the host as well, please act as one. You can start by taking this pitcher of drink to the table and then come back for the baskets of rolls. Yes, Dad. Dad? Ron wants to know what's in the dark room. I told him we could not go into it, but he really wants to know. We'll talk about it after we eat, Harry. I'll just mention the room is dangerous and off limits. Professor Black, the dinner is wonderful. I especially like the roast duck and the cheese soufflé. Percy speaks up as they all enjoy the meal. Thank you, Percy. I'll pass along your compliments to the house elves. Please call me Sirius or Mr. Black. Professor Black is only for school, and I, for one, am not at school. Yes, sir. Let's all go to the front room now and let this delicious dinner settle before we tackle dessert. Is that agreeable with you, Molly? I, for one, can't wait to taste your plum pudding, and the bread pudding looks delightful. I'm just too full to eat another bite right now, Sirius says with a smile for Mrs. Weasley. I think we all are serious. The children are looking forward to seeing the tree. Welcome to the Black family Christmas room, Sirius announces in a voice that makes the children all giggle. He throws open the doors as he murmurs the tree lighting spell. Oh, look at the tree. It has real fairies, Mum. Ginny exclaims delightedly. She loves anything to do with fairies. Plopping down beside the tree, she says, I'm staying here with the tree. You boys can go do something else. Smiling at her dismissal of the boys, Sirius says, Boys, there is only one major rule in this house. Do not go into the room with the dark door. It's dangerous and off limits to children. Everyone understand? Yes, sir. Enjoy yourselves then, Sirius says as the younger boys head for Harry's room. What do you suppose is in that room, George? Fred asks his twin as they walk up the stairs. Something good, or it wouldn't be out of bounds. We've got to go see what it is. Let's get Harry to let us in. After admiring the new Quidditch bat Harry received from Remus, the twins begin to badger Harry. So Harry, what's with the forbidden room anyway? Fred asks as George adds, you must know what it is since you live here. Won't you tell us? I don't know, George. I've only been told the same as you. It's dangerous and I'm forbidden to go in, Harry says. I bet he put your Christmas presents in there. Mum always hides ours and tells us we're forbidden to go in the room she puts them in, Ron says. He might have, but I'm still not going in there. My dad would be very disappointed if I disobeyed him like that. Not to mention I'd get my bum seriously whacked, Harry says forcefully. Some host he is, huh, George? The host is supposed to do whatever the guests want. I guess he's too spoiled to let us have what we want. He wants to only do whatever he wants to do. I wonder what his dad would say if we were to go tell him Harry won't let us play what we want. I would guess, Fred, that his dad would be a tad mad. What do you think about it, Harry? What would your dad say if we told him you weren't letting us play with your things? Blushing furiously in anger, Harry answers. He would lecture and punish me for not sharing. I don't want to be punished at Christmas. I will share anything you want, so please don't tell him I wouldn't. We won't tell on you, but you have to not tell on us either. We want to go in the forbidden room and you better not tell. If you do, we'll tell your dad how you refused to let us play with your things, George tells Harry. You coming, Ronnie? George asks as he and Fred walk to the door. Ooh, no. You go ahead, but you'll tell me what you find, right? You don't and I'll tell Dad on you, Ron says triumphantly. Sure, kid. In what seems to Harry only seconds after the twins leave the room, the boys hear many eerie screams coming from the hall. Harry looks over at Ron and cringes from the noise. Both boys cover their ears to block out the screams. Downstairs, Sirius jumps from his chair at the first scream and is taking the stairs by leaps to get to the second floor. He stops by Harry's room, first hoping the boy is there before heading to the dark room. Seeing Harry and Ron cringing on the floor of Harry's room, he scoops them into his arms and heads to the staircase. Mr. Weasley has just come to the top of the stairs, followed by Bill and Charlie. Sirius hands Ron to Bill and Harry to Charlie. Please take the children downstairs and stay there. Not waiting for an answer, he turns towards the hallway with the forbidden room. Mr. Weasley is right beside him. Downstairs, Harry and Ron wonder just what the twins have done now. To Harry's surprise, Charlie says just what he was thinking. I wonder what Fred and George have done now? Whatever it is, they are going to be in major trouble with Dad. He looked really mad when he ran up the stairs. I wonder what's going on. The twins went in the black room, I think. They wanted to go in there all night. Ron answers. If that's what happens when you open that door, then no wonder Sirius didn't want us in there. Fred and George are going to regret disobeying when Dad gets done with them. Moving quickly, Sirius heads for the dark room. The screams are increasing in volume as they get nearer. Reaching the door, they see the door is on the floor and the twins are as well. Both boys are holding their ears and rolling on the floor. Sirius sees two black balls on the floor beside the boys. Shaking his head at their foolishness, he reaches down and lifts the balls off the floor. Placing them back into the ornate box they were in causes the screaming to stop. What these balls are, boys, is something you are not to mess around with. They are ancient objects that are used for black family rituals. They have been placed under a spell which only allows the eldest heir to the family to use them. Anyone else who touches them gets treated to the screaming you just witnessed. This room contains all kinds of ritual objects with the same spell. This is why I asked you not to come into this room. You have frightened everyone here because of your disobedience, Sirius says using his best stern professor voice. I'm terribly sorry for their actions, Sirius. If you don't mind, I would like to use your study downstairs for a little while before we all have dessert, Mr. Weasley says, taking hold of the boys by their arms. By all means, Arthur, feel free to do as you like. When you finish, we'll have dessert ready. Downstairs, Harry and Ron see Mr. Weasley take the twins into Sirius's study and close the door. Walking quietly, the boys ease closer to the door. Inside, they can hear Mr. Weasley scolding the twins in a harsh voice. You boys deliberately disobeyed a direct order. You were told the room was dangerous and off-limits. You had no idea what could have been in that room. When you deliberately put yourselves in danger, you are asking for major punishment. Fred, bend over that desk. George, corner now. Oh, boy. They are really in trouble. Dad's going to tan their backsides. Just as Ron finishes whispering this, the boys hear the sound of someone getting whacked. Yow, Dad. Not that thin paddle. It hurts too much. Ow, Dad. Ow-wee. The boys hear Fred yell out. Grinning at each other, Ron and Harry turn to walk back to the front room. Turning around, they come face to face with Sirius. After an admonishing look, both boys hang their heads, expecting a stern scolding or even a few smacks for listening at the door. To their surprise, they hear, "Come with me, boys. Let's let the twins have their privacy." You wouldn't want someone listening in while you were being punished. Taking each boy by the hand, he leads them back into the living room. Harry, didn't you have something you wanted to give Ron tonight? Sirius prompts. Yes, sir. Ron, go get that big box over there with the green striped paper and big bow. Happy Christmas, Ron. Bringing the box over to where everyone can see, Ron tears into it. Well, Sirius, I hope you don't want that paper back. Ron never has been one to open things politely, Mrs. Weasley says with a smile. His mother's comments cause Ron to stop and look up. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't think. I should have been more careful with the paper. Nonsense, Ron. That's what wrapping paper is for, to tear into. Now open the box before Harry expires from excitement. Opening the lid, Ron carefully reaches in and lifts out a miniature Quidditch stadium with players, enclosed in a clear plastic dome. Sitting back staring at it in awe, Ron can't speak. You see, Ron, you just say, play game, and the game begins. You just watch and enjoy. Each time you play, you get a different game with different teams. There are 10 different teams, and each team has 2 sets of players. If you look back in the box, you see the instructions and the rest of the players. When Ron still doesn't speak, Harry asks nervously, Don't you like it? I thought you loved Quidditch. Finally coming out from his trance, Ron sees his best friend's worried look and the scolding frown on his mum's face. Harry, this is the most bestest, nicest present you could give me. I love it. I can't wait to play a game. Let's play one right now. Hold up there, Ron. Ron hears his dad's voice. I believe we are guests here and we will do as the hosts want us to do. Isn't that right, Fred and George? Yes, sir. Professor Black. Sir? I am sorry for disobeying you, sir. Fred says, sniffling a little, his face red. Mr. Black, Professor, I apologize too. It was my idea, really. I shouldn't have done it. I'm sorry I caused everyone to be frightened too, George says, still wiping tears from his face. I appreciate your apologies, boys. Now how about we all go back in the dining room and get some dessert? I think I'm ready for some of that pudding your mum brought. I know the house elves fix special desserts for us tonight. I'm sure there's something everyone will like. I like all desserts, Professor, Ron says with a smile to Harry. After the Weasleys all flew home, Sirius turns to Harry. Well, pup, you had an exciting night. You were an especially good host for the children, and I thank you for that. I never did see what Ron's gift to you was. I must have been out of the room getting coffee. What did he give you? I'll show you. It's up in my room. As he starts to run off to go get the gift, Sirius catches him by the back of his pants. Hold up there, son. It's time to be getting ready for bed, so I'll come up with you. Do you think you can walk up the stairs with an old guy like me? I'm afraid I can't run the way you can, so you'll just have to put up with me walking, or... Scooping Harry up, he throws him over his shoulder. I'll haul you up. Giggling at the silliness of his dad, Harry says, I wouldn't have run, you know. I can walk. Maybe, but I think I'll hold on to you anyway. In Harry's room, Sirius tosses him down on the bed. Now, where's the newest treasure? Here, he gave me a book about the Quidditch game through the century. It has all the teams who won the World Cup and the history of the game. Look, the pictures move. At the back is a fantasy Quidditch game. All you have to do is name 2 teams and the match is on. It's funny how we both gave presents with Quidditch games. Ron's mum gave me something too. She gave me a knitted muffler for my neck and some matching gloves. They're wine and gold, just the way they should be for Gryffindor. Those are very nice gifts, Harry. Ron really was thrilled with your gift, and I could tell the rest of the children liked it too. Our gift to their family was having a house elf services whenever they wanted. I just can't imagine how Mrs. Weasley can manage to run a house with 7 children and a husband without help. You alone. Run me rag trying to keep up with you, Sirius says, rubbing Harry's hair. Dad, I'm not that much trouble. Am I? No, I'm just teasing you. You are worth every bit of trouble just to have you with me. Now let's go to bed. It's getting late. You may look at your new book, but I want you to turn out the lights after 15 minutes. Sirius tells him as he tucks the blankets in under the mattress. An hour and a half later, Sirius is slightly startled to feel something crawl up on the bed with him. Turning on the light, he sees Harry snugged down into his bed. What's up, pup? I thought you were asleep. When I checked on you an hour ago, you were. I have to tell you something and then maybe I can sleep. Dad, promise you won't be mad. I can't tell you if you're going to get mad when I'm talking. Well, Harry, that's a hard promise to make when I don't know what it is you're going to tell me. I tell you what, I'll promise to listen to whatever it is all the way through before I say anything. Would that help? Nodding sleepily, Harry begins, tonight. I knew the twins were going to go into the dark room and I didn't say anything. I wanted to come to you, but they said I had to let them do what they wanted. They said if I didn't, I was being a bad host and they would tell you. Then they said if I didn't let them go, they would come tell you I was being stingy with my toys. I was afraid you'd believe them and punish me. Are you mad? If they had come and told me you were being stingy, I wouldn't have believed them. I know you too well to ever believe you would not share your things, Harry. The boys were manipulating your feelings so they could do what they wanted. To answer your question, yes, I'm mad but not with you. It's a good thing Fred and George are not here. Their father had the right punishment after all. Harry smiled and yawned. I guess I can go back to sleep now. Would you walk me back? I have a better idea. Crawl down under these covers so you'll stop shivering and you can stay here with me tonight. We'll talk some more tomorrow about the boys' treatment of you. Right now, I'm too tired to talk. Good night, pup. Not hearing anything from Harry, he looks down beside him. Harry has fallen asleep on top of the bed covers. Lifting the boy with one arm, Sirius pulls the covers out from under him and slides him underneath them. With a light kiss to the top of Harry's head, he turns out the light and gets back under the covers himself. Days later. The sky is cloudy and the air is cold. Harry has plans to take out his brand new Nimbus to practice some stunts. His dad has other ideas. Dad, come on, it's not really that cold out. I'll wear 2 jumpers, gloves, and my new muffler. Please? I haven't had a chance to fly on my new broom yet. I said no, Harry. The temperature in the air is 2.22 Celsius, 36 F, and that's too cold to be flying no matter what you have on. I want you to stay inside. You'll get a chance to fly the new broom soon. It's supposed to warm up in the next day or 2. Knowing he should just drop the subject but not listening to the voice inside of him telling him this, Harry argues back again. I don't want to wait. Other kids get to fly on their brooms when they want to. Why can't I do it too? What's the use of having a broom if I can't go fly it? I want to go flying, Harry says, stomping his foot in anger. I've been stuck inside for 3 whole days. I need to go out, he whines. Raising his eyebrow at the boy's tone and whining, Sirius says, It's beginning to sound as if you need a timeout, young man. You know better than to talk to me that way. Go to your room until you can speak to me without arguing and whining. I'm sorry, I'll be good. Please, Daddy. I don't want to go up to my room, Harry says, trying to change Sirius' mind. It's too late, go on, Harry. I'll come get you after an hour, and if you are in a mood to act respectfully, we'll do something fun together. Sirius says, wondering at the crankiness and the term, Daddy. It's unusual for Harry to act this way. Maybe he's tired out from the excitement of Christmas. Sirius thinks. Checking in on the boy an hour later, Sirius finds him curled up asleep on top of his bed. Looking closely, he sees tear streaks on Harry's cheeks and his face is flushed. Pulling his wand, Sirius waves it over the child, checking for temperature. Just as he suspected, Harry is feverish. Harry often gets cranky when he's sick. Waving his wand, he transforms Harry's jeans and shirt to warm flannel pajamas, then lifting the child, he tucks him under the covers. Returning downstairs, he calls Severus. Prince Manor. Severus Snape, Sirius says distinctly as he throws flu powder into the fireplace. In moments, Severus is leaning out of the fireplace. You called? What's going on, Sirius? Is it Harry? Yes, would you step through, please? He's feverish and has been out of sorts all morning. I sent him up to his room earlier for a timeout. When I went to get him, I found him asleep but flushed. His temperature is 38.8, 102 F. I'll be right there. Just let me grab my potions kit first. Thank you, Severus. I didn't know whether to call you or Madame Pomfrey. He's never been this sick while I've had him. Sirius answers. Poppy is out of the country, Sirius. Remember? She's visiting her niece in Greece for the holidays. I'll be more than capable of handling this. Severus says a little haughtily as he steps through the fireplace to Sirius' home. Hiding his smirk, Sirius says, Of course, Severus. I know you're very capable. Come, let's go to Harry. I'm worried he's really ill. After running several wand scans over the child, Severus turns to Sirius. He's going to be fine, Dad. He has a case of wizard flu, but it will be over in a few days. I'll leave some potions to give him and keep him drinking juice or water when he'll take it. The potions will bring down the fever some, but we want him to have a slight fever so his body will fight off the infection. Who has he been in contact with the last few days? All of the Weasley children and their parents were here Christmas Eve for a party. He seemed just fine Christmas Day. It was only yesterday, now that I think back, that he seemed out of sorts a little. Then today he almost had a meltdown when I denied him the right to go for a fly. That's the reason I sent him to his room. He can get quite the attitude when he gets angry. Yes, I've seen the attitude in my classes occasionally, thus the several detentions he's served. I'll check in on the Weasleys to see if any of their children are sick. If you need me or need more potions, call me. Thank you, Severus. I'm indebted to you again for your help. Good day. Sirius says, watching Snape walk into the fireplace. Seconds later, he disappeared, leaving only a mist of green smoke. Harry woke up feeling an urge to go to the loo. Not feeling he had enough energy to move, he chooses to ignore it and try to sleep away the ache in his head, legs, and chest. Several minutes later, his urge is demanding he get up. Wiggling makes it worse, holding still doesn't help either. Realizing he has no choice now, he slowly sits up. Willing the room to stop spinning around and his bladder to cooperate, he tries to stand up and walk. Bad idea, Harry. Now the pain in my head has gone to my stomach. Just as this thought occurs, he feels his stomach lurch, and seconds later there's a puddle on the floor. There's also a mess all over the front of his pajama shirt. Harry's bedroom door opens and Sirius comes in to check on him. Seeing the boy standing next to the puddle and taking in the condition of his pajamas, Sirius knows what has happened. Noticing the tears running down the boy's face, he says, It's just an accident, pup. I'll help you get cleaned up and you'll be back in bed in no time. Come on. Step over and let's go get a warm bath. I'm really sorry. Are you mad at me? I tried to get to the loo on time, but I got sick first and it just happened. Of course not, pup. Even if you weren't sick, I wouldn't be mad at you for having an accident. That's all, this was an accident. Come on, let's get you in this tub. Waving his wand, the dirty pajamas are now dry but whisked to the laundry. Lifting Harry into the tub, he holds him as he settles into the warm, steamy water. A little later, Harry is tucked back in bed with his favorite stuffed dragon beside him. Sirius hands him the potion mixed with pumpkin juice. Drink it all now, Harry. It'll make you sleepy and help you feel better. Wrinkling his nose at the first sip, Harry downs it in one swallow. He can't help but stick out his tongue at the bitter taste. Chuckling, Sirius says, I'll add some sweetness the next time. I didn't realize it would taste so bad to you. You took it fine the first 2 times, yesterday and again last night. Now go to sleep, pup. I'll check in on you in a couple of hours. Then, conjuring a large brass dinner bell, he places it on Harry's bedside table. If you need anything before I come back, just touch the bell. It will ring itself and I'll hear it wherever I am. I'll come right away. Don't try to get up again unless I'm here. All right? Yes, Dad. I'll stay in bed and ring if I need something. Harry says as he rolls to his side, snuggling down into the bed. Harry woke 2 days later feeling much better. His aches are gone, and so is the irritability he's been feeling for several days. Feeling his stomach growl, he sits up and slowly stands up beside his bed. No spinning room this time. Moving slowly, he feels quite normal. No stiffness or fuzzy head either. Yeah, I'm not sick anymore. I can't wait to tell Dad, he thinks. Walking quickly, he goes downstairs to find his dad. There's no one downstairs even though it's 10 o'clock in the morning. Sirius is always up and downstairs by 8 every morning. Harry wonders where his dad went. Did he go off and leave me alone? He wonders. Deciding to check his dad's room to see if he can find a clue to where his dad went, he goes upstairs. Opening his dad's door, he's very surprised to find Sirius in bed. "Dad? Are you all right?" Harry whispers, coming to the side of the bed. One look is all it takes to show him his dad isn't all right. He's flushed, and there's a basin at the side of the bed in which he's been sick. "I'll get you help, Dad. Stay here," Harry tells him, running from the room. Downstairs, he picks up the can of flu powder and grabs a fistful. Throwing it into the flue, he calls out, "The burrow." In seconds, he's stumbling out of Ron's fireplace, coughing from the powder smoke. "Harry, what are you doing here, child? It's great to see you, but where's your dad? Does he know you're here by yourself? We heard you were sick with wizard's flu. Ron and Ginny have been sick with it too. Ron had the worst of the two. He even had purple spots on him," Mrs. Weasley says. Not quite knowing how to answer all of this, Harry settles for, "Yes, ma'am. Dad is sick now. I need help to take care of him. Could you call Professor Snape for me? I don't know his flu address when he's not at school. He helped me get well, so he can help Dad too." "Of course I will, Harry. Just let me check on the children so I can give Severus a report when I talk to him." Walking in circles around her living room, Harry wishes Mrs. Weasley would hurry back. Finally, she returns. Everyone seems to be better. The twins have it the worst now. Both are broken out in multicolored spots. It's quite the sight. Walking to the fireplace, she throws powder in and calls, "Prince Manor, Severus Snape." Harry can't help the grin that spreads on his face as Professor Snape appears. His hair is sticking straight up on top, making him look like he has a black comb attached to the top of his head. "Yes, Molly? Are your children worse? Is that Harry you have with you?" The children are holding their own, and yes, this is Harry. He says Sirius is sick with it now. He asks if you'll come over to their place to check him. "I would go, but I can't leave the children." "Of course. Step through, Harry, and we'll go to your home together. I'll be in touch, Molly. If you need me, flew Sirius place. I'll be staying there until he's up and around again. Someone has to take care of Harry too." Harry frowned at the last statement. He didn't think he needed taking care of, but he was wise enough not to say so. He didn't want to admit it even to himself, but he was a little afraid of Professor Snape away from school. School provided security with set rules for teachers in disciplining of students. Outside of school, there were no rules. Harry often felt Professor Snape would be far more strict with him than his dad was. The man had no tolerance for any foolishness. He himself has said that on many occasions. Harry remembers. Chapter 21. The next day, Severus was busy taking care of Sirius. A case of wizard flu was harder on adults than children. Harry helped some but mostly stayed in his room away from Professor Snape and his sharp tongue. More than once, he'd already been on the receiving end of a tongue lashing for not obeying what he'd been told. "It's not my fault. I don't know one potion from another. They all look the same to me. He grumps at me for bringing the wrong potion when I don't even know what they are. I'm so tired of being stuck inside." Harry complains to his stuffed dragon. "You know what, dragon? I'm going outside. It's warm enough today to try out my new broom Dad gave me for Christmas. I'll fly just a little and be back before anyone knows I'm not here." With that, he takes his broom from the closet, opens his window, and flies out into the sunshine. "Oh, this feels great. This broom is much faster than my old one. If I was a Quidditch player, I could really do well on this broom." After flying for what he thinks is a short amount of time, he flies back to his bedroom window. "That's strange. I left it open, not closed. Oh well, I'll just go in through the front door," Harry thinks. Walking into the house carrying his broom, he heads for the stairs. Just as he reaches the foot of the stairs, he hears, "Hold it! Just where have you been, young man? You have been gone over 2 hours. Didn't it occur to you to ask permission for this?" Surprised, Harry turns to see Professor Snape standing in the dining room. "Dad's asleep again. I couldn't go in and wake him up now, could I? You told me to stay out of there anyway. How was I supposed to ask for permission?" Harry snaps back. "Why, you impertinent child. I'll teach you to speak to me that way." Snape takes 3 steps and grabs Harry by the arm, pulling him back into the dining room. Sitting in a chair, he drapes Harry face down over his lap. Realizing what position he's in and what usually happens in this position, Harry says quickly, "And oh, please, Professor. I'm sorry for what I said to you. I won't do it again. Please don't." That's all he gets out before he feels a steel hand smack down on the seat of his pants. In rapid succession, he feels 6 more smacks. Losing control at the 3rd smack, he's sobbing hard by the 5th. "Ow, please stop. You're hurting me. Ow, wow." Finally being lifted to his feet, Harry has to grab hold of the chair to keep his balance. Wiping the tears that keep rolling down his face, he says, "I'm very sorry, Professor. I was rude and disobedient." Then rubbing his hand over the seat of his pants, he says, "You spank way too hard, Professor. My bottom is numb." "Well, young man, maybe this will make you think twice before you foolishly run off to do something without letting anyone know where you will be. What if you'd been hurt or gotten sick again out there in the air? I wouldn't have known where to look. As long as I'm taking care of you, you had better always ask me for permission to leave the house. You don't, and I'll put you over my knee again. You hear me, Harry?" "Yes, sir. Professor, are you going to tell Dad about this?" "As soon as he is well enough to listen, I certainly will be telling him. He needs to know his son is running around doing whatever he pleases without permission. He should know to set some limits for you. I would in his place. Speaking of limits, you will ask before leaving the house. You will do what I tell you at all times, and bedtime is 8 o'clock every night. Do you have anything to say?" "No, sir," Harry answers, wanting to go to his room. "Good. Now that we have this settled, go to your room until lunch. After lunch, I have some chores for you to do." Turning, Harry walks up the stairs to his room. In the room, he puts his broom back in the closet and sits on the bed. Springing back up seconds later, he rubs his hand over his bottom.
Darn ole Snape.
"He didn't have to wallop me. Dad wouldn't have. He probably would have just grounded me from my broom for a day or 2. I'd rather lose my broom than get a walloping any day." He grumbles to his toy dragon. "You know what, dragon, if you were bigger, I bet I could ride on you. Let's try it." Harry places his toy on the floor and waves his hands at it.
Magnus maior maximus verus dragon.
With a puff of smoke, the live dragon whisks its tail back and forth. Delighted, Harry claps his hands. A middle-sized real dragon to play with. How great is that? Suddenly he has to jump out of the way as the green dragon tail whisks close to his legs. Giggling, he jumps over the tail as it swings back the other way. The dragon seems to have a smile on its snout. Playing jump the tail several more times makes Harry a bit winded. He has to sit on the bed to rest. "You're just a little taller than me, but I can still ride you. We'll try it outside," he tells his new playmate. "Harry!" He hears Professor Snape call as he also hears footsteps getting closer. Grabbing his invisibility cloak, he quickly throws it over the dragon as he tells it, "Curl up in a ball and stay quiet and still." Seconds later, the door to his bedroom is flung open. "What are you doing in here? What was all that thumping around I heard a few minutes ago?" Snape asks, eyeing Harry suspiciously. "I was playing with my dragon, sir. I was just jumping around." "Well, come on down for lunch. After lunch, I'll let you visit with your dad a little. He's feeling some better and has asked for you to visit." "Dad, I've missed you. Professor Snape is not fun. He won't even let me go out to the yard by myself. He spanked me for going outside. It's not fair. I'll tell him to let you out in the backyard, pup. I want you to mind him, though. He's doing us both a favor by staying here with you. I don't want to hear about any disobedience from you. I'm doing much better, and Severus thinks I'll be able to get up by tomorrow afternoon. Don't worry so about me. I'm strong and I've got this great kid to look after, so I have to get better. Thank you for loaning the dinner bell to me, by the way. I found it on my nightstand." Sirius says as he sees Harry frown. Not realizing the frown is for the misbehavior Harry has already done, Sirius continues to console Harry. Relax, pup. I'll be back to normal soon. We'll go to Diagon Alley and visit the Quidditch store and then go to the ice cream parlor for a giant sundae to share. How does that sound to you? Sounds great, Dad. I can't wait. All right, Harry, out of here. My patient needs to rest so he'll feel up to that trip he just promised you. Go on now, go play in your room. Harry hears Professor Snape say from the doorway. Sending a pleading look to his dad, Harry hears Sirius say, Severus, let the boy go out back to play. He needs to get out in the sun. He'll be safe in the backyard, and he knows he's not allowed out of the yard without an adult. Isn't that right, Harry? Yes, sir. I'll stay in the yard, I promise I will. Please may I go outside? I've played in my room until I'm tired of seeing it. Harry says earnestly. Very well, but you best stay within calling distance. I may need you for something. Severus replies. Yes, sir. Going into his room, Harry shrinks the dragon and tucks him into his pocket before grabbing a jacket and heading out back. As soon as he gets far enough away from any windows, he enlarges Dragon once more. He and Dragon have a wonderful time playing together. Dragon isn't very good at hide and seek, but he's excellent at flying just under the treetops. Harry is enjoying himself so much he doesn't notice he's gone out of bounds. So caught up in his game, he fails to hear Severus approaching. He whirls around in surprise when he hears, Why didn't you come when I asked that a dragon? Walking quickly, Severus grabs Harry and pulls him away from Dragon. Get away from it, foolish child. It's dangerous. What's a dragon doing here in the first place? It must be lost. It's not lost, it's my toy. I enlarged it to play with. I made him alive too. He's a lot of fun. So much fun that you can't hear me when I call you. I called you 4 times. I'm surprised at you, Harry. I thought you were much better behaved at home than this. You know better than to use magic without permission. That's against school rules, and I know for a fact it's against your father's rules too. What do you suppose he'll have to say when he hears about this? Biting his lip, Harry answers, He'll punish me, sir. Please don't tell him. He's not well enough to get up to punish me, and he'll think he needs to, Harry says, dropping his head. Just what punishment do you anticipate receiving from him? Sighing, Harry replies he would probably spank me. He's warned me several times not to use magic without permission. Since I did it anyway and did it to Dragon again, I'd get a hard spanking. What do you mean, you did it to Dragon again? Last spring, when I first moved in with Dad, I made Dragon come alive. He was a real live dragon. Grandpa sent him off to Romania, and then Dad conjured a new stuffed dragon toy for me. Well, that leaves us with a problem. You broke the rules and deserve to be punished. Your dad isn't up to the task, so I guess I'll be his stand-in. Go to your room and wait. I'll be up as soon as I put Dragon back down to his normal state. Waiting in his room, Harry felt very uneasy. Professor Snape's first spanking hurt badly. What would he do for this? After all, Harry himself had told him Dad would have given him a hard spanking. Oh, he hoped he wouldn't get a brush used on him. Ron said it stung for hours. After what seemed to Harry to be at least an hour, the door opens and there is Professor Snape. Coming over to the bed, Snape sits on the side of it and pulls Harry up next to him. All right, Harry, you will be receiving a spanking with this table tennis paddle this time. Use of magic without permission by underage wizards is expressly forbidden outside of school. After 4 hard licks, Harry is squirming and crying over the man's lap. After 6, he's pleading with him to stop. By lick number 10, he's sobbing so hard he can hardly breathe and can't see for the tears. He hears the door to his bedroom open and then his dad's voice. That's enough. Leave him be, Severus. I agreed to a spanking with the paddle, but not a hard paddling. 6 light smacks is plenty, and you've given hard smacks over that amount. Letting Harry stand up, Severus says, If you'll excuse me, I'll let you 2 finish this alone. With a severe look at Harry, he leaves the room. Sirius pulls Harry into his arms, hugging him closely as the boy sobs on his shoulder. You deserved that spanking, Harry James, and you know it. I'm surprised at you for breaking that rule. If the Ministry of Magic found out it was you who performed the spell, you could be kept out of Hogwarts. Underage magic is forbidden without supervision outside of the school. You have been told this before. This is why when Severus told me all about what you have done and asked for my permission to spank you the way he did, I gave it. If I had been well enough, I would have done the same thing, just not so hard. Still holding the boy closely, he waits until Harry's sobs have stopped before saying, Harry, you are grounded from your broom for 3 days. You are not to perform magic without permission, son. Remember how we have talked about you magic being unsteady and your ability to control it at your age is limited. This is the reason for the rule. You could harm yourself or someone this way. Sirius tells him, giving Harry a very stern look. Yes, sir, I understand and I won't do it anymore. I don't want to be kept out of Hogwarts or paddled either. My bum is burning, Daddy. Would you please do a soothing spell on me?
No, Harry.
You deserved that spanking and now you have to suffer the consequences of your actions. I will allow you to have a cooling cloth though. Lie down and I'll put one on your bum. The burning will go away soon. While you wait, you can lie here and think about what you did to deserve such a harsh punishment. You will wait here in your room until someone comes to get you for supper. Enjoying the warmer temperatures, Harry is out flying when he hears Sirius calling him. Looking down, he sees him motioning for Harry to land the broom. Dad, what's going on? I thought you said I could fly 2 hours today. I haven't been on my broom in a whole 3 days and I've only been up a few minutes. Pup, you've been out here almost 3 hours. I just received a flu call from Molly. She wants to know if Ron can come over and stay for a couple of nights. It seems the older boys are all invited to a weekend getaway, but he isn't. Really, he could come for a whole weekend? That would be wicked. I thought you would feel that way, so he's coming tomorrow afternoon. We'll go to Diagon Alley for a late lunch after he comes. You two can spend time drooling over the newest Quidditch items they have in. You can spend some of that Christmas cash you have if you'd like to. Just be sure to include Ron in what you buy if it's some kind of treats. I would never buy something and not give Ron some or buy him some, Dad. He's my best friend. Best friends don't act that way. You're right, pup. I know you always treat your friends nicely. It must be the old parent gene acting up for me to say something like that, Sirius says with a smile. Welcome back to the Black Manor, Ron. We're happy you wanted to come back after what happened the last time you visited. Sirius teases the boy as he watches him brush off flu powder from his jeans. Mum told me to apologize again for how the twins behaved. They were grounded for 3 days after we got home. Then we all got sick, so no one has been anywhere in over a week. Ron answers. Well, we're going somewhere today, Ron. We're going to Diagon Alley for lunch and shopping. We can go as soon as you stop jabbering and get ready, Harry announces to Ron. Harry, Sirius scolds. Remember your manners, pup. He softens his tone at Harry's frown. At the Quidditch store, Harry and Ron are admiring the latest posters of professional Quidditch players. Did you know the World Cup is coming to Britain the next time? It's only 3 years from now. We'll be 12 by then and old enough to attend. Ron exclaims excitedly. Well, we'd have to get tickets first. I heard the tickets were already being sold. They'll probably not have any left by then. We'll just have to watch it on the telly like we do the regular matches. Harry replies. Have you ever been to a real Quidditch match? Ron asks. No, but Dad said he would try to get tickets to one this spring. I'll get him to get you a ticket too. We can go together. When we get home, we can play with my new Quidditch stadium. It's the one we looked at when we're here before. It has 6 different teams and real bludgers and snitches. We'll have a match. You can be one team and I'll be another. You can control what player you want to be. They respond to voice commands. That sounds wicked. What else did you get for Christmas? That was one of my gifts from Dad. He also bought me a new broom with all of the safety equipment that goes with it. Don't tell Dad, but I've flown it without the harness and helmet already. He'd ground my broom if he knew that. I've been flying for 4 years on a real broom, not a child's broom, and I've never needed a harness before. That helmet itches. Then I got some money and new clothes from Street Nicholas. Dad thinks I still believe in St. Nicholas. I didn't want to cheat him out of his fun, so I didn't let him know I don't. Remus gave me some new books too. At the amazed look on Ron's face, Harry remembers his friend has 5 brothers and a sister, so he wouldn't have nearly as many gifts as Harry. Realizing this, he doesn't ask what Ron received for Christmas. Harry? Do you think it would be okay with your dad if we walked over to the joke shop? We wouldn't be there long. I just wanted to look at something the twins were talking about. Dad said to stay here, Ron. You heard him as well as I did. I know, but we could be back here before he even knew we'd left. Come on, be a pal, Harry. I just want to look. All right, but we have to be back here quick or we're going to be in trouble. Look, fireworks. They shoot off but don't bang or fizzle like Muggle fireworks. It says here on the box, guaranteed to light up the night with no loud noises, just lots of brilliant colors and patterns. Oh, these would be great for your backyard. You have so much room. Come on, Harry, buy this. I can't, Ron. I'm not allowed to use matches or play with fireworks. Dad is very firm in that rule too. I'd get in big trouble if I disobeyed him. He had a brother who got burned badly from handling fireworks and doesn't let me have any. Well, if you're too chicken to do it, then I'll do it. I'll light them if you'll buy the set. Please, Harry. For me? You get all kinds of wicked things and I don't. Just this once I'd like to have something I want too. All right, just hush up about it. I'll buy it, but you better not say anything to Dad. If we get caught, we'll both get our backsides warmed over this. Are you willing to risk that for a little fun? Yes. Carrying the bag with the fireworks, Ron leads the way back to the Quidditch store. Entering the store, he stops so quickly that Harry runs into his back. Ah, Ron, what's the matter with you? Why'd you stop like that? Harry James, where have you been? I was about to send for the bobbies. Start talking right now, Sirius says as he escorts the boys to a park bench outside the store. We wanted to see the new joke shop, Dad. Harry says, looking at the grass instead of his dad's flashing eyes. Boys, I told you both to stay at the Quidditch store, did I not? Yes, Dad. Yes, sir. He hears. You disobeyed me, boys. I did not know where you were. Harry, you know better than to wander off like that. I imagine you do also, Ronald. Sirius scolds quietly. I'm tempted to turn you both over my knee right here and now. Dad, please don't. I'm very sorry. We just wanted to look for a minute. We didn't mean to scare you or to be gone long. I apologize. Harry says, finally meeting his dad's stern eyes. I'm sorry too, sir. It was my idea and I talked Harry into going. You can punish me if you like, but please don't punish Harry. It's my fault. Harry knows the difference in right and wrong as much as you do, Ron. He has a mind of his own and can decide to obey or disobey for himself. Since both of you decided to disobey, you will both take the consequences. When we get back to the manor, you will both have a bath and go to bed. No playing or talking, just go to sleep. Understand? At the boy's quiet response of yes, sir, he says, let's go get that early supper we came for. Then we're going home. I planned to treat you both to ice cream, but now we're skipping that. Maybe the next time we will be able to get some if you both mind me. Returning home, Sirius sends the boys up to take their baths. Baths then bed, boys. I'll be up in 20 minutes and I expect both of you to be in your beds by then. This is a punishment, not playtime, so I don't want to hear any playing going on. Ron, you have a bathroom to yourself in the guest room. It's the third door on the left as you come up the stairs. Harry will see you tomorrow. Yes, sir. Good night, sir. I'll be up in a few minutes to check on you, Ron. I'll say good night then. At the top of the stairs, Ron whispers to Harry, is he going to wallop you? I'm sorry I got you in such trouble. I didn't mean to make him so mad. I don't think he's going to spank me. He would if he found out about what I bought, so be sure to hide that bag good. We'd both be in for a spanking if he finds that box. Tomorrow night we'll wait until he's asleep and then we'll set them off. Okay? Yeah. I can't wait for tomorrow night. It's going to be brilliant, Ron says. Real brilliant. Harry answers but thinks. I just hope we can pull this off without getting caught. I do enjoy being able to sit down without it stinging like a million ants are attacking my bum. I wish I didn't feel so guilty already. I haven't even done anything yet. I'll have to be careful or Dad will be able to see something's going on. Good morning, boys. I hope you both slept well. Ron, we have a full breakfast here, so what would you like to eat? Sirius greets the boys as they come into the dining room. Good morning, sir. I'd like to have some waffles with strawberries and cream. Is that too much? Call me Uncle Sirius when we are not in school. Ron. No, that's not too much, it's not enough for a growing boy. We'll add in rolls, eggs, and kippers to go with those waffles. That's one of Harry's favorite breakfasts too. Would you like milk or juice to drink? Maybe both. Could I have hot tea, please? Mom lets us have tea for breakfast if we want to. I'll add milk to it. That's fine, Ron. Now, Harry, will you have the same? Fix me hotcakes and blueberries with sausage and eggs. I'll have juice to drink, though not tea. I don't want tea for breakfast, that would be too strange. Harry grumps. Harry, mind your manners. Sirius scolds the boy firmly. Turning away from Ron and Sirius, Harry brushes the tears brimming in his eyes from the scolding. He wonders why he's feeling so grumpy and irritated this morning, not realizing it's because he didn't sleep well. With a wave of his wand, Sirius has the breakfast laid out on the table. There are platters of waffles, hotcakes, bowls of fresh strawberries and blueberries floating in their own syrup, bowls full of scrambled eggs, kippers, sausage, and a platter of bacon. There are pitchers of pumpkin juice, orange juice, and milk, as well as a teapot and coffee pot sitting on a burner to keep warm. Right in front of Harry's place is a platter of breakfast rolls with jars of jam and a plate with butter. As Harry watches Ron heap his plate full of food, he wonders where Ron is going to put it all. After several minutes of quiet eating, Ron has finished one plate of waffles. He is scooping up eggs to go with the 5 sausage links and 4 bacon strips on his plate. As he reaches across the table for the platter of rolls, Harry says snidely, "What are you going to eat next, Ron? The tablecloth? Don't you think you've had enough already? Where do you put all that you eat anyway? Don't you know enough to ask for things to be passed to you instead of reaching across for it?" Coming back into the room from the kitchen, Sirius is just in time to hear Harry's hateful little speech. He's appalled at his son's lack of manners towards his friend. "Harrison James Potter Black, upstairs. To your room. Now!" Sirius snaps out his command. Hearing his full given name, and knowing he's crossed the line, Harry dashes for the stairs. As he leaves, he hears his dad say, "I apologize for his lack of manners today, Ron. He will be back to apologize himself in a few minutes. While you wait, please continue to help yourself to whatever you wish to eat. While you are here, you may have as much or as little as you like." "Yes, sir." "Sir? Uncle Sirius?" Harry didn't mean it. He's not like that. I think he's just feeling out of sorts this morning," Ron says as Sirius stands listening. "Thank you for sticking up for your friend, Ron. Whether he meant it or not isn't the problem here. His definite lack of manners is the problem. Harry knows better than to talk to someone like that. He also knows I'm not going to allow him to behave like this. As I said, he will be back to apologize to you in just a little bit. Until then, please continue to enjoy your breakfast. Harry Potter ch. 23. Climbing the stairs to deal with Harry's behavior, Sirius stops off in his own room first. Leaning down into his closet, he finds just what he came to look for. Picking up one of his older bedroom slippers, he examines it but decides to leave it in the closet. He still remembers how much a slipper spanking burns and isn't ready to do that with his pup. Walking into Harry's room, he sees the child in bed with his head under the pillow. He can tell from the quivering back that Harry is crying. Sitting down beside him, Sirius begins to rub Harry's back. "Talk to me, pup. What's going on here? This is not like you at all. Sit up and tell me what caused you to treat Ron so hatefully." Muffled words come out from under the pillow. "What was that? I can't understand you. Sit up here, Harry. Do it now, please. We have some talking to do," Sirius says sternly. "I don't have a reason for talking to him that way. I just did. I'll say I'm sorry if you want me to. I'm not sorry, though. He eats like a pig," Harry says hatefully. After a long look at Harry, Sirius stands him up beside the bed. Reaching out, he unsnaps Harry's jeans and pulls them down. Still looking at Harry's face, he says, "Consider yourself lucky, Harry James, that I'm only using my hand. I started to bring a slipper but didn't. If you ever speak to anyone the way you did downstairs, I will apply that slipper to your backside, young man. You do not speak in this disrespectful tone you are using. You will remember your manners and treat your guests politely. Commenting on their eating habits and being rude will not be tolerated," Sirius says, pulling Harry's underwear down and applying his hand to Harry's bare bottom. After what, to Harry, seems to be forever, he stops. having only given the boy 5 whacks with his hand. Sirius is a little surprised to see Harry crying so hard. "All right, Harry, you are forgiven. After we finish talking, you are going to go down and apologize to Ron. After that, you have 1 hour of room time. I will entertain Ron while you sit up here and think about how you will behave towards your friends. You may come down in an hour, but if you misbehave, you'll be right back up here again. If you need to be sent to your room, I will be applying something other than my hand the next time. Are we clear on this?" "Yes, sir, I'll behave. I swear it." Harry sobs out. He's trying hard to stop the sobs that insist on coming. Reaching for the boy, Sirius pulls him into his arms, letting him sit on his lap. After several minutes, Harry is calm enough to listen. "Harry, I love you very much. You know that, I hope. What just happened doesn't mean I don't love you. It's because I love you so much that I punish you. I want you to be the best young boy there is and grow into the man your parents and I always knew you would be. It's a parent's job to teach right from wrong and apply the reminders when the child misbehaves." Harry sniffles a little. "I'm ready to apologize now, Dad. I don't know why I acted like a prat downstairs." "Talk to me, Harry. Why did you treat your friend that way? I've never seen you be rude to a friend." "I had a hard time sleeping and I'm tired, I guess. I got mad when you were being all nice to Ron but scolded me. I don't want you being nice to Ron and not me too. I'm your boy, not him. Pup, I know you are my boy. I love you very much and no other child being around is going to make me love you any less. I scold you and punish you to teach you to behave better. I want you to show your best behavior to everyone. Will you try to do that for me from now on?" "Yes, Dad. I love you too. I'm sorry I acted so ugly this morning. You were right to spank me. I didn't like it, but I did deserve it. I know better than to talk that way." "I know you do, son. Thank you for apologizing so nicely. Now go on and apologize to Ron. You have an hour of thinking time in your room afterwards, so let's get it started. You said you were sleepy, so go ahead and take a nap if you feel you need it." 2 hours later, the boys are enjoying flying just below the trees in the backyard. "Harry, I'm sorry I got you in trouble. You were right, I was eating too much and not showing good manners. My mum would have been upset with me as well." "No, Ron. I'm the one who's sorry. I was jealous because Dad was giving you all the attention. He was right when he said I was rude. I'm sorry again. Let's stop saying we're sorry and really fly these brooms. How fast does this new one go?" "Real fast, but you can't do it. Dad put a charm on it so it wouldn't go faster than 5 miles an hour. At Ron's grimace, he says, "Yeah, I know. It made me mad too. I didn't let Dad know or he would have locked up my broom. He's just all into being safe these days. He forgets that this being safe is causing me not to have any fun. I can't fly fast on the broom, slide down the banister, go into the woods to explore, or go into any of the rooms with the dark doors. After what happened to the twins, I don't want to go into any of the rooms with dark doors. Do you?" Ron asks. "No, not really. I would like to know what's in there, but not enough to risk a whipping." "You think your dad would really whip you? With a belt? I've never gotten a whipping like the twins got. I don't want to either. They say it really burns and you hurt for days. I don't know about that. They like to try to scare me with made-up tales." "Yes, Ron, I believe he would really whip me with his belt. That's what he said he would do if I ever went into one of those rooms. He doesn't ever say he will do something and then not do it. If he says he'd whip me, then he would. I'm not curious enough to test him on it. His hand hurts bad enough. Let's really play Quidditch. We can turn these branches into bats and the rock into a quaffle. Please, Harry, let's try it. It's too nice a day to stay inside." "All right, but we can't go where Dad will see us or he'll ask about where the equipment came from. I'm under strict orders not to do magic without adult supervision." Selecting 2 sturdy limbs, Harry lays them side by side on the ground. Closing his eyes, he thinks Quidditch bats and mutters a transfiguration spell. Opening his eyes, he sees 2 professional-looking bats. Grinning, Ron says, "Great job. Now do the quaffle." Minutes later, the boys were happily batting the quaffle back and forth between them. After an hour, they hear Sirius calling them. "Quick, drop the bat in the trees. I'll get rid of the quaffle and this bat." "Hurry, Ron," Harry whispers. The boys had just enough time to stash the equipment and fly away from the woods before Sirius appeared. Time for lunch, boys. You've been out here 2 hours. It's time to come in and warm up. The temperature is dropping again today. I don't want either of you back outside today. It's too cold. Yes, Dad. We had already decided we were coming inside to play with my new game. We were headed in when you called us, sir. Ron says politely. Noticing the flushed cheeks and the inability to look him in the eye, Sirius suspects they have been up to some kind of mischief. After a quick scan of the area doesn't reveal anything wrong, he turns to follow the boys into the house. Well, Ron, we don't do a big spread for lunch. We just have soup and sandwiches. This time I'm cooking though, so what kind of soup would you like? We can have chicken with noodles, vegetable beef, or ham and bean soup. I didn't know you could cook, Professor. Ron blurts out in astonishment. Harry grins at his friend's shocked look. Dad usually does all the cooking here at the manor. This morning he didn't because he wanted us to have a full breakfast. He often fixes hotcakes or porridge for breakfast and sometimes waffles. He's a good cook, Ron. Even the nasty porridge is good. You know how much I adore hot porridge. Chuckling at that, Sirius says, Why thank you, pup. If I can get a rating of good for nasty porridge, then I know I'm a truly great chef. What'll it be, Ron? Name your soup. Let Harry choose this time. I like all 3 kinds you named, Ron says. At a nod from his dad, Harry says, I like the thick ham and bean soup. Could we have that and then hot ham and cheese sandwiches with it? You two go wash your hands, arms, and faces while I fix the soup. You can come back and help prepare the sandwiches for toasting. Harry will show you what to do, Ron. Don't look so concerned. Yes, sir. It's just at home Mum never lets me help in the kitchen. She says I'm a menace. Well, here it's just us guys, so we'll all do our best to fix lunch. Okay? Sirius reassures the boy. Upstairs, Ron says, You know what, Harry? You're lucky to have such a great dad. He takes up time with you and does things just for you, and best of all, you don't have to share him with 6 other kids. Not right now, I don't. At school, though, I have to share him with a lot more than 6 other kids. I can't get by with anything like you and the other guys can. I didn't get by with much either, Harry. I never told you, but I got called to your dad's office 2 times last semester. Both times he put me over his knee and walloped me, till I cried. Then you know about the time he came to the dorm and did the same thing. What had you done? Well, one of the times was for doing pranks with the twins. They also got a trip over his knee. The other time was for being out after curfew 3 times in a week. That was when he called my dad and asked him if he wanted me to be sent home. Dad said for him to handle it, so he spanked me with his ruler. You were right, Harry, that ruler is bad. That was 2 weeks before we got out for Christmas break. Boys, I could use some help if you want to eat lunch before supper. Sirius calls up the stairs. Coming, Dad, Harry calls back. He's so silly sometimes, Harry whispers as they hurry downstairs. Later that night, as the boys listen for any sounds, Harry whispers, Ron, I think it's time. Dad's asleep by now. We've got to be very quiet. You carry the matches and I'll carry the fireworks box. Remember, be quiet. Also skip the 3rd stair from the top because it creaks. I'll go first so you'll know which one to step over. Everything went fine until they were outside. Man, it's cold out here. I can't feel my cheeks, Ron complains. Yes, but if we're going to do this, we have to do it now. There's no other time we can do it and not get caught. Come on over here by the tool shed. The wind will be blocked by the building. Okay, I'm taking one out of the box. Here's the fuse in my left hand. Oh, do be careful with that match, you nearly lit my glove. The firework in his hand was fizzing, so Harry quickly tossed it straight out in front of him. As the boys watched, it lit up in a circular disc, changing colors as it spun. Red, green, gold, silver, blue and yellow, with a mixture of all the colors at the end. Brilliant, whispered Ron. The next 3 they lit were different versions of the first. Each changed into a different shape, displaying many colors. These did fly into the air before changing. The next one they lit seemed to react differently from the start. It went straight up into the air, spun around dizzily, and then exploded with a loud bang. The sparks flew in different directions, most of them landing on the snow. Harry and Ron ran around, stomping out the burning pieces until Harry happened to look at the tool shed. Ron, the roof is on fire. Quick, where's your wand? I didn't bring it over. Use yours. Mine is locked up inside. Do something. Do magic without the wand. You know how Harry. Aquamaninti. Harry chants, pointing to the toolshed. Nothing happens. After what seemed like hours to the frightened boys, Sirius runs up. Taking one look at the burning toolshed, he waved his wand Aquamenti, and water flowed out of the wand. With the fire out, he turns to the boys. Seeing the box of matches lying next to the box of fireworks, he knows what happened. Inside, both of you, go upstairs, put on dry pajamas, and stay in your rooms. Both boys obey instantly. Going into Harry's room first, Sirius says, "Drop your pants and bend over the bed. Harry, you have 6 licks coming." With that said, he snaps the slipper against the boy's bare backside. "Ow, Dad, that burns." Harry cries out after the first smack. "Yes, I know. You could have hurt yourself or Ron tonight with this stunt. You could have been badly burned by those fireworks. You know how I feel about using fireworks without supervision. Putting yourself or someone else in danger calls for extreme punishment. We'll be talking more about this tomorrow." When he's finished with the spanking, Sirius helps Harry into bed on his stomach. "Go to sleep, pup. Things will be better tomorrow." Going into the guest room, he finds a very nervous Ron. "I'm sorry, sir. It was all my idea. I talked Harry into buying them and shooting them off. I didn't think it would hurt anything." "Tell me this, Ron. If you didn't think it was wrong, why did you wait until I was supposedly asleep before shooting them off? Why did you hide them from me to start with? You knew it was wrong, and you knew better than to use matches and fireworks without an adult around. Both of you could have been seriously hurt tonight with this stunt. I'm going to give you the same punishment I gave Harry. Drop your pants and bend over the bed."
YOW.
"Professor Black, sir, Uncle Sirius." "Ow, please stop." Ron begs after 2 smacks with the slipper. "For more to go, Ron. Tough it out." "It burns, sir," Ron says, crying into the bed covers. "Yes, I'm aware of that fact. We're done, Ron. You and Harry are very lucky just to have a slight burning in your bum and not to have been burned by those fireworks tonight. Now climb in bed and go to sleep. We have much to discuss in the morning. Good night, son." "Yes, sir. Are you going to tell my parents?" "I'll be in for another paddling from my dad if they hear about this," Ron says dejectedly. "We'll talk in the morning, Ron. Go to sleep." As Sirius closes the guest room door, he hears the boy whisper, "Who can sleep when their bottom is on fire? Better your bottom than your whole body, child." Sirius thinks to himself, his hands shaking at the thought of what could have happened to the 2 boys. They were in for a very long discussion tomorrow, and he knew the boys wouldn't be very happy about it. "All right, boys, let's talk about what happened last night. Harry, where did those fireworks come from?" "I bought them when we were in the joke shop the other day. They were only supposed to fly up, spin around, change shapes and colors. It didn't say on the box that any would explode the way that one did. We only wanted to see the different shapes they could change into. We did not want to cause trouble." "I know that, pup. Neither of you boys would deliberately start a fire. You both put yourselves in danger last night. You could have been burned or hurt badly. One of the fireworks could have exploded as you held it. The fire could have burned you. Those are the reasons you were punished. It would be terrible for me and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley for either of you boys to have been hurt." Seeing Ron squirm on his chair, Sirius decides to end the boy's suffering. "Ron, I have to mention this to your parents. However, I will tell them how I punished you. I think you have been punished enough. I don't believe your parents will add any additional punishment. Am I right in thinking you will not do anything as foolish and dangerous as this again? Either of you?" "Yes, sir. I promise I won't." Ron answers, hoping he isn't going to be punished at home. "I promise too, Dad. I won't be playing with fireworks ever again. That slipper sure does burn," Harry says, grinning mischievously. "Yes, pup, it does. So unless you want to feel it burning your bum again, you will keep yourself out of dangerous situations. I'm not teasing here, Harry James. I mean what I say," Sirius says, giving both boys a stern look. "Now, the temperature is too cold for you boys to go outside today. After breakfast, you may go down to the basement to play or play upstairs in your rooms. Remember, boys, the rooms with the dark black doors are not to be touched. There are still some dangerous things in the house, and I don't want either of you anywhere near them. I haven't been able to remove them all yet. We don't want to be near them either, Dad. After what happened to Fred and George, we don't want to even see any of those strange things. Harry replies as Ron nods his head in agreement. Up in Harry's bedroom, Ron says, "Well, what are we going to do today? We can't go out, so we can't fly. I don't want to just sit around, so what do you have in mind for us to do?" "I've been practicing some things and I'd like to show them to you. If you like, I can teach you to do it too." Harry answers, watching for Ron's reaction. "Is it something I'll get in trouble for doing? If it is, count me out right now. After last night's spanking, I want to continue sitting without stinging. I sure don't want to make it start stinging again." Ron says ruefully. "It's all right, Ron. If anyone gets in trouble, it would be me because it's my idea. Let me show you what I have been working on. Then if you want to try it, we'll work on it together." At Ron's nod, Harry lifts his hands and says, "Leviosa!" The toy dragon and the 4 small soldiers beside the dragon float up into the air and hang there. "Commence battle!" Harry commands the toys. The dragon begins to breathe fire, and the soldiers attempt to capture the dragon as it flies around the room. After a serious battle, the soldiers finally capture the dragon. Harry picks the toys up off the floor and places them back on the shelf. "Why did they fall to the floor that way? Did the charm break?" Ron asks. "No, when the game is also over, they go back to being just regular toys. I can also stop at any time by saying end game. Do you want to try it?" "No, I have a hard enough time doing Leviosa with my wand. You did it with just your hands." Even Hermione, "No, all can't do it with just her hands. I hope you'll show her this when we get back to school. She thinks she knows all the answers and is much better than we are." "Ron, that's not true. She's very smart and does know the answers. Plus, she reads all the textbooks way ahead of the rest of us. It's not very nice of you to call her names, you know? I like her and hope you'll be her friend too. She doesn't have many friends." "Well, no wonder. Who wants to hang out with someone who thinks they're better than you?" Ron answers. Harry, deciding to just change the subject, says, "Let's go down to the basement so I can show you what else I've learned. Then we can fly around down there if you like." "Sirius would let us fly inside? My mum never lets us fly inside." After several trips around the basement and practicing flying with only their knees guiding the broom, Harry motions Ron to land. "Let's stop and do something else. Would you like to see the new magic I've learned?" "Sure, what is it? What does it do?" "Well, first answer this. Would you like some pomegranate juice? I like it more than pumpkin juice." "Okay, I guess I'll try it." Waving his hands towards the basement door, Harry says, "As I owe 2 glasses pomegranate juice and biscuits." Within seconds, a plate of sugar biscuits and 2 glasses of juice appear. "Wow, how'd you get that to come by itself?" Ron asks. "It's a summoning spell, Ron. You just say, 'Accio, whatever you want,' and it comes to you. I saw it in one of Dad's old school books and tried it out. I can do it without my wand. Most times you have to have a wand for it to work. Let me try it. Assassio, a new broom." Ron chants loudly. Both boys wait and watch, but no broom appears. Trying it again, Ron waves his hands and yells it this time. Waiting a full 5 minutes with no new broom before him, he says, "I guess I need a wand to do it." "Yeah, that must be the reason." "Well, keep practicing and maybe you can get it to work," Harry says reassuringly. "Let's go to my room and play Exploding Snap or something. There's more fun up there." Dad says he'll try to fix up the basement into a better place to play, but he hasn't had time to do it yet. Walking to the stairs on the first floor, they see Sirius sitting in a chair by the fire. "Well, boys, off to new adventures, I see. Before you go though, Harry, I'd like to see you a minute." "Go on up, Ron. Harry will be right there." After Ron has left, Sirius says, "The strangest thing happened a little while ago. 2 glasses of juice and a plate of biscuits flew by themselves down to the basement. Now I know I didn't send them, so how did they get down there?" Harry, knowing better than to try to deceive his dad, answers, "I was practicing a new spell I learned. I can Accio things now, Dad." "I saw that, Harry. You haven't taken your wand out of the desk, have you? Knowing that he would be in big trouble if he had, Harry answers firmly, no sir. I didn't use a wand. I didn't need to. I just say Accio and it comes to me. I think it's brilliant, don't you? It might be brilliant, Harry, but you know you are not allowed to use magic like this. If you want a juice and a snack, you should have come up here to get it or asked me to get it for you. You are still too young to do magic without adult supervision, son. Could get out of control and hurt you or someone else. I thought we talked about this when Professor Snape stayed with you and several times before that. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Dad.
I just wanted to show Ron what I've learned. It's just a small summoning spell, not something really big like I did before. I didn't think it would hurt anything to do it one time. Sirius pulls the boy over closer to him and holds him in his arms for a few minutes before answering. Son, it doesn't matter if it's a small spell or something bigger. You must not use your magic without adult supervision. You are going to have to be punished for this, son. At Harry's woebegone look, Sirius says, Harry, I don't like having to punish you. I hope you know that. Parents have to teach consequences for behavior that is reckless or dangerous. I know. I guess I just was showing off. I guess I deserve to get another spanking, Harry says sorrowfully. But Dad, I'm still a little sore from last night, so please don't spank me. I'll be good. No, pup. I'm not going to spank you. You did have someone with you who could have gone for help if you needed it. Your punishment will be spending time writing lines tonight instead of us playing games together. After you finish the lines, you will go to bed. Next time you want to practice magic, ask me to come watch you, please. Then you won't wind up being in trouble. Ron's waiting, so go on up to play with him. His mum sent an owl and he's to go home this afternoon around 4. Before Harry reaches the stairs, he hears Sirius's voice. Harry, Sirius says sternly and waits for the boy to look him in the eyes. Yes, sir. Remember, no more unsupervised magic. Ask an adult to be with you. Going into his room, he finds Ron looking at one of the old spell books. Is this where you learned the Accio spell? What other cool spells can you do? I can do some, but I can't show them to you. I got in trouble again for doing that spell in the basement. I now have to write lines and have an early bedtime tonight. It's not fair, Ron. What good is it to have magic if you get in trouble for using it? The grown-ups use it all the time. The bigger kids at school use it too. When we are caught using it, we get punished. I'm tired of being just a kid. Harry, you are not just a kid. You are famous. Don't you know? Everybody knows the name Harry Potter as the boy who lived. You knocked back an extremely powerful dark wizard and you were only 8 at the time. You have a big future in being a great wizard, Ron tells him. That's all well and good, Ron, but still, what use is being magical if I can't even practice magic when I want to? Harry complains. I don't know, Harry. My dad says it's because we're still young. Something about our magic core is not settled yet. I don't really get it either. I just know if I do any kind of magic without him or Mum, I get in trouble. I'm not nearly as good at magic as you. I have to use a wand and sometimes things don't come out too good even then. Like last week. I wanted to turn a towel into a rabbit fur muff for my mum. I chanted the spell straight from the book and waved my wand just like the picture. What happened? Did you change it? Yeah, I changed it. It went from a towel to a snapping rabbit. I've never heard of a snapping rabbit, only a snapping turtle. What happened then? Well, Dad had to come in and rescue me. The rabbit was trying to bite me and had me backed up into a corner. I yelled for Dad and he came and vanished it. Then he put me over his knee and spanked me for doing unsupervised magic. Seeing Harry collapse on the bed and giggles, Ron says, "Hey, it's not funny. Dad spanks hard, especially when he conjures a hairbrush." Sorry, it's not that you got a spanking that's funny. I just can't stop seeing a mad rabbit holding you in a corner. Did the rabbit wear a hat, Ron? You know the Mad Hatter? Well, you had a mad hair. You know what, Harry? You are so not funny, Ron says, glaring at the boy who's still laughing. Later that evening, Harry finds himself sitting at a table writing, "I will not use magic without adult supervision," 100 times. At line number 40, he looks over to his dad, who is in the room reading. "Dad, can I tell you something? It's really funny. Have you finished writing the lines?" I'm almost half done. Well, when you are all the way done, let me know. We'll talk then. When you are writing lines, Harry, you are to write not talk unless it's for the loo. By line 50, Harry asks, "Can I stop and get some juice, Dad?" "I'll get you a glass. Continue and remember what I said. You are being punished, so no talking unless you need the loo." "Dad, my hand is hurting. I'm on line 60. Can't I stop now?" 60 is a lot of writing. Harry whines several minutes later. "Your assignment is 100 lines, and I have warned you twice about talking. Would you rather your bum be hurting?" At Harry's quick shake of the head, Sirius says, "Finish your lines with no more talking and it won't be." Glowering at that, Harry picks up the hated quill. Why is it so hard to write with these things? Why can't I just use the muggle pen or pencil to write with? Hermione uses them but says she'd rather use a quill. Not me, I could get done much faster that way. I hate writing lines. He thinks as he dips the quill into the ink and starts line number 61. At line number 82, the quill suddenly slips and leaves a big ink stain across the lines from 81 back across to 76. Staring at the stain, Harry feels tears threatening. Trying his best not to cry, he picks the quill up and keeps writing. On line 92, the quill slips again, tearing the paper. This is too much for Harry. He shoves the ink and paper off the table, puts his head down on his arms and lets the tears come. Not hearing the quill scratch against the paper, Sirius looks up to see if Harry is finished. Surprised to see his pup sitting with his head on the table, he goes over to him. When he sees the boy's shoulders shaking, he asks, "What's wrong, pup? Are you all finished?" "I didn't mean it. Please don't make me start again. Please." Harry sobs. "Why would I make you start again?" Sirius asks, confused. Then, seeing the paper on the floor, he picks it up. "Are you upset over the stain, son?" "I messed it up. I'll have to start all over now, and I was almost done," Harry wails. "Why would you have to start all over?" "That's what Professor Snape says when you have a rip or a big stain on your papers. You have to start again and make it neat this time. People should know how to use a quill and ink by 9 years old. Even 6-year-olds can use quills and ink without making a big mess." Realizing his pup is quoting what he's heard, Sirius sighs to himself. He really needs to have a talk with Severus about relaxing his expectations some. In Sirius's view, the children shouldn't be expected to meet such high expectations. "You know what, pup? I doubt even I could write out a long paper without making a stain. These quills just don't seem to like me. Never have actually. I had a hard time in school. There was a professor who was always handing back my work. 'Do it better, black. Not so many blots. It's unreadable,' he'd say. So you see, trouble with quills and ink happens to other people too, not just you. Let's go get you ready for bed and just forget about these hateful quills. What do you say?" Giggling now at his dad's words and silly face, Harry says, "I'm good to go, Dad." Up in his room, Harry tells Sirius about Ron's transfiguration trouble. He said the rabbit had him in the corner and was trying to bite him. Harry grins. "That is a funny story, pup. I somehow doubt Ron thinks so, though. Being attacked by a mad rabbit wouldn't be too funny if it happened to you. Good night, have good dreams, son," Sirius says, pulling the blanket up and giving the boy's hair a rub. Recently, Harry has decided he's too big for a goodnight kiss, so Sirius has to skip that part of the bedtime ritual. Rolling over on his side, Harry falls asleep thinking of bunnies with long, sharp teeth wearing big hats. The next morning, Harry bounds down the stairs to breakfast with great anticipation. "Dad, did you know that tomorrow is New Year's Eve?" he asks, sliding into his seat. Sirius mumbles from behind the latest edition of Wizards Worldly News. "Dad," Harry says, frowning now. "Dad, you got to listen to me. This is important." "Yes, young master. How may I be of service, sir?" "Your wish is my command," Sirius teases as he lowers the newspaper. Grinning now, Harry repeats his previous announcement. "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve." "Yes, son. I did look at the calendar today when I got up. So do you have a special reason for telling me this news?" Slumping down in his seat now, Harry responds, "No, I guess not." Taking pity on the boy, Sirius says, "Well, that's good to know because I, for one, have plans for us. I didn't want to say anything just in case you had something planned for yourself. If you were going out to a party or dance, I wouldn't want my ideas to ruin your fun. Staring at his dad for just a minute, Harry realizes Sirius is joking. Dad, I'm 9. How can I go to a party or dance without you knowing? Besides, I want to be with you. Tell me what you have planned. Please. There's going to be a huge fireworks display at Diagon Alley. If you like, we can go early for dinner and then watch the fireworks. I just might even let you try some butterbeer. It's supposed to be safe for children to have. Would you like to go? Yes, Harry says enthusiastically. Ron told me there's a new ice cream place open that's really good. It's called Fontescue's something. I forget the rest. There's a pet store too. It's next to the ice cream parlor. Could we go to both? Please, Dad. I don't see why we couldn't. I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to shop before the fireworks display. Are you thinking of getting another pet? Pup? I know you miss having Inky, and I'm sorry she couldn't continue as a live cat. It just wasn't working out for her. I do miss her some. I shouldn't have tried to make her alive when she wasn't. She had to go back to just being a cartoon cat on a smock. I guess it's like Mummy used to say, it wasn't meant to be. No, son, it wasn't. We'll look into getting another pet, but I can't say for sure that we will get one tomorrow. Why don't you just plan on looking and then we can go back and get it? If you find someone you think is a good match for us. What should I get? If I get a dog, I can't take that to school, and besides Padfoot might not like having another dog around. Harry stops talking to grin at Sirius. Padfoot will accept whatever pet you decide on. But you are right about the fact you can't take a dog to school with us. You will have to choose something that is allowed at Hogwarts. A cat, owl, toad, lizard, elephant, scorpion. No, wait, those last two aren't allowed. I just got forgetful for a second. Sirius teases him. Dad? Harry asks, cocking his head sideways to look at Sirius. Yes, Harry? Did you put something different in your coffee this morning? You are being awfully silly this morning. Did you take a potion? Are you sick? Laughing now, Sirius answers, No, son. I'm not sick. I didn't have anything in my coffee that's different from any other morning. I'm just feeling happy today. I think this new year is going to be a great one. It's going to be 1991. See, it is going to be a great one. Dad, your jokes are really bad. You know that? Ron likes them. Ron thinks everything is funny. He's kind of loony, Dad. Harry James, you know better than that. Name-calling is not allowed, and in this case it certainly isn't true. Ron is a nice young man. He's been a good friend, and you should treat him respectfully. Sirius scolds. Yes, sir. Dad, am I famous? Am I different? Maybe I'm the one who is loony. Harry says regretfully. What makes you think this, son? Ron told me that I am famous. He said everybody knew my name. Then he said some silly stuff about me knocking out a grown wizard. I don't know what he's talking about. I haven't been fighting anyone. I promise I haven't. I know you'd paddle my bum if I got in a fight. You're right. I would definitely paddle your bum. We've talked about problem solving, so you know alternative ways to handle yourself other than fighting. Come sit with me on the couch and let's talk about all of your questions. I'll do my best to answer. Sirius then thinks I'll only answer what he asks. I'm not telling him the whole story unless I just have to. He's too young to have to know about all of this. All right, son. What do you want to know? Sirius asks as they settle back on the couch. Sirius puts his arm around the boy and snuggles him close. Well, why did Ron say I'm famous? How could that be? Famous people are the ones who do something special or new. I can't be famous because I haven't done any of those things. I'll answer your question, pup, but first let me ask you something. Can you tell me what you remember about the day your mom and dad died? I know this is something we don't talk about much, but it's important. Well, the night before that day, Daddy came home from work all upset. I remember he and Mummy were in the kitchen talking and they were loud. I didn't have my door closed and I heard some of what he told Mummy. He said, they say he's back. He's after boys born at the end of July and 1st of August. We've got to do something. I didn't hear more than that before they stopped being loud. Harry stops and looks up at Sirius. What else do you remember? Then later, Daddy came up to my room and had some kind of potion for me to drink. I didn't want to because it looked like blood. He said it was just some red juice and would make me strong like Superman, so I drank it. It made me sleepy, so I went to sleep. Then when I woke up, there was a lot of noise downstairs. I got out of bed and went downstairs. That's when I saw this man, and he had a wand. He and Daddy were fighting with wands. Mummy was there too. She kept telling Daddy to stop him. When Harry stops talking, Sirius looks down at him to see tears in the boy's eyes. It's all right, pup. You don't have to tell me anymore. We'll talk about something else.
No, Dad.
I need to tell you the rest. Don't be mad at me though, please don't. I didn't mean to do it. Son, I will never be mad at you for something you couldn't help. What did you do? Mummy was crying and Daddy was still fighting that man. Then the man pointed his wand at Daddy and a green light came out of it. Daddy fell down and didn't move. Mummy was holding me behind her and she told me to run back upstairs. I started to go up and I heard Mummy call out, "No, not Harry. You can't have him. Take me." I came back downstairs and the man and Mummy were fighting with wands now, over by the windows. I got mad at that man for being mean to Mummy and hurting Daddy. I went over and picked up Daddy's wand and pointed it at the man. Mummy fell over when a green light hit her and then Daddy's wand blew up. The man disappeared and I was all by myself. I remember my head hurt and Harry stops there. "And you what? Go ahead, son. Finish what you were saying. I promise you I won't be mad at all." My head hurt really bad and then I wet my pants. I didn't even know I needed the loo. I went back upstairs and changed my pants and got a warm cloth for my head. Mummy always put warm cloths on me if I had an earache, so I thought maybe it would help. It wasn't but a few minutes later that you came running up the stairs and grabbed me. I remember you squeezing me in a hug so tight it hurt. "I'm sorry I hurt you, pup. You know I never meant to do that. I was just so thankful to see you and that you were not harmed." Which part of your story is where you think you'd done something wrong? When I picked up Daddy's wand and then when I wet my pants. I'm not allowed to play with Mummy or Daddy's wands. I got a spanking from Daddy when I did it before. I turned the kitchen table into a giant rooster when I was 7. Mummy laughed, but Daddy took me over his knee and spanked me. He said I was never to touch a wand until I was old enough to go to Hogwarts. Mummy used to put me in the corner if I wet my pants. I'd only done that a few times before. One time when I was 4, I was outside playing and waited too late. Daddy wanted to spank me, but Mummy wouldn't let him. Another time I was playing with you as Padfoot and you made me laugh a lot. I wet my pants then too. Harry, you were just a little guy then. Sometimes when you are little you can't hold on as long, so you have an accident. Your mum knew this happens with small children. Your daddy probably was upset because you caused extra chores for your mum. You remember how she liked to do things the Muggle way. Your daddy never did get why she wanted to wash clothes and dishes by hand when magic is so much faster. I would just forget about those accidents. It happens and it's not a problem. So if I ever wet my pants, you won't spank me? What about if I played with a wand that wasn't mine? I would never punish you for having an accident. As for playing with a wand that isn't yours, I think you already know what would happen. Don't you? Sirius asks sternly. Yes, sir, you'd wallop my bum until I couldn't sit for a whole hour. You told me you would. You got that right, kiddo. Now as to what happened when you picked up your daddy's wand that day, well, that was an accident too. I already told you that you won't be punished for accidents. What happened when you picked up James's wand was that you used your inner magic and anger to banish the man who was hurting your family. You were only 8 and people were amazed that a child that young could use magic to make a powerful wizard vanish the way you did. That's why Ron says you are famous. Not many boys or girls can perform that level of magic at age 8. Do you have any questions? Pup? Why was it so dark outside? Why did that man hurt my mummy and daddy? Were they bad people? Am I bad too for making that man disappear? Oh, Harry, no, don't think that. Your mum and dad were wonderful people. Lily and James were my best friend and to me a brother. They were fighting a war against the evil wizard and his followers. They were winning people over to their side, which made the evil wizard angry, so he came and fought them. He used dark evil magic and that's what killed them. Was he going to kill me too? Why did the bright sunny day go dark as night that day? Harry, evil is dark. The evil that came to James and Lily's that day was so evil it blocked out the sun. I can't answer you about what the evil one planned to do. I wasn't there, but I wish I had been.
No.
If you had been there, he would have killed you too. Then I'd be all alone. Don't go looking for him. Promise me, Dad. I don't want to be all alone. I don't want to lose another daddy. Promise me, please. Harry says, breaking down in tears. Picking the child up and sitting him on his lap, Sirius wraps his arms around him. SHH, it's all right. Go ahead and let it out. He just sits and holds the boy while Harry sobs into his chest. I miss my mummy and daddy. Why did they go off and leave me? Why, Dad? You won't do it too, will you? I promise you, Harry James Potter Black, I will not leave you on purpose. I will never go off and leave you alone. You are safe with me. I hope you know your mum and dad did not want to leave you alone either. They would never have left if they could have had a choice. They love you very much and are still watching out for both of us. Do you still see them in your dreams, pup? Sometimes they talk to me. Mummy tells me to behave myself and not keep getting in trouble so much. Daddy said I have the heart of a marauder and can't help it. He tells me I'm doing a good job taking care of you. Smiling at hearing that, Sirius tells him, well, I'm glad you still see them, son. That's very special and you are lucky to be able to see them. Next time you do, will you say hello for me? Tell them I miss them too. I'll tell them, Dad. Dad, I'm really sleepy now. Can I go take a nap? Maybe I can see Mummy and Daddy. Sure, pup, go ahead. I'll come wake you for lunch. Sirius, sitting in the living room waiting for Harry to finish his nap, thinks back to all Harry told him about the day he vanished Voldemort. Sirius has received word that Voldemort's followers are gathering together and becoming more vocal. The evil one is not dead, just sent away to regroup, as the Muggles might say. The day will come when the Dark Lord will return. He just may seek revenge on the child who was able to make him vanish. Sirius decides to have Professor Dumbledore reinforce the wards around Hogwarts and this house as well. There are also some new rules going to be put into practice when school begins again after the winter holidays. Not just for Harry but for all the students' safety. The rules are not going to be very well taken by his pup. Sirius can see the argument coming in the days ahead, but for now he hopes to finish out their holiday nicely. Tomorrow's outing will be something Harry will enjoy and maybe the last one he has for months. If Voldemort is getting stronger, Sirius plans to keep Harry away from places he could be harmed. Unfortunately for Harry, that meant staying inside the castle or house. For his adventurous 9-year-old, this was going to be extremely difficult to endure. Harry loved being able to go outside to visit Hagrid and his menagerie or take a fly around the castle grounds. These things would have to stop for now. Sirius thought regretfully. He'd just have to talk Dumbledore into creating an indoor flying area as well as a place the children could run and climb or just be together. The idea of an indoor play area might make the new rules more acceptable to the younger children. Thinking more on this subject, Sirius decides to sketch out some ideas for this play area. With his quill drawing as he spoke, he listed, indoor flying area, a climbing apparatus that will change shape to be whatever shape a child desires, ceiling swings, looping slide to cover one whole side of the room, area for sitting including tables for refreshments and games, art area, discuss with Harry more possibilities.